The circular saw screamed through another 16-foot Douglas fir log, and the morning shift at the Boise mill stretched into its fourth hour with the mechanical rhythm that had defined the last 11 years of his working life. The blade's high-pitched whine, the smell of fresh-cut pine mixing with hydraulic oil, the vibration traveling up through steel-toed boots into tired legs, all of it had become background noise to thought, the kind of autopilot that let a man's mind wander while his hands performed their practiced choreography. He guided the carriage forward with subtle pressure on the control lever, watching the laser guide trace its red line across bark still rough with forest dirt. The log rolled into position on the deck, and he made the mental calculations that no longer required conscious effort: diameter, visible defects, optimal yield. His right hand moved the joystick while his left adjusted the setworks, positioning the blade for the first pass. The saw bit into wood with a sound like tearing fabric amplified 1,000 times, and a slab of bark-edged lumber peeled away to ride the chain conveyor toward the edger station. Sawdust drifted in thick clouds through the morning light streaming between the massive sliding doors. The October air carried an edge of cold that would deepen as November approached, and he'd already started wearing the thermal underlayer beneath his work shirt. 52 years old, divorced 7 years, one daughter away at college in Seattle, studying something with computers that he only half understood when she tried to explain it over their monthly phone calls. The mill was life now, had been even before the divorce if he was honest. 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, the saw and the wood, and the careful dance of not losing fingers to a blade that could cut through bone like butter. "Hedrig's running smooth today." The voice came from behind him, slightly muffled by the general roar of the mill. He glanced back to see Tommy, 28, married with a baby on the way, still enthusiastic about the work in a way that faded after the first decade. The younger man checked the debarker feed, making sure the logs moved steadily from the pond to the processing line. He nodded, didn't try to shout over the noise. Tommy would understand. They'd worked adjacent stations long enough to develop a vocabulary of gestures and expressions that said more than words. The saw screamed through another pass, and he rotated the log with practiced timing, setting up for the next cut. This particular fir had a twist in the grain visible as a spiral pattern in the bark, nothing that would affect the lower-grade lumber they were producing. But he adjusted anyway, maximizing the yield out of habit more than necessity. The morning supervisor, Davis, walked the line with his clipboard, checking production numbers against the schedule. 63 years old, 3 years from retirement, with the kind of permanent squint that came from decades of watching machinery and men with equal suspicion. He stopped near the Hedrig station, made a note, moved on without comment. No news was good news in mill work. Through the open doors, the log pond reflected gray sky, and beyond it, the Boise foothills rose in their familiar contours. The city sprawled in the valley, invisible from here except for the occasional gleam of sunlight off distant windows. Traffic sounds on the nearby highway formed a constant white noise underneath the mill's industrial symphony. Trucks came and went, hauling raw logs in and finished lumber out, part of a supply chain that connected these mountains to construction sites across the western states. His coffee break came at 15 minutes to stand in the break room and let his ears adjust to the relative quiet. The room smelled like burnt coffee and the microwave lunches that people heated too long. Tommy joined him, along with Ray from the planer mill and one of the forklift operators whose name he could never remember. They sat at the scarred plastic tables, not talking much, the comfortable silence of men who worked with their hands and saved their words for when they mattered. Ray flipped through his phone, frowning at the screen. "They're saying it's spreading up from California now. Some kind of flu or something. It's always something." Tommy poured coffee from the communal pot, added 3 sugars the way he always did. "Bird flu, swine flu, regular flu. Media makes everything sound like the end of the world." My sister's a nurse down at St. Alphonsus, Ray said, still scrolling. She says they've been getting weird cases last few days. People coming in with really high fevers, acting confused, aggressive. The forklift operator grunted. Flu season. Happens every year. Yeah, probably. But Ray didn't sound convinced, kept scrolling through whatever news feed had caught his attention. He sipped his coffee, watching through the break room's grimy window as another logging truck backed up to the pond's edge to dump its load. The logs rolled off with tremendous splashes, settling into the dark water where they'd soak until the debarker pulled them onto the processing line. The routine of it felt solid, dependable. The world might have its problems, but lumber mills operated on fundamentals that didn't change. Trees came in one end, boards went out the other, and men in between made it happen with skill and attention, and the knowledge that inattention could kill. "How's the baby?" he asked Tommy, redirecting the conversation from whatever plague paranoia the internet was pushing this week. Tommy's face brightened the way it always did when talk turned to his wife's pregnancy. "Kicking like crazy. Beth says it's a boy, she can tell by how high she's carrying, but I don't know if I believe that old wives' tale stuff. My ex said the same thing when she was pregnant with my daughter. Turned out she was right, but that's a 50-50 shot regardless." They talked about safer things for the rest of the break: hunting season opening next month, the Broncos' disappointing season, whether the mill would run through Thanksgiving again this year like they had the last three. Normal conversation, the kind that filled the spaces between work, and when the 15 minutes ended, they filed back to their stations without complaint. The afternoon stretched with the same rhythm as the morning. Logs became lumber, became neat stacks on outbound trucks. The saw blade needed changing around 2 o'clock, a 20-minute process that required 2 people and careful attention to the mounting bolts. He and Tommy performed the swap in familiar synchronization, barely needing to speak. The new blade came from the maintenance shop, already sharpened to specifications, teeth gleaming like chrome in the overhead lights. Around 4, Davis appeared again, walking faster than usual, his clipboard clutched against his chest like a shield. He stopped at several stations, speaking briefly to the operators, his expression tight. When he reached the head rig, he had to shout to be heard over the saw. "County Health Department just called. They're asking all businesses to monitor employees for illness, fever, confusion, aggressive behavior. Anyone shows symptoms, send them home immediately and call the number on this sheet." He handed over a photocopied notice, the text barely legible from too many generations of copying. "What's going on?" They didn't say exactly, just that there's been an uptick in emergency room visits, probably covering their asses, bureaucratic nonsense, but corporate says we comply with any health department requests, so... Davis shrugged, the gesture of a man 3 years from retirement who'd learned not to question the paperwork. "Just keep an eye out. Anyone looking sick, let me know." The notice went into his back pocket, forgotten almost immediately as the next log rolled into position. The saw screamed through Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, the occasional hemlock from the higher elevations. Sawdust and wood chips filled the air in a fog that turned everything slightly golden in the afternoon light. His shoulders ached with the good tiredness of used muscles, and his lower back sent up its usual complaints, the wear and tear of decades spent standing on concrete floors. Quitting time came at 6, the shift change marked by the gradual spooling down of machinery as the evening crew took over. He punched out at the time clock by the main office, nodded to the night supervisor coming in, and walked to his truck through the parking lot's gravel. The F-250 was 14 years old but ran well enough, hauled what he needed it to haul, and didn't cost him more than he could afford in repairs. The drive home took 20 minutes through surface streets lined with fast food restaurants and strip malls, the commercial sprawl that had crept steadily outward from Boise's downtown core. His apartment sat in a complex built in the 70s, 2-bedroom, because it was only marginally more expensive than a 1-bedroom, and his daughter needed a place to stay when she visited. Not that she visited often anymore. Seattle had its pull, her life there fuller than anything Boise offered a 23-year-old who'd grown up wanting to escape the limits of a Milltown childhood. The apartment smelled stale when he unlocked the door, the accumulated odor of a space that held only one person who spent most of his time elsewhere. He dropped his keys on the kitchen counter, opened the refrigerator to stare at its sparse contents. Beer, leftover Chinese takeout from 3 days ago that probably needed throwing out, condiments, and the basic components of sandwiches. He grabbed a beer, considered the takeout, decided on a frozen pizza instead. The TV provided background noise while he ate at the kitchen table, half watching the local news without really absorbing it. Something about city council debates over water rights, a feature on the upcoming Shakespeare Festival, weather forecast calling for rain later in the week. The news anchor's voice had that particular cadence of professionally modulated concern, each story given its assigned weight before moving to the next. Then the anchor's expression shifted slightly, and a graphic appeared over her shoulder, a Red Cross symbol, and the words, "Health Alert." Ada County health officials are monitoring an increase in emergency room visits over the past 72 hours. While officials stress there is no immediate cause for alarm, residents are advised to practice good hygiene and seek medical attention if experiencing high fever, severe headache, or unusual behavioral changes. The symptoms appear similar to influenza, though several cases have presented with atypical characteristics that health officials are continuing to investigate. The camera cut to a doctor being interviewed outside St. Alphonsus Regional Medical Center, a tired-looking woman in scrubs, who spoke in the careful language of someone trying not to cause panic, while also not making promises she couldn't keep. We're seeing patients with very rapid onset of symptoms. High fevers that develop quickly, confusion, aggression in some cases. We're running tests to determine if this is a novel flu strain or something else. In the meantime, standard precautions apply. Wash your hands frequently, avoid contact with sick individuals, and don't hesitate to come in if you're experiencing severe symptoms. The segment ended, replaced by a commercial for a local car dealership. He finished his pizza, finished his beer, and tried not to think about Ray's comment at break about his sister working in the emergency room. Probably nothing. Probably just flu season starting early, combined with the internet's tendency to amplify every minor health scare into apocalyptic predictions. He showered, washing away the sawdust that had worked its way into every crease of skin despite the long sleeves and work gloves. The water ran brown at first, the accumulated grime of the mill swirling down the drain. His hands bore the permanent calluses of saw work, the scars from minor cuts and scrapes collected over decades, the slight tremor that came from years of managing vibration and weight. Not old yet, not really, but not young either. Somewhere in the middle ground, where the body still worked, but reminded you increasingly of its limits. Sleep came easily despite the news reports. 11 years of shift work had trained him to fall unconscious on command, and his bed offered the simple comfort of exhaustion relieved. Outside, Boise settled into its autumn night, traffic thinning on the streets, lights in apartment windows winking out one by one as the city prepared for another ordinary tomorrow. Except tomorrow wouldn't be ordinary, though he had no way of knowing that as he drifted off. Tomorrow would be the day everything familiar began its slide into nightmare, starting with a phone call at 4 a.m. that would drag him from sleep into a new reality where the rules everyone had lived by their entire lives stopped applying. The phone's shrill ring cut through darkness and dreams, and he fumbled for it on the nightstand, knocking over a water glass in the process. The caller ID showed Davis's cell number, which meant something had gone wrong at the mill. Equipment failure, probably, or a truck accident in the yard. "Yeah," he managed, voice thick with sleep. Davis's voice sounded strange, high-pitched in a way he'd never heard from the perpetually calm supervisor. "Don't come in today." Mills shut down. There's been an incident. What kind of incident? The night shift. Davis's voice cracked. Just don't come in. Stay home. Lock your doors. The news isn't reporting it yet, but the police have the whole mill cordoned off. What happened? Stewart attacked 3 guys, just went crazy, started biting people. They got him locked in the break room, but the guys he bit, they're... A long pause filled with breathing. Just stay home. I'm calling everyone on the shift roster. Stay home and watch the news. The line went dead. He sat in the dark bedroom, phone still pressed to his ear, trying to make sense of words that didn't connect to any reality he understood. Stewart was the night shift edger operator, 45 years old, calm to the point of being boring, the kind of guy who brought tuna sandwiches in a brown bag every single night and never complained about anything. He turned on the bedroom TV and flipped through local channels. Nothing yet except the usual morning programming, too early even for the breakfast news shows. But his phone showed a cluster of text messages, all in the last 20 minutes, all from co-workers. Short, confused, frightened messages that used words like crazy and attack and police everywhere. The news broke at 5:30, interrupting regular programming with a special report. The anchor looked like she'd been pulled from bed, hair less perfect than usual, makeup incomplete. We're getting reports of a violent incident at a lumber mill on Boise's east side. Police are on scene, and we're told multiple injuries have been reported. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available. The camera cut to shaky footage shot from a phone, the mill's parking lot visible in pre-dawn darkness, illuminated by the strobing red and blue of a dozen emergency vehicles. Yellow police tape cordoned off the main building. The person filming was saying something, their voice distorted by wind across the microphone. But individual words emerged. Attacked, blood, more than one. He got dressed without conscious decision, pulled on jeans and a flannel shirt, made coffee because the alternative was sitting still, and that felt impossible. His hands shook slightly as he measured grounds into the filter. Stewart attacking people, biting people. The words didn't fit together into a coherent picture. His phone rang again, Ray's number this time. You watching the news? Ray's voice sounded hollow, shocked. Yeah, Davis called, told me to stay home. My sister just got off shift at the hospital. She said 3 guys came in from the mill, all with bite wounds. She said the guys were running high fevers, acting confused, getting more aggressive as the night went on. They had to restrain them, and that's not even the worst part. What's the worst part? She said the ER's been packed since yesterday afternoon. Not just flu cases anymore, people coming in violent, feverish, unresponsive to treatment. And she said some of the people who came in yesterday with mild symptoms are getting worse fast. Way faster than any flu she's ever seen. She sounded scared, man. Really scared. Outside his apartment window, the October morning lightened slowly toward dawn. Across the parking lot, he could see other apartment windows glowing with television light, other people waking early to the same news, the same confused trying to understand. A siren wailed past on the main road, then another, then a whole cascade of them, emergency vehicles heading somewhere in numbers that suggested something bigger than a single incident at a lumber mill. What do you think is happening? He asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted Ray's answer. I don't know, but my sister said she's leaving the hospital. She said things are getting out of control there, and she doesn't want to be around when it gets worse. She's going to grab her kids from school and head to her husband's cabin up in the mountains. That seems extreme. Maybe. Or maybe she knows something we don't. She's been a trauma nurse for 15 years. She doesn't scare easy. They talked for a few more minutes, trading information gleaned from news reports and secondhand accounts, trying to assemble a picture from fragments. Then Ray said he needed to go, needed to call his own family, and the line went quiet. The morning news shifted from the mill incident to broader coverage. Reports coming in from across Boise of violent incidents, overwhelmed emergency rooms, police advising residents to stay indoors if possible. The anchor's professional composure began showing cracks, her smile becoming strained when the teleprompter fed her statements from officials that there is no reason for panic, while simultaneously showing footage of chaos at hospitals and grocery stores. He tried calling his daughter in Seattle but got voicemail. Tried again 15 minutes later with the same result. She'd be asleep still, probably, her phone on silent in whatever apartment she shared with roommates he'd never met. The urge to hear her voice felt suddenly overwhelming, but the rational part of his brain said not to panic. Not to wake her with fear over something that was probably just a local crisis, contained and manageable, despite the breathless news coverage. By 8 o'clock, the local stations had been joined by national news crews, their polished anchors reporting from Boise with the barely concealed excitement of journalists who'd stumbled onto a breaking story. The mill incident had evolved into context for a larger crisis. Hospitals across the city had gone into lockdown. Schools were closing. The governor was expected to make a statement at 10. His phone buzzed with a text from Tommy. Beth's water broke. Baby's coming early. Hospital is chaos. Pray for us. He stared at the message, tried to imagine being in a hospital right now, surrounded by sick and violent patients while trying to focus on bringing a new life into the world. Tried to think of what to text back that wouldn't sound hollow. Settled finally on, "You've got this. Let me know when the baby arrives." The morning crawled forward with the surreal quality of watching a disaster from inside a protective bubble. He was here, in his apartment, safe for now, while the world outside reorganized itself into something unfamiliar. More sirens, more news reports, aerial footage of Highway 84 clogged with traffic as people tried to leave the city. A spokesperson from the CDC appeared on screen, young and earnest, explaining that teams were being deployed to investigate the outbreak, that preliminary findings suggested an extremely aggressive pathogen with rapid onset, that everyone should remain calm and follow instructions from local authorities. But the calm directive rang false against images of panic. Grocery store shelves stripped bare, fights breaking out in parking lots, a reporter getting jostled by a crowd while trying to conduct a sidewalk interview, her cameraman shouting for people to back up. Around noon, the governor appeared for his promised statement, standing at a podium with the seal of Idaho behind him and a cluster of grim-faced officials flanking him on both sides. He spoke in the measured tones of a man trying to project control while his hands gripped the podium's edges too tightly. As of this morning, we are declaring a state of emergency for Ada County and surrounding areas. A pathogen of unknown origin has caused a significant number of severe illnesses across the Boise metropolitan area. In coordination with federal health authorities, we are implementing immediate measures to contain the spread and protect public health. Effective at 6 p.m. today, a mandatory curfew will be in place from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. All non-essential businesses will close. Residents are advised to remain in their homes except for absolute necessities. The National Guard is being mobilized to support law enforcement and maintain order. The questions from reporters came in a shouting rush, overlapping voices demanding specifics. How many infected? What is the mortality rate? Is this contained to Boise? How long will the lockdown last? The governor deflected most of them with variations of, "We're still gathering information," and "officials are working around the clock." But one question cut through with particular urgency. "Governor, can you confirm reports that some victims are exhibiting extreme violent behavior and that some are continuing to move even after being declared dead?" The pause before the governor answered stretched too long. His eyes flicked to someone off camera, perhaps seeking permission or guidance, before returning to the reporter. "We have received concerning reports about the nature of this pathogen. I want to be clear that we're dealing with a medical crisis, not..." Another pause. "Not anything else." Medical personnel are working to understand the disease progression. What I can tell you is that infected individuals do become extremely aggressive and should not be approached. If you encounter someone exhibiting symptoms, high fever, disorientation, violent behavior, immediately distance yourself and call 911. But is it true they're continuing to move after death? We are investigating all reports. Right now, my priority is keeping Idaho's citizens safe. Please, follow the emergency guidelines. Stay home. Lock your doors. Help is coming. The press conference dissolved into chaos, reporters shouting over each other while the governor retreated from the podium. The news anchors tried to regain control of the narrative, but the subtext was clear. Nobody in authority actually knew what was happening, and their attempts to maintain calm were losing ground to visible panic. He tried calling his daughter again. Still voicemail. He left a message this time, trying to keep his voice steady. "Hey, it's Dad. There's some kind of outbreak here in Boise. They're saying to stay inside. I'm sure it's fine, but I wanted to check on you. Call me when you get this. Love you." The afternoon brought texts from other mill workers, a cascading conversation of fear and rumor. Stewart had died. No, Stewart had been shot by police. No, Stewart was in custody, but nobody would say what condition he was in. The 3 guys he'd bitten were all at the hospital. One of them had died. No, 2 of them. No, all 3. But something was wrong because the hospital wasn't releasing the bodies. He tried to separate fact from speculation but gave up. The truth was nobody knew anything for certain, and the official information came too slowly, too filtered through bureaucratic caution to satisfy the desperate need to understand what was happening. Around 3 in the afternoon, his phone rang with an unknown number. He answered cautiously. "This is Officer Patricia Wells with Boise Police Department. Am I speaking with—" She said his name, pronunciation slightly off. "Yes, that's me. Sir, we're conducting follow-up interviews with employees of the lumber mill where an incident occurred last night. Do you have a few minutes to answer some questions?" "I wasn't there. I worked day shift. I was home when it happened." "I understand. We're still trying to establish a timeline and understand what might have precipitated the attack. When did you last see Stewart Holloway?" The use of Stewart's full name made it more real somehow, transformed him from a vague nighttime co-worker into a specific person who'd existed and now didn't, or existed in some new terrible way. "I don't really know him. He works nights, I work days. Maybe I've seen him during shift change a few times, but we never talked." "Did he seem ill recently? Did anyone mention him being sick?" "I wouldn't know. You'd need to ask the night shift guys. We're trying. Several of them are currently hospitalized or unavailable for interview." The officer's professional tone didn't quite hide an undercurrent of stress. "What about other employees? Anyone seemed ill in the days before the incident?" He thought back, trying to remember details from a normal workday that had happened in what felt like a different lifetime. "No. Nobody seemed sick. We got a notice from the county health department yesterday asking us to monitor for symptoms, but nobody showed any." "What kind of symptoms?" "Fever, confusion, aggressive behavior." "And you didn't observe any of that?" "No." Everyone was normal. Just a normal workday. There were more questions, variations on the same theme, the officer probing for any detail that might explain why Stewart Holloway had attacked his co-workers with such violence that it had required police intervention. He answered as best he could, but his knowledge was limited to the fact that something impossible had happened to someone he barely knew. When the call ended, he sat holding the phone, staring at nothing. The TV continued its coverage, now showing footage from other cities. Portland reporting similar incidents, Seattle, Spokane. The outbreak wasn't contained to Boise. Whatever this was, it was spreading, and the speed of it defied everything he thought he knew about disease. Another text from Tommy. It's a girl. 6 pounds 3 ounces. Beth and baby okay, but hospital is nightmare. They're trying to discharge us early. Said it's not safe to stay. He texted back, congratulations, asked if Tommy needed anything, got no response. Probably overwhelmed, probably dealing with the surreal combination of new father joy and terror at the chaos surrounding him. The light outside faded toward evening, and with it came the reality of curfew. The streets emptied earlier than they should, people hurrying home before the 8 p.m. deadline. He stood at his apartment window, watching neighbors carrying supplies from cars to apartments, everyone moving with purposeful haste. A military convoy passed on the main road, trucks full of National Guard troops in camouflage, their presence both reassuring and terrifying. The curfew hour arrived and the city transformed. Streetlights illuminated empty roads. The usual background noise of traffic and human activity faded to an eerie quiet broken only by occasional sirens. He'd lived in Boise for 30 years and had never heard it this silent. The news shifted to nighttime coverage, cameras showing the city from a distance, the urban glow that usually marked human habitation, now punctuated by dark patches where power had failed or been cut. Reports came in of violence in several neighborhoods, of overwhelmed police unable to respond to all calls, of hospitals turning away patients because they had no capacity left. Around 10 p.m., his phone buzzed with an emergency alert. Shelter in place. Do not leave your residence. Lock all doors and windows. Do not open your door for anyone. Do not attempt to help anyone exhibiting illness symptoms. Emergency services are overwhelmed. You are responsible for your own safety. The message repeated 3 times, the phone vibrating with each iteration, as if the emphasis would somehow make the impossible directive more palatable. You are responsible for your own safety. Translation: we can't help you. You're on your own. He checked the locks on his apartment door, slid the security chain into place, checked the windows. 2nd floor, no balcony access, the windows looking out over the parking lot and a narrow strip of grass. As secure as an apartment could be, which wasn't very secure at all if you thought about it seriously. Sleep felt impossible, but exhaustion had its own demands. He lay in bed with the TV on low volume, watching footage of chaos in other cities, trying to understand how the world had changed so completely in less than 24 hours. The experts who appeared on screen spoke in the cautious language of people who didn't actually know anything. It appears to be, preliminary findings suggest, we're still determining. None of them would say the word that everyone was thinking. None of them would acknowledge what the footage clearly showed. People dying and then getting back up. People attacking others with mindless hunger. People who looked like corpses moving with terrible purpose. He finally drifted into uneasy sleep around 2 a.m. and woke 3 hours later to the sound of screaming from somewhere in the apartment complex. A woman's voice, high and terrified, shouting for help, shouting about someone trying to break down her door. He went to his window, looked out into the parking lot darkness, saw nothing. The screaming continued, then went abruptly silent in a way that felt worse than the noise. He stood at the window for a long time, waiting for sirens that never came, staring at the dark and wondering what the morning would bring. Dawn arrived gray and cold, October rain beginning to fall in a steady drizzle that misted the apartment windows. The news reported that power had failed in several parts of the city. Water treatment plants were operating on backup generators. The governor's morning briefing was canceled without explanation. His daughter finally called back at 7:30, her voice small and frightened in a way that took him back to when she was 6 years old and had nightmares. "Dad, Seattle's a mess. The whole city is shutting down. My roommate's family came and got her, and the others left too. I'm here alone and I don't know what to do." "How bad is it there?" "Bad. We can hear sirens constantly. The news is saying to stay inside. but our building isn't very secure. There's already been break-ins. People are panicking. His mind raced through options, none of them good. 600 miles separated them, and the highways were clogged with refugees, even if he could somehow make the trip. Is there anyone there you can go to? Friends? Anyone with a more secure place? I don't know. Maybe. Everyone's just trying to take care of themselves. They talked for 20 minutes. Him trying to project calm he didn't feel, her crying at points, both of them dancing around the central terror, that they might not see each other again, that whatever was happening was too big and too fast to escape. I love you, he told her, the words feeling both inadequate and essential. You're smart and you're strong. Find somewhere safe and stay there. Don't take risks to help other people. I know that sounds selfish, but right now you have to survive. I love you too, Dad. When the call ended, he sat holding the phone for a long time, staring at her contact photo, a picture from her college graduation, her smile bright with possibility and future. The distance between them felt infinite. The day crept forward with agonizing slowness. He rationed food, eating a single can of soup for lunch, conscious now that he had maybe a week's worth of supplies if he was careful. The apartment complex remained mostly quiet, though occasionally he heard doors opening and closing, footsteps in the hallway, someone coughing in the unit next to his. Around 2 p.m, there was a knock at his door. He approached cautiously, looked through the peephole. A neighbor from down the hall, an older woman whose name he'd never learned, standing with a teenager who might have been her grandson. "We're going to try to get to a distribution center," she said through the door. "The National Guard is supposedly handing out supplies at the fairgrounds. Do you want to come?" They said to stay inside. I know what they said, but we're out of food. I can't just sit here and starve. He thought about his dwindling supplies, about the long days ahead if this didn't end quickly, thought about the silence from official channels, the lack of updates, the way emergency services had simply stopped responding, thought about the screaming from last night that had ended too abruptly. "I'm staying here," he said finally, "but good luck." He watched through the window as they left, the old woman and the teenager walking quickly across the parking lot toward an old sedan. They got in, drove off. He never saw them again. The rain continued through the afternoon, turning the parking lot into a field of puddles that reflected the gray sky. Nothing moved except the rain. The world felt paused, holding its breath, waiting for some resolution that might never come. His phone buzzed with another text from Ray. "Hospital where my sister worked is overrun." She saw them shooting infected in the parking lot. She made it to the cabin with her family. Says cell service is spotty in the mountains, but they're secure for now. You should think about leaving the city while you can. He stared at the message, imagining Ray's sister, a trauma nurse who'd seen everything emergency medicine could throw at her, running from her own hospital, terrified enough to abandon her career and flee to the wilderness. If people like her were giving up on civilization, what chance did anyone else have? The news cycle had devolved into chaos, different channels showing different footage, contradictory reports, anchors who looked increasingly haggard as their professional veneer cracked. One station showed footage from a helicopter, a horde of figures moving through downtown Boise, hundreds of them, moving with the shambling gait that had become sickeningly familiar. The camera zoomed in on faces slack with death, eyes vacant, clothing soaked with blood. Another channel featured a scientist from the CDC trying to explain the pathogen in terms that made rational sense, talking about neural degradation and aggressive behavior patterns, carefully avoiding any language that acknowledged the reality of what people were seeing. The interview was interrupted by an emergency broadcast from FEMA. All citizens were to remain indoors, conserve resources, and wait for further instructions. Help was coming, order would be restored. But the streets told a different story. The helicopter footage showed fires burning unchecked in several neighborhoods, abandoned vehicles, bodies in the streets, and those other things, the infected, the dead but moving, the ones nobody would name, shambling in groups toward any sign of life. Night fell early under the rain clouds, and with it came sounds from the apartment complex, breaking glass, a door being kicked in, voices shouting. He turned off all his lights, sat in darkness away from the windows, listening. Footsteps in the hallway outside, rapid and purposeful. A crash from somewhere below. More shouting, words indistinct but tone clear. Fear and anger and desperation. He waited in the dark, barely breathing, as the sounds moved through the building. Someone tried his doorknob, rattling it hard. He gripped a kitchen knife, useless as that would be against a determined attack, and held absolutely still. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved on. Hours passed in darkness and silence. The rain slackened and stopped. Somewhere in the distance, gunfire crackled in sporadic bursts. The city was eating itself, civilization peeling away to reveal the brutal math of survival underneath. He must have dozed eventually because he woke suddenly to early morning light and the sound of his phone ringing. Tommy's number. Hello? The voice that answered wasn't Tommy's. Female, young, exhausted. Is this... She said his name. Yes? Who is this? I'm Beth, Tommy's wife. He gave me your number. He said if something happened, I should call you. His stomach dropped. What happened? We got home from the hospital yesterday. Everything seemed okay, the baby was fine, we were managing. But last night Tommy started getting a fever. Really high, really fast. And then he started acting confused, saying things that didn't make sense. I called 911, but nobody came. And then her voice broke. He attacked me, tried to bite me. I locked him in the bathroom. I can hear him in there, making these sounds like he's not even human anymore. Where are you now? In the bedroom with the baby. I don't know what to do. I can't leave. He's blocking the only way out. And I don't have any food for the baby. We were supposed to go to the store today, but everything's closed, and I don't know how to feed her, and I don't know what to do about Tommy. He closed his eyes, tried to think through the implications. Tommy infected. Tommy turning into one of those things. Tommy who'd been young and enthusiastic about fatherhood just 3 days ago. Where do you live? She gave an address in a subdivision off Eagle Road, maybe 20 minutes away under normal conditions. In the current chaos, it might as well be on the moon. I'll try to get to you, he heard himself say, knowing even as he spoke that it was probably suicide. But you need to understand that if Tommy's infected, he's not Tommy anymore. You can't help him. You can only protect yourself and the baby. I know, she whispered. I know, but I can't be the one to... I understand. Stay in the bedroom. Keep the door locked. I'll get there as soon as I can. He ended the call and sat staring at the phone, realizing he'd just committed to leaving the relative safety of his apartment to venture into a city that had turned into a war zone. For what? A woman he'd never met and a baby barely 2 days old, neither of whom he had any obligation to beyond the fact that their husband and father had been a co-worker who'd always been decent to him. But the alternative was to sit in his apartment doing nothing while they died. And he'd already realized, somewhere in the dark hours of the previous night, that survival without purpose was just a slower form of dying. He gathered supplies methodically, a backpack with what little food remained, bottles of water, the basic toolkit he kept for apartment repairs, a flashlight, batteries. The kitchen knife went into his belt, though he had no illusions about his ability to actually use it effectively. He'd never been in a fight in his life, never hurt anyone beyond the occasional shoving match in high school. The idea of deliberately stabbing something, even something that used to be human, felt impossible. But impossible described everything now, so he'd adapt or die trying. The apartment complex's hallway showed signs of last night's chaos. A door hanging open, belongings scattered, dark stains on the carpet that might be blood. He moved quickly toward the stairs, holding the knife in one hand even though it shook slightly. The stairwell was empty, echoing with dripping water from a broken pipe somewhere above. Outside, the parking lot glistened with rain. His truck sat where he'd left it, untouched by whatever violence had swept through the complex. He got in, started the engine, sat for a moment, listening to the familiar rumble and trying to remember the last time he'd felt safe. The drive toward Eagle Road revealed a city transformed. Abandoned cars clogged intersections. Store windows were broken and looted. Fires smoldered in buildings with no one to fight them. And everywhere, scattered throughout the urban landscape like a plague, were the infected. He saw his first one clearly at the intersection of Fairview and Milwaukee. A woman in business attire, her clothes torn and stained dark, lurching across the empty street with that distinctive shambling gait. Her face was slack, eyes unfocused, and as his truck approached, she turned toward the sound with frightening suddenness, mouth opening in what might have been hunger or rage or some combination of both. He accelerated past her, hands gripping the wheel so hard his knuckles went white. In the rearview mirror, he watched her stagger after the truck for a few steps before losing interest, wandering back toward whatever aimless path she'd been following. More of them appeared as he drove, individuals and small groups, clustering near buildings or wandering the streets. Some were fresh enough to still look almost human. Others showed advanced decay, skin gray and sloughing, movement uncoordinated but relentless. The smell hit him when he had to slow for an abandoned vehicle blocking part of the road, a thick, sweet, rotten odor that made his stomach heave. He detoured around the blockage, navigating surface streets he knew from years of living here, taking routes that avoided the densest clusters of infected. Twice he had to reverse and find another way when the road ahead proved impassable. The 20-minute drive stretched into an hour of careful navigation through an urban hellscape. Tommy and Beth's subdivision looked deceptively normal from a distance, but closer inspection revealed broken windows, ransacked homes, doors standing open to darkened interiors. He found their address, a modest single-story ranch with a small yard and a minivan in the driveway, and parked in front, scanning for threats. Nothing moved. The street was silent except for wind-rustling leaves and the distant sound of something burning. He approached the front door, found it locked, knocked softly. No response. He tried the doorbell, heard it chime inside, waited. Still nothing. "Beth, it's me." From the mill. Tommy's friend. A long pause, then a voice from inside muffled, "Go around back." The sliding doors unlocked. He circled the house, found a wooden fence gate that opened into a backyard with children's toys scattered on wet grass. The sliding glass door stood partially open, curtains drawn. He slid it wider, stepped into a living room that smelled like dirty diapers and fear. "I'm in the bedroom," Beth called out, voice strained. He moved through the house carefully, noting the kitchen in disarray, baby bottles on the counter, formula cans, the detritus of new parents overwhelmed by circumstance. The hallway led past a closed bathroom door, and from behind it came sounds, low moaning, fists pounding irregularly against wood, a wet rasping that might have been breathing but didn't sound human. The bedroom door opened as he approached. Beth stood there, 26 or 27, blonde hair pulled back, eyes red from crying, holding a tiny bundle wrapped in a pink blanket. She looked at him with desperate hope. "Thank God. I didn't think anyone would actually come." "How long has he been in there?" "Since about 3 this morning. He's been getting worse. The sounds he's making..." She shuddered. "That's not him anymore. I know it's not him." The baby started crying, a thin wail of hunger and discomfort. Beth tried to soothe her, rocking automatically, but her attention stayed on the bathroom door. Do you have supplies? Formula, diapers? Some. Not much. We were supposed to stock up, but with everything happening so fast. Okay. We need to get you somewhere safer than here. My apartment complex was getting dangerous, but I know some people headed for the fairgrounds or the guard stations. We could try that. What about Tommy? He looked at the bathroom door, at the sounds coming from behind it. He's gone, Beth. The person you married is gone. What's left is dangerous. We have to leave him. We can't just... What if there's a cure? What if they figure out how to reverse this? He wanted to tell her the comfortable lie, but the situation demanded truth. There won't be a cure in time. And even if there was, I don't think there's enough left of who people were to bring them back. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear. She sagged against the doorframe and the baby's crying intensified. I can't believe this is happening. 3 days ago we were so happy. The baby was coming and Tommy was so excited and everything was normal. I know, but we have to focus on keeping you and the baby alive. That's what Tommy would want. It took another 20 minutes to gather what they needed. Formula, diapers, a change of clothes for Beth, blankets for the baby. The sounds from the bathroom continued throughout. Tommy, or what had been Tommy, throwing himself against the door with rhythmic persistence. They left through the sliding glass door, Beth carrying the baby while he hauled a duffel bag of supplies. She paused at the fence gate, looking back at the house. I can't believe I'm just leaving him. You're not leaving him. You're saving your daughter. That's what matters now. The drive back toward his apartment took a different route, trying to avoid the areas he'd found most congested with infected. But the situation had deteriorated even in the hour he'd been at Tommy's house. More fires burned. More infected wandered the streets. And now there were bodies too. Clearly dead, not reanimated, just corpses left where they'd fallen when the city's infrastructure collapsed beyond the point where anyone could collect them. Beth sat in the passenger seat, holding the baby close, staring out the window at the apocalypse unfolding. Is it like this everywhere? I don't know. The news was showing other cities with similar problems, but I haven't seen anything recent. My daughter's in Seattle. She said it was bad there too. How did this happen so fast? A week ago, everything was normal. I don't think it was as fast as it seemed. Probably been spreading for a while before anyone recognized what it was. By the time they did, too late to stop it. A group of infected, 5 or 6 of them, lurched into the road ahead. He had to swerve around them, the truck bumping over a curb and across someone's lawn before getting back onto pavement. The baby screamed at the jostling. In the rearview mirror, the infected turned to follow the truck's sound, shambling after it with slow determination. His apartment complex looked worse than when he'd left. Another door broken in on the ground floor, windows shattered, someone's belongings scattered across the parking lot. He pulled as close to the entrance as possible, killed the engine. Stay close to me. If you see anyone moving strangely, anyone who looks sick or injured, we run. Don't try to help them, don't try to talk to them, just run. They made it to the 2nd floor without incident, though he could hear movement and voices from one of the damaged units. Inside his apartment, he locked and chained the door, moved a bookshelf in front of it for additional security. Not much, but better than nothing. Beth settled on the couch with the baby, who'd finally stopped crying and was making small sucking sounds. I need to feed her. He found a pot, boiled water on the gas stove, at least gas still worked, and helped prepare a bottle of formula. Beth fed the baby with the mechanical efficiency of exhausted parenthood, her eyes distant. What's her name? He asked. Emily. We named her Emily Rose. That's a good name. They sat in silence for a while, the baby making soft sounds as she ate, the world outside continuing its collapse. He turned on the TV with volume low, found a news channel still broadcasting. The anchor was different from the polished professionals who'd started the week. This one looked haggard, spoke in a monotone that suggested he'd given up on maintaining the fiction of normalcy. For those still able to receive this broadcast, the following information is current as of 2 p.m. Pacific Time. Major population centers across the western United States have been effectively overrun by infected individuals. Military and National Guard units are establishing defensive perimeters around key locations, but resources are limited and the situation continues to deteriorate. Citizens are advised to remain sheltered, conserve supplies, and avoid contact with infected individuals. The pathogen is transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily through bites or blood contact. Incubation period appears to be between 6 and 12 hours. Once symptoms begin, high fever, confusion, aggression, the progression is rapid and irreversible. There is currently no treatment. Death occurs within hours, followed by reanimation. The reanimated retain no higher brain function and are driven solely by aggressive hunger. They are attracted to sound and movement. Head trauma is the only confirmed method of permanent cessation. The anchor paused, looked directly at the camera with eyes that had seen too much. If you're watching this, you're on your own. Emergency services are no longer responding. The government has effectively collapsed at all levels. Survival is now a personal responsibility. Good luck. The broadcast cut to a test pattern, then static. Beth stared at the screen, the baby asleep now in her arms. That's it? That's all we get? Good luck? He turned off the TV. That's probably more honest than anything else they could have said. Night came again, the second night of the new world, and with it came the sounds that would become familiar. Screams in the distance, gunfire, breaking glass, the wet snarling of infected finding prey. He and Beth took turns staying awake, watching the windows, listening to the apartment complex slowly empty as residents either fled or died or turned. Around 3 in the morning, someone pounded on the door, shouting for help. A man's voice, hoarse with terror. "Please, let me in." "They're right behind me." He looked through the peephole, saw a middle-aged man in torn clothing, bleeding from a wound on his arm, looking back over his shoulder at something down the hallway. Behind him, shambling into view, came 3 infected. "Please!" the man shouted, pounding harder. Beth had woken at the noise, stood holding the baby. "We have to help him. He's bitten. Look at his arm. We can't just leave him to die. He's already dead. He just doesn't know it yet. If we let him in a few hours he'll turn and we'll all be dead." The man outside must have heard because he pressed his face against the door. "I'm not infected. It's just a scratch. Please." The infected were close now, reaching for the man with jerky, uncoordinated movements. He made a decision, pulled the bookshelf aside, opened the door just wide enough to speak through the chain. "I'm sorry. I can't help you." The man's expression went from hope to horror to rage in the span of a second. "You son of a bitch! You can't just—" One of the infected grabbed him from behind, pulling him away from the door. He screamed, fought, went down under their weight. The sounds of feeding were worse than the screams. He closed the door, slid the bookshelf back, stood there breathing hard. Behind him, Beth made a small sound of distress. "You just let them kill him." "I saved us." "That's what I did." He might not have been infected. The wound might have been from something else. And if he was infected and we let him in, what happens to Emily when he turns? What happens to you? She didn't answer, just turned away, holding the baby close. He knew he'd done the right thing, the only thing that made sense in this new reality. But knowing it didn't make it feel any less like murder. The days began to blur together, marked only by the slow passage of light and dark and the progressive emptying of his limited supplies. Day 5, Day 6, Day 7 of the apocalypse. The apartment complex fell silent except for the occasional sound of infected shambling through the hallways. The water stopped running. The gas kept working, but who knew for how long? Beth barely spoke to him after the incident with the man at the door. She cared for Emily with mechanical precision, fed her the dwindling supply of formula, changed diapers, rocked her when she cried. But her eyes held something broken, a recognition that the world had turned into a place where decent people did indecent things to survive. On day 8, he made a decision. We can't stay here. We're almost out of food, out of water, out of formula for Emily. We need to scavenge. Where? There's a grocery store about half a mile from here. Probably been looted, but maybe there's something left. And we need to try to find a more secure location. This apartment won't hold up if a large group of infected decides to come through. She looked at him for a long moment. You're talking about going out there, with them. I don't see another choice. We stay here, we starve slowly. We go out, maybe we find supplies, maybe we find somewhere safer. Maybe we die. Maybe. But at least we tried. They spent an hour preparing. He fashioned a crude weapon from a hammer and duct tape, reinforcing the handle. Beth found a heavy flashlight that could double as a club. They packed everything essential into backpacks, including what little formula remained. Emily went into a baby carrier strapped to Beth's chest, bundled in blankets to muffle any sounds she might make. The hallway outside was dark, the emergency lighting long since failed. He used the flashlight sparingly, just enough to navigate the scattered debris and avoid the worst of the dark stains on the carpet. They moved quietly, every footstep carefully placed, listening for any sound of movement. The stairwell revealed their first body, someone from the complex, identity unclear in the state of decay. Not reanimated, just dead, lying crumpled at the bottom of the stairs where they'd fallen or been thrown. The smell was overwhelming, and Beth gagged quietly behind him. They stepped around the corpse, emerged into the parking lot's gray daylight. October had turned to early November, the air carrying winter's first real bite. His breath fogged, and Emily made a small sound from her carrier before falling silent again. The street beyond the complex looked like a war zone. Cars abandoned at random angles, some burned out, others simply left when they ran out of gas or got blocked by the chaos. Bodies in various states of decay, and the infected wandering singly or in small groups, drawn by some instinct toward areas where they'd once found prey. He counted 6 of them visible from the parking lot entrance, none close enough to be an immediate threat. The grocery store was north, which meant crossing 2 major intersections and navigating through a retail area that had likely seen heavy looting in the first days of panic. They moved along the sidewalk, staying close to buildings, using parked cars for cover when needed. The infected's hearing was acute. He'd learned that from observation and the few news reports that had offered practical information, but their sight seemed less reliable. As long as you didn't make noise and didn't move too quickly, you could sometimes slip past them. The first intersection proved navigable. A cluster of infected stood near an overturned truck, making those low, moaning sounds that seemed to be their form of communication, but they were focused on something inside the truck's cargo area and didn't notice 2 people moving carefully past 100 yards away. The second intersection was worse. A pileup of vehicles blocked the direct route, and the pileup had attracted infected like flies to carrion. Maybe a dozen of them, clustering around cars where people had died trying to escape. The smell was extraordinary, a physical presence that made breathing difficult. He led Beth on a detour through a strip mall parking lot, past storefronts with shattered windows gaping like missing teeth. A cell phone store, completely gutted. A restaurant with tables and chairs scattered outside, dishes still on some of them, food long since rotted away. A women's clothing boutique where mannequins stood in the window modeling outfits no one would ever buy. They were halfway across the parking lot when Emily started to cry. Beth tried to soothe her, rocking gently, but the baby was hungry and tired and uncomfortable, and her cries echoed across the empty space. The infected responded immediately, heads turning in unison toward the sound, bodies reorienting with sudden purpose. "Run," he said, and they ran. The grocery store was still 2 blocks away, too far, and the infected were shambling toward them from 3 different directions now, drawn by Emily's continuous wailing. He grabbed Beth's arm, pulled her toward a hardware store with an intact front door. The door was locked, but the window beside it wasn't. He used the hammer to smash through, ignoring the cascade of glass, and helped Beth through before diving in himself. They landed in an aisle of plumbing supplies, pipes and fittings clattering to the floor. Outside, the infected had reached the storefront, pressing against the broken window, reaching through with arms that showed varying stages of decay. Their moaning grew louder, more insistent, joined by that terrible snarling sound. He pulled Beth deeper into the store, toward the back, hoping there was a rear exit or at least a storage area they could barricade. The hardware store was dim, skylights providing minimal illumination, and it took his eyes a moment to adjust. They found a storage room, metal shelves stocked with inventory, and a heavy door that locked from the inside. He slammed it shut, threw the bolt, stood breathing hard while Emily's cries gradually subsided as Beth finally got her to accept a pacifier. "How many were there?" Beth whispered. "At least a dozen, maybe more. Will they leave?" "I don't know. Eventually, maybe, if they don't hear anything else to attract them." They waited in the dark storage room, sitting on the cold concrete floor, listening to the sounds of infected moving through the hardware store. Things crashed as the creatures wandered aimlessly, knocking over displays, shuffling through aisles. How long would they stay? Hours? Days? He used the time to explore the storage room with the flashlight, finding things that might be useful. Zip ties, rope, duct tape, more tools. A case of bottled water that made Beth sob with relief. Work gloves, safety glasses, materials that could be fashioned into better weapons or barricades. And in a corner, behind a stack of boxes, he found something that changed everything. A display of chainsaws, still in their packaging, and beside them, several gallon containers of 2-stroke oil and gasoline meant for small engines. He stared at the chainsaws, his mill-trained mind automatically cataloging their specifications. Small consumer models, nothing like the industrial equipment he worked with, but functional. Loud, which was a problem, but effective. And he knew how to use them, knew their weight and balance, knew how to maintain them. An idea began forming, terrible in its simplicity. Beth noticed his attention. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we might not have to just run and hide anymore." "What do you mean?" He picked up one of the chainsaws, felt its weight, imagined it running, the blade spinning at thousands of RPM. At the mill, he'd seen what industrial saws could do to wood, how they reduced massive logs to boards in seconds. These consumer models were weaker, but the principle was the same, and infected bodies, for all their terrible resilience, were still just flesh and bone. "I mean, we might be able to fight back." They stayed in the storage room for the rest of that day and through the night, taking turns sleeping while the other kept watch. The sounds from the main store gradually diminished as the infected lost interest and wandered away. By morning, the hardware store was silent. He opened the storage room door cautiously, looked out into the retail space. Empty as far as he could see, though the place was trashed from the infected's passage. They'd knocked over end caps, scattered merchandise, left smears and handprints on every surface they'd touched. Moving carefully, he checked the entire store, confirmed they were alone. The broken window at the front showed the parking lot beyond, also empty for the moment. The infected had dispersed, wandering off to wherever they went when not actively pursuing prey. They spent the morning gathering supplies, loading them into shopping carts. Bottled water, energy bars from a small selection near the registers, rope, tools, work gloves, zip ties, duct tape, and the chainsaws with their fuel. He also found some basic medical supplies, first aid kits, bandages, antiseptic. Beth fed Emily using some of the water to mix formula from their dwindling supply, and for a few minutes, there was something almost normal about sitting in a hardware store, feeding a baby, discussing what they needed to survive. "We can't go back to the apartment," he said. "It's not secure enough, and we've already attracted attention there. We need somewhere more defensible." "Like where?" "I'm thinking the mill. It's outside the main city, partially fenced, built solid. Lots of raw materials, tools, equipment, and I know the layout, know what can be used for defense." "Is it safe?" "Safer than here, and it's where my skills actually matter. I've spent 11 years learning that place. I can make it work for us." They left the hardware store mid-morning, pushing 2 shopping carts loaded with supplies, moving through streets that seemed to shift between empty desolation and sudden danger without warning. The infected appeared and disappeared in patterns he couldn't predict, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, drawn by sounds or movement, or perhaps just random wandering. Twice they had to abandon the carts and hide, waiting while infected passed within feet of them, close enough to smell the decay, to hear the wet sounds of their breathing. Emily stayed mercifully quiet, as if she'd learned already that noise meant danger. The truck was where he'd left it, unmolested by the chaos. They loaded supplies into the bed, secured them with bungee cords, and Beth climbed into the cab with Emily while he took the wheel. The drive to the mill required navigation through a city that looked less like Boise and more like some post-apocalyptic film set. Fires had burned out of control, leaving entire blocks charred and smoking. Bodies lay everywhere, most just corpses, but some showing signs of reanimation, twitching feebly or crawling with broken limbs. The infected wandered in greater numbers now, congregating in areas that had once been densely populated, drawn by some instinct toward places where they'd once been human. He took back roads, avoiding downtown entirely, heading east toward the industrial area where the mill sat. Traffic was lighter out here, the suburbs giving way to warehouses and manufacturing plants, all of them silent now, machinery stilled, workers fled or dead or transformed into shambling horrors. The mill appeared ahead, its familiar silhouette bringing an unexpected rush of emotion. The long building with its corrugated metal sides, the lumber stacks in the yard, the log pond reflecting gray sky. Home in a way the apartment had never been, the place where he'd spent more hours than anywhere else for over a decade. The main gate stood open, the chain that usually secured it lying on the ground. He drove through slowly, scanning for threats. The parking lot was empty except for a few employee vehicles that had been there since the night shift incident that felt like years ago, but had been less than 2 weeks. He parked near the main entrance, killed the engine, sat listening. The mill was silent. No machinery running, no voices, just the wind moving through the lumber stacks and the distant sound of something that might have been traffic, or might have been something else entirely. "Wait here," he told Beth. "Lock the doors." "I need to check the building." The main entrance was unlocked, the door standing slightly ajar. He pushed it open with the hammer ready, stepped into the familiar dimness of the mill floor. The smell hit him immediately, sawdust and machine oil overlaid with something else, something organic and wrong. The overhead lights were out, but skylights provided enough illumination to navigate. He moved through the space slowly, checking each station, each alcove, each corner where something might hide. The break room where they'd trapped Stewart still showed signs of violence. A broken chair, dark stains on the floor, the door hanging askew on damaged hinges. He continued through the mill, checking the planer area, the maintenance shop, the storage rooms. Found 2 bodies in the bathroom, both clearly dead for days, the smell forcing him to back out quickly. but no infected, no immediate threats. The mill appeared abandoned, left behind when everything else collapsed. The office area on the second level was similarly empty, though someone had been through the supervisor's office, papers scattered, drawers pulled out, looking for something or just random destruction. Impossible to say. He returned to the truck, helped Beth and Emily inside, and spent the next hour unloading supplies and securing the main entrance. The mill's rolling doors could be chained and locked from inside, creating a defensible perimeter. The second-floor offices had windows that overlooked the yard, providing visibility in all directions. By evening, they'd established a basic camp in the supervisor's office. Not comfortable, but warmer than outside, more secure than anywhere else they'd been. He used bottled water to mix formula for Emily, and they ate energy bars while discussing the situation. "We have maybe 3 days of water," he calculated. "Less if we're not careful. Food for longer, but eventually we'll need to scavenge again." "What about the mill? Is there anything here we can use?" "Water in the pond, but it would need purifying. There's equipment in the maintenance shop, generators, tools, materials. If I can get the generators running, we'd have power. The forklift runs on propane, and I know there are spare tanks in the storage yard. So we could actually survive here. For a while, yeah. Better than trying to survive in the city." He looked out the office window at the mill yard, at the lumber stacks and equipment, seeing it all with new eyes. This place was built to process raw materials into useful products. Same principle applies now, just different raw materials, different products. That night, he took first watch while Beth and Emily slept on blankets spread on the office floor. He sat by the window, looking out at the mill yard lit by moonlight, and thought about the strange trajectory that had brought him here. A week ago, he'd been a saw operator, living a simple life defined by routine and modest ambitions. Now he was something else, something the old world had no name for. A survivor, a protector, a man learning to navigate a reality where the rules had changed completely. Movement in the yard caught his attention. 3 infected had wandered through the open gate, shambling among the lumber stacks with aimless purpose. He watched them for a while, studying their behavior. They seemed to be searching for something, moving from stack to stack, occasionally stopping to investigate shadows or respond to sounds he couldn't hear. One of them was fresh enough to be recognizable, a woman in what had been business casual, skirt and blouse now torn and stained. The other 2 showed more advanced decay, skin gray and mottled, movement more uncoordinated. But all 3 responded similarly to stimuli. All 3 showed that same relentless quality that made them so dangerous despite their physical limitations. He continued watching until they wandered back out through the gate, disappearing into the darkness beyond the mill's fence line. The yard returned to silence, and he sat thinking about what came next. Survival required more than just hiding. It required planning, preparation, the accumulation of resources and knowledge. The mill offered both. Raw materials that could be fashioned into barriers, weapons, tools, space to work, to build, to create solutions to problems he was only beginning to understand. And he had skills the apocalypse had made suddenly valuable. He knew saws, knew cutting, knew how to reduce large problems into manageable pieces. The chainsaws from the hardware store were waiting downstairs, and with them came possibilities that felt both terrible and necessary. The night passed slowly, marked by distant sounds, screams, gunfire, the low moaning of infected calling to each other across the ruined city. When dawn came, gray and cold, he woke Beth and they ate a sparse breakfast while discussing plans. "I need to secure the perimeter," he said. "Close the gate, check the fence line, make sure we know all the access points. Then I need to see if I can get the generators running. What should I do? Stay here with Emily. Keep watch. If you see anything moving in the yard, let me know immediately." He spent the morning working methodically through the mill, using his intimate knowledge of the facility to identify strengths and weaknesses in their security. The main gate could be chained from the inside, secured with a padlock from the maintenance shop. The fence was chain link, 8 feet high, topped with barbed wire. Good, but not perfect. Several places where the fence had been damaged or where determined infected might push through. He reinforced weak points using materials from the lumber stacks, boards and 2x4s wired to the fence, creating additional barriers. Not perfect, but better. The work felt good, purposeful, using his hands to solve problems in the physical world rather than just reacting to crisis. The generators in the maintenance shop were diesel-powered, industrial grade, designed to keep critical systems running during power outages. He checked fuel levels, found the tank still mostly full. The mill's diesel storage was across the yard, thousands of gallons meant to fuel vehicles and equipment, enough to keep generators running for months if used carefully. He spent an hour going through the startup procedure, checking connections, priming fuel lines, the technical work familiar from years of maintaining equipment. When the first generator coughed to life with a diesel rumble, the sound felt like victory. Beth appeared in the maintenance shop doorway, Emily in the carrier against her chest. "You got it working." "First one, yeah. Need to test the electrical distribution, see what systems still function, but we should have power now for lights, tools, whatever we need." "That's amazing." He shrugged, uncomfortable with praise for just doing what he knew how to do. "It's basic maintenance. The hard part will be keeping everything running long term." But it wasn't just about generators. Over the next few days, he worked to transform the mill from a lumber processing facility into something closer to a fortress. He used the forklift to move lumber stacks into position, creating additional barriers and maze-like paths that would slow any infected that made it through the fence. He set up a workshop in the maintenance area, organizing tools and materials for easy access. The chainsaws got tested and tuned, filled with fresh fuel mix, chains sharpened to perfect edges. He practiced starting them, running them, getting used to their weight and balance. Different from the massive industrial saws he was used to, but the principles were the same. Respect the blade, maintain control, understand the physics of cutting. Beth established living quarters in the second-floor offices, using blankets and scavenged furniture to create a space that was almost comfortable. She rationed formula carefully, making what they had last as long as possible, knowing they'd eventually need to find more or find an alternative. Days blurred together. Work, watch shifts, sparse meals, occasional frightening moments when infected appeared at the fence. Day 10 became day 15 became day 20. The weather turned colder, November asserting itself with frost and occasional snow flurries. The mill's metal building held heat poorly, but the generators allowed them to run space heaters in the office area, creating a warm core to retreat to during the worst of the cold. They developed routines, the kind of patterns that made survival feel less like constant crisis and more like a new, harsh form of normal. He worked on the mill's defenses and infrastructure during daylight. Beth managed their supplies and took care of Emily, who somehow continued to grow and develop normally despite being raised in an apocalypse. They took watches at night, trading off every few hours, sleeping in shifts because the darkness brought increased danger. The infected seemed to be concentrating in the city, drawn by some instinct toward population centers, even after the populations themselves had been consumed or fled. But stragglers wandered out to the mill area occasionally, shambling through the industrial parks, investigating buildings with that persistent, mindless searching. On day 21, a group of 6 infected appeared at the mill's gate, drawn perhaps by the sound of the generators or just random wandering. They pressed against the chain link, reaching through, moaning that low sound that carried across the yard. He watched them from the second-floor window, studying their behavior. They'd come at dawn, which was unusual. Infected seemed to be more active at night, and they showed unusual persistence, staying at the gate even when there was no obvious stimulus to attract them. "What are they doing?" Beth asked, standing beside him with Emily asleep in her arms. "I don't know. Usually they wander off if there's nothing to keep their attention, but these seem different." He continued watching as morning light strengthened, revealing details about the infected group. 2 were relatively fresh, still recognizable as the humans they'd been. 4 showed more advanced decay, skin sloughing away to reveal muscle and bone beneath, movements increasingly uncoordinated. But all 6 stayed at the gate, hands gripping the chain link, swaying slightly, moaning. "I'm going to check something," he said, and headed downstairs. He approached the gate cautiously, staying well back from the fence line, watching the infected's reaction. They noticed him immediately, their moaning intensifying, their movements becoming more agitated. Reaching through the fence toward him even though he was yards away, well out of reach. He picked up a rock, threw it to the left of the gate. The sound of it hitting the pavement drew the infected's attention briefly, but they quickly refocused on him. Direct visual contact seemed to matter more than ambient sound. Or perhaps they'd learned somehow that humans were more valuable prey than random noises. He retreated to the mill, thinking about the implications. The infected were evolving, or at least their behavior was changing as time passed. Learning, after a fashion, or perhaps just following instincts that became clearer as the initial chaos of infections settled into new patterns. Either way, it meant the rules were still being written, and survival would require constant adaptation. The 6 infected stayed at the gate all day, a persistent reminder that the mill wasn't as isolated as he'd hoped. By evening, he'd made a decision. Waiting for threats to go away wasn't a viable long-term strategy. At some point, he'd need to actively clear the area around the mill, eliminate threats before they could accumulate into overwhelming numbers. The chainsaws sat in the maintenance shop, fueled and ready. He'd been avoiding the moment when he'd actually have to use them against living, or formerly living, targets. But avoidance was a luxury that belonged to the old world. "I'm going out there," he told Beth that evening. "I'm going to clear those infected from the gate." She looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "You mean, kill them?" "They're already dead. I'm just making it permanent." "Are you sure you can do it?" "It's not like cutting wood." "No, but I've been watching them for 3 weeks now. I know how they move, how they react. And I can't let them just stay there, drawing more of them, creating a concentration of infected right at our front gate." He spent an hour preparing, suiting up in layers of protective clothing. Heavy work pants, steel-toed boots, thick jacket, gloves, safety goggles. Not perfect protection against bites, but better than nothing. He selected one of the chainsaws, the largest of the consumer models, and filled it with fresh fuel mix. Beth walked him to the main floor. "Please be careful." "I will. If it goes wrong, if I draw too many of them, I'll retreat back inside. You stay up in the office with Emily. Stay away from the windows." "Okay." The chainsaw felt heavy in his hands as he approached the gate. Outside, the 6 infected still maintained their vigil, though they'd become less active as night fell, swaying in place rather than actively reaching and grasping. The November darkness was nearly complete, but he'd positioned floodlights around the gate area, running off the generator, creating a pool of harsh illumination. He unchained the gate, opened it just wide enough to slip through, then closed it behind him. The infected reacted immediately to his presence, lurching toward him with renewed energy, moans rising in volume and intensity. He pulled the chainsaw's starter cord, and the motor caught on the second pull, roaring to life with a sound that shattered the night's relative quiet. The infected seemed to pause momentarily at the noise, confused perhaps by this new stimulus, then continued their advance. The first one reached him, a man in the remnants of a security guard uniform, arms outstretched, mouth open in hunger. He'd been dead long enough that his skin had taken on a gray-green pallor, and the smell coming off him was almost overwhelming even through the cold air. He raised the chainsaw, hesitated for just a fraction of a second. This had been a person, someone with a life and family and dreams. Then pushed the thought away and brought the spinning blade up into contact with the infected's reaching arm. The effect was immediate and horrific. The chainsaw bit through flesh and bone with almost no resistance, severing the arm at the elbow, sending the separated limb tumbling to the pavement, while black, congealed blood sprayed in an arc. The infected didn't seem to notice, kept coming, reaching now with only one functioning arm. He repositioned, aimed higher, and swung the chainsaw horizontally at neck level. The blade caught the infected under the jaw, chewed through tissue and spine, and the head separated from the body in a fountain of gore. The body collapsed, truly dead now, while the head rolled away, jaw still working reflexively. The remaining 5 infected were on him now, and there was no time for thought, only action. He moved continuously, keeping them from surrounding him, using the chainsaw's reach to maintain distance. The blade cut through them with terrible efficiency, reducing animated corpses to twitching parts, painting the pavement with dark fluid that steamed in the cold air. One of them got close, reaching for him, hands almost touching his jacket before he managed to bring the chainsaw around and drive it down through the top of the skull. The blade penetrated brain tissue and stuck for a moment, the chainsaw's motor bogging down, before he wrenched it free and the infected collapsed. The entire encounter lasted maybe 2 minutes, though it felt longer. When it ended, 6 bodies lay in pieces around the gate, and he stood breathing hard, covered in splattered gore, the chainsaw still running in his hands, blade dripping. Beth's voice came from the office window above. "Are you okay?" He looked down at himself, at the blood and tissue staining his clothes, at the carnage spread around the gate. "Yeah, I'm okay," but he didn't feel okay. He felt sick and shaky and profoundly disturbed by how effective the chainsaw had been, how easily it had reduced what had once been people into components and parts. The saw operator in him recognized the efficiency, the clean cuts, the optimal blade angle for maximum effect. The human part recoiled from what he'd just done. He cleaned the chainsaw carefully, using rags and solvent from the maintenance shop, removing every trace of biological material from the blade and housing. The protective clothing went into a pile to be burned later. No way to adequately clean it, too much risk of contamination. He scrubbed himself in cold water from the mill's emergency supply, washing away blood and worse, trying not to think about where it had come from. That night, he lay awake while Beth slept, replaying the encounter over and over. The resistance, or lack of it, when the blade hit flesh. The sound, different from cutting wood, wetter somehow. The way the infected had kept coming even as he dismembered them, driven by hunger that didn't recognize its own destruction. He'd crossed a line, moved from survivor to something else. Not quite predator, but no longer simply prey. Someone who could look at a formerly human threat and reduce it to a tactical problem to be solved with the right tools and technique. The realization should have bothered him more than it did. Instead, he felt mostly numb, wrapped in a strange calm that came from knowing he could protect this space, could keep Beth and Emily safe using skills that had seemed mundane a month ago. The next morning brought evidence that the noise from the previous night had attracted attention. More infected had gathered outside the fence, maybe 20 of them, clustering near the gate where the scent of blood and death marked the pavement. They swayed and moaned, reaching toward the mill, drawn by some combination of smell and memory and blind hunger. He watched them from the window, counting, assessing. Too many to engage directly the way he had last night. But they couldn't stay there either, a constant threat and a beacon drawing more infected to the location. "We need to thin them out," he said to Beth. but smarter this time. Draw them away in small groups, deal with them separately. They spent the day developing tactics, using the mill's resources to create solutions. He fashioned noisemakers from scrap metal and string, simple devices that could be thrown to draw infected attention. Beth found an old air horn in the maintenance shop, the kind used for safety drills, loud enough to be heard across the entire yard. At dusk, he implemented the plan. Positioned at the far corner of the fence line, he triggered the air horn, a blast of sound that echoed across the industrial area. The infected at the gate reacted immediately, turning toward the noise, beginning their shambling migration toward the sound source. He waited until about half of them had moved far enough from the gate, then circled around using paths through the lumber stacks, approached the remaining infected from behind. The chainsaw made quick work of them, the process becoming grimly routine. Approach from the rear, target the head or neck, keep moving to avoid being surrounded. When that group was down, he repositioned and used the air horn again, drawing more infected to a different location. Throughout the evening, he worked systematically, reducing the concentration outside the mill one small group at a time. By midnight, 37 infected lay in pieces around the mill's perimeter, and the immediate area was clear. The work was exhausting, both physically and mentally. But it proved a concept. The mill could be defended, the area around it could be made safer through active measures rather than passive hiding. The infected were dangerous in groups but manageable in small numbers if you had the right tools and knew how to use them. Over the following week, he established a routine of clearing operations, moving outward from the mill in expanding circles, eliminating infected as he found them. The work became almost mechanical, the initial horror fading into practiced efficiency. He learned the nuances of chainsaw combat, optimal angles, how to manage fuel and blade maintenance, when to engage and when to retreat. Beth helped by watching from the office, tracking his movements, using the air horn to draw infected away from him when necessary. They developed a system of signals, a vocabulary of sounds and gestures that allowed coordination without words. Emily grew and changed through it all, somehow maintaining the normal rhythms of infant development despite the abnormal world she'd been born into. By day 30, the mill had become genuinely defensible, the surrounding area largely cleared, the fence line reinforced with additional barriers. They'd scavenged from nearby businesses, finding food and supplies in abandoned warehouses, always working carefully, always planning escape routes, always aware that one mistake could be fatal. And then, on day 32, everything changed when other survivors arrived. He was working on the fence near the south corner when he heard the sound of an engine, the first motor vehicle he'd encountered in over 2 weeks. He looked up to see a pickup truck approaching on the access road, moving slowly, cautiously, 3 people visible in the cab. The truck stopped about 50 yards from the mill's gate. Nobody got out immediately, just sat there, presumably assessing the situation. He walked to the gate, keeping the chainsaw visible but not threatening, and waited. Finally, the driver's door opened, and a man emerged. Late 40s, wearing hunting camouflage, carrying a rifle slung over his shoulder. He raised a hand in greeting but didn't approach closer. "This your place?" the man called out. "I work here." Worked here, before everything went to hell. You alone? No point in lying when the truth would be obvious eventually. No. There's 2 others inside, a woman and a baby. The man considered this, spoke briefly to the people in the truck, then took a few steps closer. "We're looking for somewhere safe to hole up. We've been moving from place to place, but everywhere we go is either overrun or already occupied by people who shoot first. Where are you coming from?" "Started in Nampa. Tried a few different locations around Meridian and Eagle. It's all bad out there. The infected are everywhere, and the people who are left are..." He trailed off, shrugged. "Desperate. Dangerous. What do you want?" "We're not looking for trouble. Just somewhere to catch our breath, maybe trade information or supplies. We can keep moving if this is a problem." He studied the three people, the man, a younger woman visible through the truck's windshield, and someone else in the back seat. They looked tired, worn down, the kind of exhaustion that came from weeks of running and fear. Common sense said to send them away, maintain security through isolation. But another part of him recognized that pure isolation was its own kind of death sentence. Information had value, trading had value, and there was something fundamentally human about the need for connection, even in, or especially in, times of crisis. "You can come in," he said finally, "but we need to establish some rules first." The conversation that followed covered practical matters. Weapons would stay visible but holstered or shouldered unless there was clear threat. Any sign of infection meant immediate isolation. Stealing from the mill's supplies meant immediate expulsion. Violence against anyone in the mill meant lethal response. The three survivors agreed readily enough, and he opened the gate to allow them to drive in. They parked in the yard, emerged from the truck, looking around with the wary assessment of people who'd learned not to trust safety at face value. The driver was Tom, a contractor who'd been working a job in Nampa when the outbreak hit. The younger woman was his daughter Renee, 22, who'd been in her senior year at Boise State. The third person, who emerged last from the truck's back seat, was Carlos, one of Tom's former employees, Mexican immigrant with limited English but apparently significant survival skills. They gathered in the mill's break room, using folding chairs and drinking from bottled water while trading stories of the past month. Tom and Renee had survived the initial chaos in Nampa by hiding in a construction site, living off supplies from a locked job trailer. Carlos had found them a week later, fleeing from a group of infected that had overrun the apartment complex where he'd been staying. "How many people have you encountered?" he asked. Tom frowned, thinking, "Living people? Maybe 20, 30 in total. Most of them were hostile or so scared they wouldn't interact. We tried joining up with a group that had taken over a grocery store warehouse in Meridian, but they had this whole hierarchy thing going, and if you weren't part of their original group, you were basically slave labor. We left after 3 days. What about government? Military? Anyone trying to organize a response? Haven't seen anything like that in weeks." The National Guard was trying at first, setting up checkpoints and safe zones, but they got overwhelmed. Last we heard, they'd retreated to Mountain Home Air Force Base, but that was over a week ago, and we have no idea if it's even true. Renee spoke up, her voice quiet but steady. "We've been monitoring radio frequencies, CB, HAM, whatever we can pick up. Lots of silence, but occasionally someone broadcasting. Mostly people looking for family members or warning about dangerous areas. Nothing that sounds like organized government." Carlos added something in Spanish, and Tom translated. He says the infected are changing. Getting slower as they decay, but also more persistent, like they're learning patterns. He nodded. "I've noticed that too. The fresh ones are more dangerous, faster, more coordinated. But even the ones that are falling apart keep coming." They talked for over an hour, sharing information about safe routes and dangerous zones, about where supplies might still be found, about the behavior patterns they'd observed in the infected. It was the most conversation he'd had with anyone except Beth in weeks, and the exchange of information felt valuable beyond the specific content. When Beth appeared with Emily, Renee's expression softened in a way that spoke to how rare it was to see an infant in this new world. "How old is she?" "About a month. She was born the day after everything went bad at the hospital. A month old and she's survived all this?" Renee shook her head in amazement. "That's incredible." The three newcomers stayed for 2 days, helping with work around the mill in exchange for food and shelter. Tom's construction background proved useful for reinforcing barriers, and Carlos seemed to have an instinctive understanding of defensive positions and fields of fire. Renee helped Beth organize their supply inventory and shared what she'd learned about rationing and food preservation. On the evening of the second day, sitting around a propane heater in the office area while Emily slept and the November cold pressed against the windows, Tom brought up the subject they'd all been dancing around. We should think about forming something more permanent, not just random survivors hiding in different places, but an actual community. Pool resources, share labor, provide security in numbers. Communities require trust, he said. That's in short supply right now. I know. But think about what we've accomplished in just 2 days working together. Imagine what could be done with 10 people, 20 people. We could clear and secure entire blocks, set up real farming and water purification, create something that could actually last. He wanted to believe it was possible. The alternative? Small, isolated groups slowly consuming their finite supplies until starvation or infection killed them, felt like delayed suicide. But he'd also seen what desperation did to people, how quickly civilization's veneer cracked under pressure. Maybe, he said finally, but it would have to be done carefully. Background checks on anyone who joins, quarantine periods, clear rules about resource sharing and conflict resolution? Agreed. We'd need to start small, prove the concept, build trust gradually. They talked into the night, sketching out ideas that felt both hopeful and naive. Could people really rebuild in the shadow of apocalypse? Could trust be established when survival made everyone potentially dangerous? Could they create something worth preserving even as the old world finished dying around them? He didn't have answers, but for the first time since this all began, he felt the possibility of a future that extended beyond just tomorrow's survival. Tom, Renee, and Carlos left the next morning, heading toward an industrial area near Cuna, where they'd heard rumors of other survivors gathering. They promised to return with anyone who seemed trustworthy, to start building the community they'd discussed. Whether they'd succeed or even survive the journey was unknown, but the attempt itself felt important. After they left, he and Beth stood in the mill yard, watching their truck disappear down the access road. "Do you think they'll come back?" Beth asked. "I don't know. I hope so." "What if they do, but they bring trouble instead of help?" "Then we deal with it. Same as we've dealt with everything else." Emily made a small sound from her carrier, and Beth adjusted her blanket, the automatic gesture of motherhood that continued regardless of apocalypse. "I keep wondering what kind of world she's going to grow up in. If she'll even remember that there was something before this." He thought about his daughter in Seattle, about the last conversation they'd had before cell service became too unreliable for calls. She'd sounded scared but determined, said she'd found a group of students who were holing up in one of the university's more secure buildings. He had no way of knowing if she was still alive, still safe, still fighting to survive. The not knowing was its own special torture. "We make the world better for her," he said. "That's all we can do. One day at a time, one decision at a time, we build something worth her growing up in." The days continued their march toward winter. He cleared more of the surrounding area, expanding the safe zone around the mill. Beth worked on improving their living conditions, finding ways to make the cold metal building more livable. Emily grew, achieving small developmental milestones that Beth recorded in a notebook, as if normalcy could be preserved through documentation. Tom's group returned on day 37, bringing with them 4 additional survivors: an elderly couple who'd been living in their farmhouse on the edge of town, a young man barely out of his teens who'd survived alone in a sporting goods store, and a woman in her 30s who'd been a teacher before everything collapsed. Together, the group numbered 10 adults and 1 infant. They gathered in the mill's largest open area and discussed how to move forward. Tom advocated for his original vision of a cooperative community. The elderly couple, their names were Richard and Patricia, wanted clear leadership and structure. The young man, who introduced himself as Danny, just seemed grateful to be around other people again. The former teacher, whose name was Nicole, asked practical questions about food supplies and medical resources. Out of that conversation came the beginnings of actual organization. They divided responsibilities based on skills. He would handle security and perimeter defense, given his demonstrated success at clearing infected. Tom would manage construction and fortification. Richard, who'd been a farmer, would work on developing food production capabilities. Patricia, a retired nurse, would handle medical needs. Nicole would organize education and record keeping, making sure knowledge was preserved and shared. Renee and Beth would coordinate supplies and rationing. Carlos and Danny would handle maintenance and manual labor. It wasn't perfect, and there were immediate disagreements about priorities and resource allocation. But it was structure, a framework for cooperation that felt like the first real step towards something resembling stability. The biggest challenge was housing. The mill hadn't been designed for long-term human habitation, and winterizing the space for 10 adults and a baby required creativity and hard work. They sectioned off areas using lumber and tarps, creating individual sleeping spaces that offered at least minimal privacy. The generators ran heaters in the communal areas, though fuel conservation meant keeping temperatures just warm enough to prevent freezing rather than actually comfortable. Food became the critical concern. Their combined supplies would last maybe 3 weeks with careful rationing. After that, they'd need to produce food or find significant new caches of canned and preserved goods. Richard started drawing up plans for indoor growing beds, using the mill's height and artificial lighting to create a greenhouse effect. It would take time to produce anything edible, but it was a start. Water came from the log pond, filtered and purified using equipment scavenged from nearby businesses. The process was labor-intensive and produced limited quantities, but it worked, giving them independence from the city's failed infrastructure. Security required constant vigilance. They established a rotation of watches, always 2 people on duty, monitoring the fence line and surrounding area. The infected continued to appear in 1s and 2s, drawn by the sounds of habitation or just random wandering. Each one was dealt with quickly, usually by him with the chainsaw, sometimes by Tom or Carlos, using improvised melee weapons. On day 43, the first real crisis hit. He was on watch with Danny, monitoring from the second-floor office, when they spotted a large group approaching from the east. Not infected, people, living humans, maybe 20 of them, moving with purpose toward the mill. "We've got company," he called out, and the mill came alive with urgent activity. People grabbed weapons, mostly improvised, tools and clubs, and a few firearms with limited ammunition, and took up defensive positions. The group stopped about 100 yards from the gate. Their leader, a large man with a beard and tactical vest, stepped forward, hands empty but posture aggressive. "We know you got supplies in there," the man shouted. "We've been watching you for days. You're going to share, or we're going to take what we need." He stepped into view, making himself a visible target but also establishing that they weren't afraid. "We don't have enough to share. We're barely surviving ourselves." "Bullshit. We've seen you bringing in supplies, seen the smoke from your heaters. You're living comfortable while people out here are starving." "We're not comfortable. We're alive, which is different. And we worked for what we have. If you want to join our community, we can talk about that. But we're not just handing over supplies to people who show up making threats." The bearded man laughed, not a pleasant sound. "Community? You think this is some kind of feel-good disaster movie where everyone cooperates? This is survival of the fittest, and right now you're outnumbered 2 to 1. Tom appeared beside him, rifle raised but not yet aimed. "You come through that gate, people are going to die." "Maybe some of us, definitely some of you. Is whatever we have worth that cost?" The standoff lasted for several long minutes, tension crackling like electricity. The bearded man's group spread out, clearly positioning for an assault. Inside the mill, everyone waited with weapons ready, knowing that what happened in the next few minutes could determine whether their fragile community survived or died. Then Patricia did something unexpected. She walked out of the mill toward the gate, moving slowly, hands visible and empty, stopping at the fence to address the bearded man directly. "I'm a nurse," she said, her voice carrying clearly in the cold air. "I've been watching your people. At least 3 of them are showing signs of infection. Early stages, probably don't even realize it yet. But in a few hours, they're going to turn. And when they do, they're going to attack whoever's nearest. If you leave now and quarantine anyone showing symptoms, you might save some of your group. If you start a fight here, you're going to be dealing with infected in your midst while we're shooting at you from behind cover." The bearded man looked uncertain for the first time, glanced back at his group. Several of them did look sick, pale and sweating, despite the cold. One was leaning heavily on another, barely able to stand. "She's lying," someone in his group said, "trying to scare us off." Patricia shrugged. "Believe what you want. But watch for these symptoms: sudden high fever, confusion, increased aggression. Once they start, you have maybe 6 hours before death and reanimation. Your choice whether to take the warning seriously." The bearded man stared at her for another long moment, then at his people, then back at the mill. Whatever calculation he was running came down on the side of caution. "This isn't over," he said, but it sounded like a face-saving gesture rather than a real threat. His group withdrew, moving back toward the industrial park they'd come from. He watched them go, noting that Patricia had been right. Several of them were clearly struggling to keep up, exhibiting the early signs of infection that had become grimly familiar. "That was either brilliant or suicidal," he told Patricia after the threat had passed. She smiled thinly. "Little of both. But I've seen enough in the past month to recognize early-stage infection. They'll be dead by tomorrow, and if that group doesn't handle it properly, they'll tear themselves apart from within." The incident reinforced a harsh truth. In this new world, other survivors could be as dangerous as the infected. Desperation drove people to violence, and the thin veneer of civilization had cracked to reveal something uglier underneath. They doubled security after that, always maintaining 3 people on watch instead of 2, and started work on more substantial fortifications. Tom designed a double fence system, creating a kill zone between 2 perimeters where any attackers would be exposed and vulnerable. Richard and Carlos built elevated platforms at the corners of the mill, providing better sight lines and defensive positions. The work consumed days, everyone contributing labor and ideas, the community coming together through shared purpose and shared fear. Danny proved surprisingly capable at engineering solutions to practical problems. Nicole documented everything in careful detail, creating records of what they built and why, preserving knowledge for a future that might need it. Emily continued to grow, and Beth struggled to maintain adequate nutrition as formula supplies dwindled to nothing. Richard suggested goat milk as an alternative, goats being hardy animals that might still survive in the rural areas outside the city, and Danny volunteered to lead a scavenging expedition to find some. The expedition left on day 48. Danny, Carlos, and Renee, taking one of the trucks and armed with improvised weapons and one of the precious few firearms they had. They planned to search farms in the Kuna area, places that might have been isolated enough to escape the worst of the infection. They didn't return that night or the next day. By the 3rd day, everyone feared the worst. Then, on the evening of day 50, the truck appeared at the gate, moving slowly, one headlight broken and the hood dented. Carlos was driving, his face grim. Renee sat beside him, holding a blanket-wrapped bundle. Danny was nowhere to be seen. They'd found goats at a farm 15 miles southeast. Patricia tending 2 adult females and 3 kids that had somehow survived in a secured barn. But the farm had also held infected, a whole family who'd turned and been trapped inside their house, emerging when the group started loading goats. Danny had been caught trying to get back to the truck. They'd seen him go down under 3 infected, heard his screams, watched him being literally torn apart. Carlos and Renee had barely escaped, had driven away with Danny's death screams still echoing. The goats were a success, practical animals that could produce milk and eventually meat. But the cost, Danny's life, his youth and potential snuffed out in horrible violence, weighed heavily on everyone. They'd all known death could come at any moment, but knowing and experiencing were different things. They held a brief memorial service, Nicole speaking words about loss and sacrifice while the group stood in a circle around a small fire. No body to bury, no remains to honor. Just memories and the knowledge that their numbers had dropped from 10 to 9. The deaths continued, slower now but relentless. Richard suffered a heart attack on day 54, dying quickly despite Patricia's desperate attempts at CPR. They buried him in the mill yard, marking the grave with a simple wooden cross that Tom fashioned from scrap lumber. Patricia grieved quietly, her loss written in the lines that deepened around her eyes. Winter came in earnest, snow falling in thick blankets that transformed the industrial landscape into something almost beautiful. The mill's metal building groaned under the weight, and they had to clear the roof regularly to prevent collapse. The infected seemed to slow in the cold, their movements becoming more sluggish as decay progressed, and low temperatures affected their already marginal coordination. Food remained the constant challenge. The indoor growing beds produced limited quantities of leafy greens and fast-growing vegetables, supplementing but not replacing the need for canned goods and preserved foods. Scavenging expeditions became increasingly necessary and increasingly dangerous as the nearby areas were picked clean and they had to venture farther from the mill. On one such expedition, day 62, he and Tom discovered a group of survivors living in a church in Eagle. 23 people, including 8 children, who'd managed to establish a relatively secure compound using the church's stone construction and surrounding wall. They had food stockpiles and a working well, but they lacked fuel and mechanical skills. The 2 groups negotiated a trade, fuel and maintenance work in exchange for food and medical supplies. It was the beginning of what Nicole called post-apocalyptic commerce, the reconstruction of economic relationships based on barter and practical value rather than currency. Other groups emerged from hiding as winter progressed, drawn by the occasional radio broadcasts Renee had started making, advertising the mill as a trading post. Some groups were genuinely looking to trade and cooperate. Others were scouting for targets, sizing up the mill's defenses, trying to determine if raiding would be worth the cost. He became adept at reading intentions, at distinguishing between desperate people looking for help and predators looking for prey. The chainsaw stayed close at hand, and he'd stopped counting how many infected he'd cut down. The number was in the hundreds now, maybe more. Each one had been a person once, but thinking about that made the work impossible, so he'd learned to see them as he saw logs at the mill, raw material to be processed, threats to be neutralized, problems to be solved with the right tools and technique. Beth noticed the change in him, the way he'd become quieter, more withdrawn. "You're different now," she said one night while they sat watching Emily sleep. "Harder. World's different. We adapt or die." "I know, but I worry about what we're losing in the process, what Emily's going to think of as normal." He didn't have an answer for that. Emily would grow up in this new world, would never know the before times except as stories. Her normal would be fortified compounds and scavenging runs, and the constant threat of infection and violence. Whether that was better or worse than growing up in the old world's comfortable illusions was a question without meaning. This was the reality now, and they had to work within it. Day 70 brought the first real warmth of early spring, snow melting to reveal the carnage of winter. Bodies everywhere, infected that had frozen and died permanent deaths, their forms slowly decomposing in the wet cold. The smell was indescribable, a miasma of rot that hung over everything, forcing them to wear masks soaked in whatever scented oils they could find. They organized cleanup crews, burning infected corpses in massive pyres, using diesel fuel and scrap wood to ensure complete cremation. The fires burned for days, pillars of black smoke rising into the gray sky, marking their location for anyone within miles. The smoke attracted attention, both welcome and unwelcome. More survivors showed up at the mill, some looking to trade, others looking to join, a few just passing through with information or warnings. The network of survivor communities was expanding, tendrils of connection reaching across the ruined landscape, finding each other in the wasteland. They learned of a large community forming in the mountains near Idaho City, hundreds of people who'd fled the city early and established something approaching actual governance. Learned of the complete collapse of Seattle and Portland, those cities now essentially dead zones where infected outnumbered survivors thousands to one. Learned that his daughter's last known location, the university building where she'd sheltered, had been overrun in January. He grieved privately, letting himself feel the loss for one night before locking it away with all the other trauma that couldn't be processed, without risking the total breakdown that meant death. She'd been 23, bright and capable, with her whole life ahead of her. Now she was probably dead, or worse, shambling through Seattle streets as one of the infected. He'd never know which, and that uncertainty would haunt him for whatever remained of his life. The mill community stabilized at 12 adults through the spring. The original group, minus those who'd died, plus new arrivals who'd proven trustworthy enough to accept. They formalized rules, established governance through consensus, created systems for resource management and conflict resolution. It wasn't democracy exactly, more like organized survival with democratic elements, but it worked well enough to keep people alive and mostly cooperative. The infected became less of a direct threat as their numbers thinned, and decay made them increasingly immobile. But they never fully disappeared, and complacency killed. Tom died on day 98, when an infected he thought was too decomposed to be dangerous suddenly lurched upright and bit him. They had to put him down themselves, Renee doing it with tears streaming down her face, a bullet through her father's reanimated skull. The losses accumulated like compound interest, each one taking a piece of the community's resilience, each one requiring the survivors to dig deeper into reserves of strength they hadn't known they possessed. But they endured, adapted, continued the daily work of staying alive and building something that might last. By day 100, the world had settled into a new configuration. The infected were a manageable threat if you were smart and careful. Other survivor communities dotted the landscape, some hostile, some neutral, a few actively cooperative. The mill had become a legitimate trading post, a place where survivors could exchange goods and information, where some semblance of commerce and community persisted against the odds. He stood in the mill yard one morning, watching the sun rise over the fence line he'd defended for over 3 months, and tried to remember the person he'd been before all this. The saw operator who'd shown up for work expecting another ordinary day. That person felt impossibly distant, like a character from someone else's story. This person, the one who'd learned to kill efficiently with a chainsaw, who'd watched friends die and kept moving, who'd built community out of desperation and willpower, was who he was now. The transformation had cost pieces of his humanity he'd never get back, had required accepting things about himself and the world that the before times version would have rejected as impossible. But Emily was alive, growing strong on goat milk and the vegetables they'd learned to cultivate. Beth had survived when so many hadn't. The community they'd built was fragile but real, a genuine attempt to preserve something worth preserving in the face of civilization's collapse. The sunrise painted the sky in shades of orange and red, beautiful despite everything, and he stood watching it for a moment before heading back inside to start another day of survival. There would be work to do. Always work. Defenses to maintain, supplies to manage, infected to clear, trade relationships to nurture. The endless labor of staying alive and building a future worth living toward. The apocalypse had taught him that survival wasn't about grand gestures or heroic sacrifices. It was about showing up every day and doing the next necessary thing, solving the next immediate problem, making the next hard choice. It was about accepting loss without letting it destroy you, about finding reasons to continue when continuing seemed impossible. He'd learned to be what the world required, harder than he'd been, more capable, less burdened by the moral complexities that belonged to a more forgiving time. Whether that made him better or worse than the person he'd been before, he couldn't say. Better equipped for this reality, certainly. More adapted to the new rules. And somewhere in that adaptation, in the accumulation of small choices and necessary violences, he'd become someone who could look at the apocalypse and see not just horror, but possibility. The possibility of building something new from the ruins. The possibility of communities that valued practical skill over credentials, cooperation over competition. The possibility of a future where Emily might grow up safe, surrounded by people who'd learned the hard way what actually mattered. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist, revealing another day in the new world. He walked back toward the mill, toward the community waiting inside, toward whatever challenges today would bring, surviving, adapting, enduring, building something worth the terrible cost of its foundation. That was the story now, and he was still writing it, one difficult day at a time. Now let's move on to the next story. The morning shift started at 6:30, same as always. The employee entrance behind Fantasyland smelled like trash from the overnight cruise, mixed with the chlorine scent drifting from the pool where the water acrobats practiced. Jessica swiped her badge through the reader, the familiar beep confirming her punch-in, and headed down the concrete corridor toward the costume department. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting that institutional glow that made everything look slightly unreal, even after 3 years of working here. She'd been a parade performer since graduating with a useless theater degree and mounting student debt. The job wasn't Broadway, but it paid rent and insurance. Most days she danced in the afternoon parade, wearing a 20-pound costume decorated with sequins and foam flowers, waving at children while speakers blasted the same 6 songs on repeat. Her feet had calluses in specific patterns from the character shoes. Her shoulders had permanent indentations from costume straps. She knew every crack in the parade route pavement, every spot where the surface dipped enough to turn an ankle if you weren't careful. The costume room bustled with early arrivals. Rachel, who played the princess in the second float unit, stood at her locker peeling off street clothes. "You see the group chat last night?" she asked. Jessica shook her head, pulling her phone from her bag. 17 messages, mostly from dancers comparing symptoms. Fever, chills, nausea. 4 people had called out sick for today's parade. "That flu's really going around," Rachel continued, tugging on her base layer. "My roommate works guest services. She said they had to call extra medical staff yesterday. People passing out in the heat, vomiting in the bathrooms. Summer virus, probably." "Great," Jessica muttered. Fewer performers meant position adjustments. She'd probably get moved from her usual spot to cover gaps. The parade master hated uneven spacing. She changed quickly, pulling on the moisture-wicking underlayers that kept the costume from becoming a sweat-soaked hell. The lockers clanged around her, a percussion of metal doors and combination locks. Someone's phone played pop music. Normal sounds, normal morning. In the rehearsal space behind the parade warehouse, the choreographer ran through formation changes. Jessica watched her reflection in the mirror-paneled walls, adjusting her posture. Dance training had given her body awareness that went beyond knowing the steps. She could feel when her hip alignment was off by centimeters, sense the exact moment her weight distribution shifted wrong. These technical skills, this physical literacy, felt important in ways she couldn't quite articulate. "Positions for the wave sequence," the choreographer called. "We're down 8 people, so we're cutting the outer ring. Jessica, you're moving to forward left. Stay tight on the timing." The music started. Jessica's body moved through muscle memory, arms extending in precise arcs, feet hitting marks without conscious thought. But something felt off. The dancer next to her, a college kid named Trevor who usually had perfect timing, kept lagging. His movements looked heavy, like he was pushing through water. "Trevor, energy!" the choreographer shouted. He stumbled, caught himself on the mirror. His hand left a smear of condensation. No, not condensation. Sweat. His face had gone gray, lips colorless. "I'm good," he said. "Just dizzy. Take 5, hydrate." The choreographer waved him off and reset the music. Jessica noticed his water bottle on the floor where he'd dropped it. The cap had rolled under the ballet bar. Small details, the kind that later would feel prophetic. At the time, it was just another day where someone pushed through illness because calling out meant losing hours, losing money. By 10:30, they'd run through the full parade sequence 4 times. Jessica's calves burned. Her costume, not the full parade rig, just the rehearsal version, clung to her back. Outside, the Florida heat was already building toward the mid-90s. She could hear the distant screams from the roller coaster, the calliope music from the carousel. Theme park soundtrack, white noise of commerce and manufactured joy. She grabbed lunch from the employee cafeteria. The space was half empty, which was unusual. Usually the 11 o'clock shift change packed the tables. She sat with Marcus, one of the technicians who maintained the float mechanisms. He was chewing through a sandwich with the methodical intensity of someone who'd been working since dawn. "Half the mechanical team called out," he said between bites. "I've been solo checking the hydraulics. If something fails during the parade, it's going to be a shit show." "Everyone's sick," Jessica said. "It's weird how fast it spread." "My girlfriend works at Florida Hospital," Marcus said. "ER's been packed since Friday. They're calling it a super flu. Hits fast, fever spikes to like 104, then people start coding." He used the medical term casually, the way people did when death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people. Jessica's phone buzzed. A news alert. Local hospitals report surge in severe respiratory cases. Officials urge calm. She scanned the article while picking at her salad. Standard reassurances. CDC monitoring the situation. Seasonal illness patterns. Nothing to worry about. The words had the hollow quality of official statements that tried too hard to sound confident. "You think it's serious?" she asked. Marcus shrugged. "People freak out every flu season. Remember that Ebola scare? Everyone thought we'd all be bleeding from our eyes. Nothing happened." He wasn't wrong. Panic faded when the news cycle moved on. Jessica finished her lunch and headed back to costuming for the full parade setup. The main costume weighed exactly 23 pounds. Jessica knew because she'd asked Marcus to put it on the freight scale once, curious about the strain on her shoulders. The base was a structured bodice with built-in padding that shaped her torso into the character's silhouette. Over that went the outer dress, layers of fabric and foam shaped into oversized flowers. The headpiece attached to a reinforced cap that distributed weight across her skull. The whole assembly took 12 minutes to put on with help from the costume assistants. She stood in front of the industrial fan while they worked, letting the air cool her before she became encased in fabric. The assistant, a quiet woman named Lynn, who'd worked here for 15 years, moved with practiced efficiency, checking every snap and hook. "Hold still," Lynn said, adjusting the shoulder straps. Her hands felt hot. Jessica glanced at her face, pale, sweating more than usual. "You feeling okay?" "Fine," Lynn said, but her voice had that tight quality people used when they were fighting nausea. The parade staging area was chaos. 50 performers, 12 floats, 6 managers with headsets and clipboards. The air smelled like diesel from the float engines and the chemical sweetness of fog machine fluid. Jessica found her position marker on the ground, a strip of yellow tape labeled F7, and waited for the lineup call. Trevor was back, suited up in his costume. His face still looked wrong, grayish under the makeup, but he was moving, going through pre-show stretches. "You sure you're good?" Jessica asked. Yeah, just need to get through this show. Got rent due." The parade route ran down Main Street, the park's central avenue designed to evoke small-town America from some imagined nostalgic past. In reality, it was a carefully engineered crowd management system, wide enough for floats and pedestrian traffic, lined with shops that funneled guests toward merchandise. Every building facade hid structural support, electrical systems, and surveillance cameras. Jessica had seen the blueprints once during a safety training. The park was a machine, and they were components. The music cue started. The first float rolled forward, pulled by a hidden electric motor. Jessica counted beats in her head, waiting for her entrance. Then she was moving, stepping into the practice choreography. Smile fixed, arms extended. The crowd noise washed over her. Thousands of people pressed against the rope barriers. Children screaming, parents with cameras. The usual scene, except Trevor stumbled. Not a small misstep. His legs buckled and he went down hard, right in the middle of Main Street. The performer behind him, a girl who played one of the woodland creatures, tried to adjust course, but the costume's bulk made her clumsy. She tripped over Trevor's prone form. The parade master's voice crackled through the hidden speakers they used for performer communication. "Hold positions. Medical to Main Street. Keep smiling, people." Jessica kept dancing, moving through the sequence while her brain screamed that something was very wrong. Trevor was supposed to get up. Medical was supposed to help him off street. But he was convulsing now, body jerking against the pavement. The girl who'd tripped was trying to crawl away from him, her costume's foam shell making her movements grotesque and slow. Then Trevor went still. The parade kept moving because stopping a parade mid-route created crowd control nightmares. Jessica was 20 feet past him now, still waving, still performing. She could see medics rushing toward the scene, could hear the crowd's mood shifting from entertainment to concern. Behind her, someone screamed. Not a fun scream, not the excited shriek of children on rides. This was terror, pure and animal. Jessica broke position, turning to look back. Trevor was standing. Except, no. That wasn't right. His body was upright, but his movements were wrong, jerky, uncoordinated. And his face? The medic reached him first, hand extended to offer assistance. Trevor's jaw unhinged like a snake's, and he lunged forward, teeth sinking into the medic's forearm. Blood sprayed across white pavement. The crowd noise changed pitch, confusion becoming alarm, becoming panic. More screams now. The woodland creature performer was on her feet, but moving strangely, that same jerking gait. She grabbed a guest at the rope line, a woman holding a toddler, and pulled her forward with impossible strength. The woman's throat disappeared into the performer's mouth. Blood soaked the costume's fur. Jessica's mind refused to process what she was seeing. This was a parade, a family show. People didn't. This wasn't. The parade route erupted into chaos. Performers breaking formation, guests stampeding, and more of them, more performers, suddenly moving wrong, attacking, biting. The girl who played the princess on Float 2 was on top of a guest, her face buried in his chest cavity. Rachel. That was Rachel. Jessica ran. The costume made running nearly impossible. The headpiece blocked peripheral vision. The skirt's bulk caught on crowd barriers. She ripped at the Velcro straps, tearing fabric, not caring about the damage. The bodice came loose and she wrestled free of it, leaving it in the street like molted skin. Behind her, Main Street had become an abattoir. Blood slicked the pavement, bodies thrashed and screamed. The float engines still rumbled, pulling their decorated platforms through the carnage, mechanical and indifferent. Jessica's dancer training saved her. She could move through crowds, reading gaps in the press of bodies, using momentum and balance to slip through spaces that looked too narrow. She made it to a side alley, one of the cast member corridors that guests never saw. Concrete walls, service doors, no decoration, just infrastructure. She slammed a door behind her and engaged the lock. Her hands shook so badly she could barely work the mechanism. The corridor was empty, silent except for her ragged breathing and the muffled chaos from outside. Think. She needed to think. Her phone. She pulled it from the small pocket in her costume's underlayer. 17 missed calls, texts flooding in. The employee group chat was incomprehensible panic. The news notifications made her stomach drop. Mass casualty event at Orlando theme park. Unknown cause. Avoid downtown area. Reports of violent attacks in 12 states. CDC emergency response activated. Florida governor declares state of emergency. National Guard deployed. The timestamps showed these alerts had been coming in for the past 20 minutes, while she'd been dancing, while the world had been ending. She tried calling her parents in Ohio. The network was overloaded. Call failed. Tried again. Failed. A crash came from deeper in the corridor. Jessica pressed against the wall, barely breathing. Footsteps. Irregular rhythm. The shuffling gait she'd seen from Trevor, from Rachel. The thing that rounded the corner had been Lynn, the costume assistant. Her face was gray, eyes clouded white. Blood covered her hands and mouth. She moved toward Jessica with that horrible jerking motion, hands reaching. Jessica grabbed the first thing within reach. A metal costume rack, the kind on wheels used to transport dozens of outfits. She swung it hard. The impact sent Lynn stumbling backward. Not enough to stop her, but enough to create distance. Jessica ran deeper into the corridor system. The park's backstage areas were a maze. 3 years of working here meant she knew some of it, but not all. She took a right turn, then a left, following exit signs. Her costume shoes slipped on the smooth concrete. She kicked them off and kept running barefoot. An exit door appeared ahead, the kind with the crash bar that set off alarms. She didn't care, slammed into it. The alarm's blare joined the general cacophony of screaming and sirens. Daylight hit her face. She was in a parking lot, the employee section near the warehouse district. The lot was half full. People were fleeing to their cars, creating gridlock. A man in a security uniform was wrestling with a woman in a food service costume. She was biting his face. He was screaming. A pickup truck accelerated past them, clipping the security guard's leg. He went down. The woman on top of him kept biting. Jessica's car was in Section E, row 12. She'd parked there this morning, 6 hours ago. A lifetime ago. She ran between the cars, using them for cover. The infected, because that's what they were, her mind finally accepting the impossible, seemed drawn to movement and sound. A group of them clustered around a car where someone was trapped inside, pounding on the windows. The safety glass was holding but fracturing, spiderwebbing under the assault. Her car, there, the old Honda Civic with a dent in the passenger door, keys in her costume pocket. She fumbled them out, hands still shaking, pressed the unlock button. The car beeped and the lights flashed. 3 of them turned toward the sound. Jessica yanked the door open and threw herself inside. Slammed the lock, started the engine. One of them reached the car as she threw it in reverse, hands slapping against her window, leaving bloody smears. She didn't recognize the face. Could have been a guest, a co-worker, anyone. She accelerated backward, then forward, weaving between abandoned vehicles. The main exit was gridlocked, cars trying to force through a 2-lane gate designed for controlled traffic flow. Horns blared. People screamed from their windows, and the infected walked between the cars, pulling drivers from their seats. There was a service exit on the east side. Delivery trucks used it. Jessica had seen the route on maps during orientation. She steered toward it, mounting a curb, her suspension creaking. The service gate was open, unattended. She drove through it onto a side road that connected to the highway system. Her mind was just static and adrenaline. Drive. She needed to drive, get away, get home. Except home was an apartment she shared with two roommates who worked food service and retail. Would they be there? Would they be safe? Would they be alive? The radio was still set to the pop station she'd listened to this morning. She stabbed at the preset buttons, finding news. Every station was news now. Please remain in your homes. This is not a test. The Centers for Disease Control has confirmed cases of acute necrotizing encephalitis in all 50 states. Symptoms include rapid fever, seizures, and extreme aggression. The virus is transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily blood and saliva. If you encounter someone displaying symptoms, do not approach. I repeat, do not approach. The broadcast cut to static. Then another voice, this one with the clipped tone of emergency broadcast system. This is a message from the emergency alert system. A state of emergency has been declared for Orange County, Florida. All residents are ordered to shelter in place. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Military and law enforcement are responding. This is not a test. Jessica's apartment was in a complex off Michigan Street, about 4 miles from the park. The route took her through commercial districts, strip malls, gas stations. Everything looked wrong. Cars abandoned in the middle of intersections. A fire burning in a restaurant, smoke billowing black. Bodies on the sidewalks. She saw a police cruiser parked outside a pharmacy. The driver's side door hung open. Blood streaked across the hood. No sign of the officer. A traffic light still cycled through its colors even though no one was obeying them. Red, yellow, green, mechanical routine while the world collapsed. She took a left onto her street and her stomach clenched. The apartment complex parking lot had a cluster of them. 15, maybe 20 infected. They were clustered around something on the ground, feeding. The wet sounds carried through her closed windows. Her building was right there. 3rd floor, Unit 314. All her stuff. Her documents, her laptop, clothes, the go bag she'd packed last year during hurricane season that had water bottles and granola bars and a first aid kit. But getting to the building meant getting past them. She drove past slowly, keeping her engine noise low. One of them looked up, face slick with blood. It didn't pursue. Too focused on the meal. Jessica's hands gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles went white. She couldn't go home. Where could she go? The news broadcast had said shelter in place. But her shelter was inaccessible. Think, use the training. When choreography went wrong during a show, you adapted. Found the nearest exit. Moved to safety. Her parents in Ohio, too far. A full tank of gas wouldn't get her there, and she didn't know what the roads looked like between here and there. Friends? Most of her friends worked at the park or in the service industry downtown. The thought of what might have happened to them made her throat close. The hospital? Number. If the infection was everywhere, hospitals would be overwhelmed. Probably the first places to fall. She needed somewhere defensible. Somewhere with supplies. Somewhere she knew the layout, the park. The thought felt insane. She'd just fled from there. But the park was designed as a contained environment. High walls, limited entry points, security infrastructure, warehouses full of supplies, food for the restaurants, water, first aid equipment. She knew the backstage areas, knew where things were stored, and most importantly, she knew that the park's maintenance buildings had reinforced doors and security systems designed to protect expensive equipment from theft. The service entrance she'd used to escape would still be open. If she could get to one of the warehouse buildings, she could fortify a position. Wait out whatever this was. Wait for the military to restore order. She turned the car around. The drive back felt longer than the escape had. Every street revealed new horrors. A school bus on its side, windows broken, small bodies scattered around it. She looked away, but the image burned into her retinas anyway. A woman running down the sidewalk, clutching a child. 3 infected chasing them. Jessica couldn't help, couldn't stop, could only keep driving. The service entrance was still unguarded. She drove through slowly, watching for movement. The warehouses loomed ahead, massive structures designed to hide the mechanical reality of magic. She parked near the parade warehouse, the building she knew best. The employee entrance required a badge swipe. She still had hers, clipped to her sports bra. The reader beeped green. She pulled the heavy door open and slipped inside. The warehouse was dark. Motion sensor lights flickered on as she moved, illuminating rows of floats in various states of repair. The mechanical skeletons looked ominous without their decorative shells, metal frameworks, and hydraulic pistons. She could hear water dripping somewhere, the hum of climate control systems. No signs of infected, yet. Jessica moved deeper into the building, heading for the supervisor's office. It was a raised platform overlooking the main floor, accessible by a metal staircase. The door was locked, but she knew where the supervisor kept the spare key, taped under the bottom stair tread. Old habit from when workers needed to file incident reports after hours. The key was there. Her hand shook as she unlocked the door. Inside, the office was exactly as she remembered. Desk with a computer, file cabinets, a small bathroom with a toilet and sink, a mini fridge that maintenance guys used to keep their lunches cold. She opened it. 2 energy drinks, a half-eaten sandwich, an apple. Not much, but something. The office had windows overlooking the warehouse floor. She could see the entire space from here, which meant she could spot threats. But it also meant she was visible. She found a roll of black fabric in one of the supply cabinets, the kind used for theatrical blackout curtains, and used packing tape to cover the windows, working in near darkness, using only the light from her phone. When she was done, the office was a black box. She turned on the desk lamp, keeping the light low. Her phone still had 60% battery. The news apps had stopped updating. Instead, she had a backlog of emergency alerts, each more urgent than the last. Martial law, mandatory evacuation of major cities, stay indoors, avoid contact. The CDC estimate that 40% of the population had been exposed. 40%. The numbers made it abstract, a statistic. But Jessica had seen it. The blood, the screaming, Rachel's face as she tore into a guest's chest. That wasn't a statistic. That was the end of the world. She tried calling her parents again. This time the call connected, rang twice, then went to voicemail. Her mother's cheerful message. "Hi, you've reached the Brennan household. We can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and we'll call you back." "Mom, it's me," Jessica said, her voice cracking. "I don't know if you're seeing the news, but something's happening. People are attacking each other, and I'm safe right now. I'm at work. I'm okay. Please call me back. Please be safe. I love you." She ended the call and sat in the dark office, phone in her hand, waiting for a response that didn't come. The first night was the longest of her life. She sat in the supervisor's chair, listening to the sounds from outside the warehouse. Sirens had been constant at first, then sporadic, then silent. Gunfire echoed across the park, sharp cracks that made her flinch. Sometimes screaming, always distant but close enough to make her heart race. She didn't sleep. Couldn't. Every noise made her think something was in the building with her. The settling of metal as temperatures changed, the climate control system cycling on and off, water in the pipes, normal sounds that had become threatening. Around midnight, she heard voices, not screaming, talking, human. She crept to the covered window and peeled back a corner of fabric. Below, on the warehouse floor, 3 people moved between the floats, 2 men and a woman. They carried flashlights and crowbars. Not infected, survivors. Jessica's first instinct was relief. Other people. She wasn't alone. But then she watched them work. They were prying open storage cabinets, taking tools, supplies, moving with purpose. One of them found a pneumatic nail gun used for set construction and tested it, firing a nail into a float's wooden frame. They weren't looking for safety. They were looting. The woman spotted the office, pointed, said something Jessica couldn't hear. One of the men started toward the stairs. Jessica backed away from the window, heart hammering. The office door had a lock, but it was just a standard interior door. The crowbars would make short work of it. She looked around for a weapon, found a heavy-duty stapler, useless. A letter opener, barely better. Then she saw the toolkit in the bottom drawer. The supervisor kept basic hand tools for quick repairs. She pulled out a screwdriver, the largest one, 8 inches of metal shaft with a rubber grip. Footsteps on the metal stairs. The door handle rattled. "Someone's in there," a male voice said. "Hello?" the woman called. "We're not infected. We're just looking for supplies." Jessica didn't respond. Her dance instructor's voice echoed in her head from years ago. "Control your breathing. Even when you're exhausted, control the breath." She breathed slowly, silently, through her nose. "Come on," one of the men said. "Probably locked from the inside by someone who already left. Let's check the other buildings." The footsteps retreated. Jessica waited, not moving, barely breathing. 10 minutes, 20. Finally, she heard the main warehouse door open and close. She crept back to the window and looked out. The 3 people were leaving, carrying bags of scavenged supplies. They disappeared into the darkness outside. She locked the office door and shoved the desk in front of it. Not much of a barricade, but better than nothing. The night stretched on. She checked her phone obsessively. Battery at 40% now. The last news update had been 2 hours ago. Social media was chaos. People posting videos of the infected, desperate pleas for help, conspiracy theories. She closed the apps. They weren't helping. In the quiet, her mind wouldn't stop replaying the parade, Trevor's face as he stood up after dying, the convulsions, the blood. Rachel. Had Rachel been infected before the parade? Had she been one of the people who called out sick, then showed up anyway because she needed the money? Or had it happened during the show, the virus incubating, waiting? Jessica realized she didn't know the rules yet. How long did it take to turn? Was it instant, like Trevor seemed to be? Or did it vary? The news had mentioned fever, seizures. But Trevor had just been dizzy during rehearsal. Maybe he'd been further along than they realized. Maybe. The speculation was pointless. What mattered was survival. Food, water, security. She needed to think practically. The mini-fridge had minimal supplies. The warehouse itself might have vending machines, break room supplies. But going out there meant exposing herself, making noise, drawing attention. She decided to wait for daylight, or what passed for daylight inside a windowless warehouse. She'd use her phone's timer to track the hours. When she judged it to be morning, when the infected might be less active if they followed any pattern, she'd explore. At some point, exhaustion won. She dozed in the chair, the screwdriver gripped in her hand, and dreamed of the parade. The music, the crowds, the screaming, all blurred together into nightmare logic where she was still dancing, still smiling, while blood pooled around her feet. She woke to her phone alarm. 6 hours had passed. Her neck ached from the awkward sleeping position. Her mouth tasted like copper and fear. Time to move. She unlocked the door and moved the desk as quietly as possible. The warehouse was still dark, but the motion sensors would activate as she walked. That meant visibility, which meant risk. She kept the screwdriver ready. The main floor looked the same as last night, floats in their rows, the scattered debris from the looters' search. She moved toward the back of the warehouse where the employee break room was located. The door was unlocked. Inside, lockers lined one wall, a card table with folding chairs, a counter with a microwave and coffee maker, and, blessed relief, a water cooler with a full 5-gallon bottle. She drank directly from the spout, not caring about germs or etiquette. The water was room temperature and tasted like plastic, but it was the best thing she'd ever consumed. The vending machines had been broken into, glass shattered, snacks gone, but the bottom row, the healthier options nobody ever bought, still held protein bars and dried fruit. She took everything, stuffing them into her pockets. The lockers might have supplies. She used the screwdriver to pry them open one by one. Most held street clothes, spare work uniforms, deodorant. One had a backpack with a phone charger and earbuds. Another had a multi-tool, the kind with pliers and wire cutters. She took both. In the last locker, she found a lunchbox. Inside, a sandwich wrapped in plastic, an orange, a bag of chips, and a can of soda. Someone's lunch from before the world ended. Jessica sat on the floor and ate the sandwich. It was turkey and cheese on wheat bread, slightly stale. She ate mechanically, not tasting it, just refueling. The orange came next. She forced herself to eat slowly, knowing that gorging after not eating would make her sick. While she ate, she took inventory. Her phone charger was back at her apartment, useless. But the backpack had one, and the office computer might have a USB port she could use. The multi-tool gave her actual cutting and gripping capability. The screwdriver was still her best weapon, though the crowbars the looters had been using would be better. Those would be in the maintenance section if they hadn't taken them all. She needed a better weapon, needed more food, needed a plan beyond hiding in an office. The warehouse connected to the larger backstage complex through a series of corridors. If she could navigate to the main supply depot, there would be cases of water, bulk food for the park restaurants, first aid supplies. But that meant leaving the relative safety of the building she knew. Think like a dancer. Know the space. Use the terrain. She'd spent 3 years moving through the park's backstage areas. She knew where the security cameras were placed, useless now without power to the monitoring stations. She knew which corridors had emergency exits. She knew the shift change patterns, though those no longer mattered. What she didn't know was how many infected were out there, how many survivors, whether the military was making progress or if the official broadcasts had been lies, empty reassurance while civilization burned. She finished the orange and stood, decision made. She'd do one expedition, map out the route to the supply depot, see what the situation looked like. If it was too dangerous, she'd retreat back here. If not, she'd gather what she could carry and establish a better defensive position. The hallway outside the warehouse was empty. Emergency lighting strips along the baseboards provided dim illumination, battery-powered systems designed for evacuation scenarios. Her footsteps echoed despite her attempts at stealth. She stayed close to the walls, ready to dart into side rooms if needed. The first intersection brought her to the costume department. The door hung open. Inside, racks of costumes stood in disarray. Drawers pulled out. Fabric scattered on the floor. Blood on the walls. Handprints smeared across white paint. A body lay near the sewing machines. Female, face down, wearing a cast member uniform. Jessica approached carefully, checking for movement. The woman was definitely dead, not moving, but a wide bite wound on her shoulder showed how she'd died. Would she reanimate? The news had talked about transmission through bodily fluids, but not specifically about reanimation time. Jessica backed away, leaving the body undisturbed. She didn't have the stomach to do anything else. The next corridor led past the character dining storage, where the oversized character heads were kept between appearances. In the dim light, they looked nightmarish, frozen smiles and dead eyes. One had fallen from its shelf and lay on the floor, grinning up at nothing. Jessica heard a sound ahead, shuffling, the distinct arrhythmic gait of the infected. She froze, pressing against the wall. The sound was coming from around the corner, getting closer. She looked for somewhere to hide. A supply closet door was 5 feet away. She moved to it as quietly as possible and tried the handle. Locked. The infected came around the corner. It had been a maintenance worker based on the uniform. Male, middle-aged, with a name tag that read David. Half his face was missing, torn away to reveal teeth and bone. But he was moving, walking, seeking. His one remaining eye fixed on Jessica. She ran. Behind her, the thing that had been David gave chase. Not fast. The infected didn't seem capable of running, but relentless. She could hear him behind her, shoes scraping the concrete floor, making that awful wet breathing sound through ruined airways. Jessica's dance conditioning gave her speed and endurance. She sprinted down the corridor, taking corners fast, using her momentum to swing around turns. The backstage area was a maze, and she used that, taking random turns, creating distance. She emerged in a larger space, the central hub where multiple corridors intersected. Signs pointed to different areas: food service, maintenance, first aid, security. The first aid station was closest. She ran for it and nearly collided with another person coming from the opposite direction. They both screamed, then stopped, recognizing each other as human. The other person was a man in his 40s, wearing khaki pants and a polo shirt. Guest attire. His clothes were filthy, torn, blood-stained. "Are you?" he started to ask. Behind Jessica, David rounded the corner, still pursuing. "Run!" she shouted. They ran together toward the first aid station. The door was marked with the universal Red Cross symbol. The man reached it first and yanked it open. They tumbled inside and he slammed it shut, engaging a lock. The door was solid, metal reinforced for security purposes. David reached it and began pounding, but the door held. They could hear him outside, hitting the metal with what sounded like his head over and over. No strategy, no problem solving, just compulsion. "It can't get in," the man said, breathing hard. "This is a security door. I checked it earlier." The first aid station was a small room lined with cabinets and shelves. Medical supplies, bandages, antiseptics, basic emergency equipment. A gurney sat in the center. The man had clearly been here for a while. An empty food wrapper sat on the counter, and one of the cabinets hung open. "How long have you been here?" Jessica asked. "Since yesterday," he said. "I was visiting with my family when it started. We got separated in the chaos. I came back here looking for them, but..." He trailed off, the implication clear. "I'm sorry," Jessica said. "Are you injured?" he asked, looking at her critically. "Any bites?" She shook her head. "No. No. I'm Thomas, by the way. I was a field medic in the Army, way back. That's why I came here, figured first aid supplies would be useful. Military training. That was good. Better than her skill set for this situation. I'm Jessica. I worked here. Parade performer." Thomas nodded. "You know the layout then. That's valuable. I've been trying to figure out the backstage area, but it's like a damn labyrinth." Outside, David continued his assault on the door. The sound was rhythmic, maddening. Thud, thud, thud. "Does he ever stop?" Jessica asked. "They don't sleep," Thomas said. "At least I haven't seen them sleep. They just keep going until something stops them. I saw one earlier with both legs broken, just dragging itself along the ground, still trying to get to me." Jessica felt her stomach turn. "What are they?" "The news said it was a virus, but..." "Doesn't matter what they are," Thomas said. "What matters is they're driven to feed, they don't tire, and they're infectious. One bite and you're done. I saw it happen. Guy got bit on the hand, thought he was okay. 30 minutes later, he was seizing. 40 minutes, he was dead. 45 minutes, he was one of them. 45 minutes. That was the timeline." Jessica filed the information away. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Thomas laughed, bitter. "Plan was to find my wife and daughter. But I've been through half this backstage area and there's no sign of them. They're either dead, infected, or they got out. Either way. He rubbed his face. Now I'm just trying to stay alive long enough to figure out what to do next. I was thinking about the supply depot, Jessica said. It's got food, water, everything we'd need to hole up for a while. Where is it? She oriented herself mentally, visualizing the backstage map. East side of the park, near the loading docks, maybe a quarter-mile from here through the corridors. Quarter-mile through that? Thomas gestured toward the door where David still pounded. How many more of them are out there? I don't know, but we can't stay here. This room doesn't have water. Food runs out. We need to get somewhere with real supplies. Thomas considered this. Okay, but we need weapons. Something better than... He looked at what she was holding. Is that a screwdriver? It's what I had. He opened one of the first aid cabinets and pulled out a trauma shears, the heavy-duty scissors used to cut through clothing in emergencies. These are sharp enough to do damage. It's something. He rummaged through more cabinets. And we should take whatever medical supplies we can carry. Bandages, antiseptic, painkillers. If we're holding up somewhere, we'll need them. They spent 20 minutes loading a duffel bag with supplies. Thomas moved efficiently, clearly comfortable with medical equipment. He took gauze, tape, antiseptic, antibiotics from a locked cabinet he picked with a paperclip, tourniquets, splints, everything that might be useful. Jessica found a small mirror in one of the cabinets and used it to check under the door's gap. David was still out there, standing in place now, swaying slightly, waiting. We need to draw him away, she said. Create a distraction. Thomas looked around the room. We could throw something, make noise in the opposite direction. Won't work. They respond to noise, but they also respond to sight. If he sees us leave, he'll follow. So we need to obscure his vision and create distance simultaneously. Jessica thought about the backstage area's layout. There's a sprinkler system. If we could trigger it, that creates chaos, reduces visibility. How do we trigger it? Fire, but that brings its own problems. Better than being torn apart. Thomas searched the cabinets, found a bottle of isopropyl alcohol. This is flammable. If we soak something and light it, set off the smoke detector. It was a risk. Fire in an enclosed space could trap them. But staying here meant dying slowly as supplies ran out. Jessica nodded. Let's do it. They prepared quickly. Thomas soaked a towel in alcohol. Jessica found matches in a drawer, someone's contraband for smoke breaks. They positioned themselves by the door, ready to move. On 3, Thomas said. He held the soaked towel near the smoke detector mounted on the ceiling. Jessica had the matches ready. 1, 2, 3. She lit the match and held it to the towel. The alcohol caught immediately, flames racing across the fabric. Smoke billowed. The detector screamed to life, a piercing wail that echoed through the corridor. Seconds later, the sprinkler system activated, water cascading from ceiling nozzles. Thomas dropped the burning towel in the metal waste bin, and they opened the door. David was still there, but the water and smoke had disoriented him. He turned toward the sound of the alarm rather than toward them. Thomas went left. Jessica followed, both moving fast through the artificial rain. The sprinkler system drenched everything. Water mixed with the blood on the floors, creating pink rivulets. Jessica's underlayer costume soaked through, heavy and clinging. But the chaos worked. David was behind them, and they were putting distance between themselves and him. They ran through the corridors, following the signs toward the loading docks. The sprinklers shut off after 2 minutes, having detected no sustained fire. The emergency lighting flickered, water having gotten into some electrical system. They encountered 2 more infected in the next corridor. Both were park guests based on their clothing. One in a souvenir t-shirt, the other in a princess costume she must have bought from the gift shop. The princess lunged at them, moving with that jerky speed, but Thomas shoved her hard into the wall and they kept running. The loading dock area was massive. High ceilings, concrete floors, metal roll-up doors designed to allow delivery trucks to unload. Pallets of supplies were stacked everywhere, cases of water bottles, boxes labeled frozen patties and condiments and paper products. This was the logistics heart of the park, where the supply chain terminated, and it was full of infected. Jessica counted at least a dozen of them, scattered among the pallets. Some were workers in uniform. Others were guests who must have fled here looking for escape. They all turned when Jessica and Thomas entered, drawn by the movement and sound. "Back!" Thomas shouted. But behind them, more infected were coming down the corridor. They were trapped between two groups. Jessica looked around frantically. The loading dock doors were closed and would require a forklift or the control panel to open. But there, a metal staircase leading to a catwalk that ran along the ceiling. Storage access for the high shelves. "Up!" she yelled, pointing. They ran for the stairs. The infected converged from both directions. Jessica reached the stairs first and started climbing. The metal rattled under her feet. Thomas was right behind her. Below, the infected reached the base of the stairs and started climbing. They could climb. Slowly, uncoordinated, but they could do it. The catwalk was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. It stretched the length of the warehouse with periodic ladders down to different sections. Jessica ran along it, the metal grating flexing under her weight. Thomas followed. Behind them, the infected kept climbing, more of them reaching the catwalk now, creating a slow-moving mass. "There!" Thomas pointed ahead. An emergency exit at the far end of the catwalk, red light glowing above it. They ran. Jessica's lungs burned. Her legs, trained for dance but not for this kind of sustained flight, screamed in protest. But she kept moving because stopping meant death. The emergency exit door was locked from the outside, a security measure to prevent theft. But from inside, it had a crash bar. Jessica hit it at full speed, the door flying open, and stumbled out into daylight. They were on the roof of the loading dock building, flat expanse of tar and gravel. HVAC units hummed around them. The sun was bright and hot, the Florida heat already building despite the early hour. Thomas slammed the door shut behind them and looked for something to barricade it with. Found a metal rod that might have been part of a broken antenna. He wedged it through the door handle. It wouldn't hold for long, but it was something. Jessica walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. They were 3 stories up. Below, the employee parking lot stretched out. Her car was still down there, right where she'd left it. But between here and there was a drop that would kill them just as surely as the infected. "We're trapped," she said. Thomas joined her at the edge, surveying the situation. "Maybe not. Look." He pointed to the adjacent building, another warehouse separated by about 8 feet. Its roof was level with this one. The gap was jumpable. Maybe. "You're insane," Jessica said. "You have a better idea?" Behind them, something hit the emergency door. The metal rod held. Another impact. The door buckled slightly. "I'll go first," Thomas said. "I'm heavier. If the roof holds my landing, it'll hold yours." Before Jessica could argue, he backed up to get a running start, sprinted toward the edge, launched himself into space. For a moment he was airborne, suspended against the blue sky. Then he hit the other roof, rolled, came up in a crouch. "Come on!" he shouted. The door behind Jessica buckled again. The metal rod was bending. She backed up. This was insane. She wasn't a stunt performer. She'd taken exactly 0 parkour classes. But the alternative was waiting here to be torn apart. She ran, hit the edge, jumped. The gap seemed wider in the air. She could see down into the alley between buildings, see the pavement that would break her if she fell short. Then her feet hit the other roof, and her momentum carried her forward. She rolled, exactly like the stage falls she'd practiced, dissipating impact across her back and shoulders. She came up next to Thomas, breathless and shaking. "Never again," she gasped. "Agreed." The roof access door on this building was unlocked. They entered a stairwell and descended into another warehouse. This one stored merchandise, thousands of boxes of souvenir t-shirts, plush toys, mugs, all the branded products sold in gift shops. The space was dark and quiet. No infected, at least none they could see or hear. They moved carefully through the rows of shelving, checking corners, staying alert. Jessica's heart rate was just beginning to normalize when Thomas held up a hand, signaling stop. Voices ahead. Human voices. They crept closer, using the shelving for cover. In the center of the warehouse, a group of survivors had established a camp. Maybe 20 people, ranging from teenagers to elderly. They had sleeping bags spread out, supplies organized in neat piles. Flashlights provided illumination. Someone had set up a camping stove and was heating canned soup. "Think they're friendly?" Thomas whispered. "Only one way to find out." Jessica stepped into view, hands raised to show she wasn't a threat. "Hello," she called out. "We're not infected." "We're looking for shelter." Immediately, 5 people pointed weapons at them. A mix of improvised clubs, a baseball bat, one actual handgun. The woman holding the gun stepped forward. She was maybe 30, athletic build, wearing running gear. "Stop right there," she commanded. "How do we know you're not infected?" "We're talking to you," Thomas said. "They don't talk." "He's got a point, Amanda," one of the other survivors said. Amanda, apparently the leader, didn't lower the gun. "Strip, both of you. We need to check for bites." It was humiliating, but reasonable. Jessica and Thomas removed their outer layers, turning to show they had no injuries. The duffel bag of medical supplies was inspected, emptied, repacked. Finally, Amanda lowered the weapon. "Okay, you can stay, but we've got rules. No stealing from the group supplies. Everyone contributes. Watch duty, supply runs, whatever needs doing. And if anyone gets bit, they're out immediately. We're not risking the whole group for one person." "Understood," Jessica said. The camp had organized itself remarkably well, considering it had only existed for a day and a half. Amanda was a former military officer, which explained the structure. She'd been at the park with her nephew when the outbreak started. The kid hadn't made it. She didn't elaborate. The other survivors were a mix. A family of 4 who'd driven down from Georgia for vacation. 3 college students who worked at the park in food service. An elderly couple who'd been annual pass holders for 30 years. 2 teenagers who'd been separated from their parents. Each had a story of loss, of escape, of barely surviving. They'd pooled their supplies and skills. One of the college students had worked in culinary and took charge of food preparation, stretching their resources. The father from Georgia was an electrician and had rigged battery-powered lighting using components scavenged from merchandise displays. Everyone took shifts on watch, monitoring the doors and windows for infected. Jessica and Thomas integrated into the routine. Thomas's medical skills made him immediately valuable. Several people had minor injuries that needed attention. Jessica's knowledge of the park's layout helped with planning potential supply runs. That first night with the group, she actually slept. Real sleep, not the terrified half-consciousness from before. Someone else was on watch. Someone else was responsible for keeping them alive for a few hours. The relief was overwhelming. She woke today, 3 of the apocalypse. The morning routine in the warehouse felt surreal. People brushing teeth with bottled water, rationing out granola bars for breakfast, checking weapons. The mundane tasks of survival overlaid on the nightmare of their situation. Amanda called a group meeting. "We need to talk about long-term survival," she said. "We've got food for maybe 2 weeks if we're careful. Water for 10 days. After that, we need to resupply or move to a better location." "What about the government?" the elderly man asked. The military's supposed to be responding. Haven't heard any helicopters in 2 days, Amanda said. Haven't seen any organized response. We have to assume we're on our own. The group discussed options. Some wanted to try to leave the park, head for a rural area with fewer people and therefore fewer infected. Others argued that the park was defensible. High walls, limited entry points. They just needed to establish better control over it. There's another problem, one of the college students said. We're not the only survivors here. I saw another group yesterday when I was scouting. 10 people, maybe more. They were armed and they looked aggressive. Where? Amanda asked. Near the employee cafeteria? They'd barricaded themselves in. Jessica thought of the 3 looters she'd seen in the parade warehouse. Different group? Or was the park becoming a patchwork of survivor factions? We need to make contact, Amanda decided. See if they're open to cooperation or if they're a threat. Jessica, you know this area. You'll come with me. We'll take Thomas too in case we run into trouble. They prepared carefully, taking weapons and a walkie-talkie so they could communicate with the camp. The plan was simple reconnaissance. Observe the other group, try to make peaceful contact, retreat if things looked hostile. The employee cafeteria was on the other side of the park, requiring a 20-minute walk through backstage corridors. They moved slowly, checking corners, listening for the telltale shuffle of infected. The park had gone silent except for distant sounds, crashes, occasionally screams, sometimes gunfire. Each noise made them freeze, waiting to see if it got closer. They encountered infected 3 times during the journey. The first was a single female in a janitorial uniform. Amanda put her down with a swing from a metal pipe, the impact crushing the infected woman's skull with a sound Jessica would never forget. The second encounter was 2 infected trapped in a storage room, clawing at the door. They left those alone, quiet and unthreatening as long as the door stayed closed. The third was more dangerous, a group of 5 clustered around something they were feeding on. Amanda led them on a detour, avoiding confrontation. The cafeteria came into view. The large windows had been covered with tables and chairs, barricaded from the inside. Figures moved behind the barrier, watching them approach. "That's close enough," a male voice shouted. "State your business." "We're from another survivor group," Amanda called back. "We're looking to talk about cooperation, sharing resources." "We don't need your cooperation. This is our territory. There's plenty of space in the park for everyone. We're not threatening you." The response was a gunshot. The bullet hit the wall 2 feet from Amanda's head. "Next one won't miss," the voice said. "Get the fuck out of here." They retreated, moving quickly back the way they'd come. No point arguing with bullets. "So much for cooperation," Thomas muttered. Back at their warehouse, Amanda briefed the group. "They're hostile. We stay away from that section of the park. If anyone sees them on a supply run, avoid contact." But avoiding contact became impossible when resources got scarce. By day 7, their food supplies were running critically low. They'd been rationing carefully, but 20 people consume a lot of calories. The camping stove's fuel was nearly gone. Water was becoming an issue. They'd found a water fountain in the backstage area that still worked, but filling bottles was time-consuming and risky. Amanda organized a major supply run. 6 people, including Jessica, tasked with reaching one of the park's main food storage facilities. The facility was near the cafeteria, hostile territory, but the need outweighed the risk. They armed themselves with the best weapons available. Amanda had the handgun with a nearly full magazine. 2 others had crowbars. Thomas carried a fire axe he'd found in a safety station. Jessica had upgraded from the screwdriver to a hammer, the heavy framing kind used in construction. They set out at dawn when the infected seemed slightly less active, though whether they actually followed a day-night cycle, or if that was wishful thinking, no one knew. The journey was tense. They had to cross through areas of the park they hadn't explored, moving through the retail sections where guests had shopped. The stores had been looted, merchandise scattered across the floors. Mannequins in various states of destruction looked disturbingly like bodies until you got close enough to confirm they were just plastic. They saw more infected than before. The creatures seemed to be clustering, drawn together by some instinct or random motion that created accidental herds. One group of at least 30 blocked an entire corridor. Amanda led them on a careful detour, moving with practiced silence. The food storage facility was a squat concrete building designed to withstand Florida's hurricanes. The loading dock door was sealed, but there was a personnel entrance on the side. Locked, but the lock was standard commercial grade. One of the group members, a teenager named Kyle who'd apparently learned lockpicking from YouTube videos, got it open in under 2 minutes. Inside was paradise. Industrial shelves stacked with canned goods, bags of rice and flour, boxes of pasta. Frozen foods had spoiled without power, but the dry goods were fine, enough to feed their group for months if they could transport it safely. They worked quickly, filling backpacks and duffel bags with as much as they could carry. Jessica loaded her bag with canned vegetables, protein bars, dried fruit. The weight was substantial, maybe 40 pounds, but manageable. They were halfway through loading when they heard voices outside. Not infected sounds, human speech. Amanda motioned everyone to freeze. Through the gap in the personnel door, Jessica could see figures approaching. 7 people, all armed with guns, the hostile group from the cafeteria. "They beat us here," one of them said. "Doors open, probably inside right now." "Then we go in and take what's ours," another responded. Amanda made a quick decision. She motioned the group toward the back of the facility, where another exit led to the refrigeration units. If they moved fast, they could exit before the hostile group entered. They grabbed their loaded bags and moved as quietly as possible. But Kyle knocked over a box of canned soup, the metal cans clattering across the concrete floor. The noise echoed like a gunshot. "Someone's in here!" came the shout from outside. "Move in!" Amanda's group ran, through the back exit, into the outdoor area behind the facility. The refrigeration units were massive, creating a maze of metal and machinery. They ducked into it, trying to lose their pursuers. Gunfire erupted. Bullets ricocheted off metal. Someone screamed, not from their group. One of the hostile survivors had shot one of the others by accident in the chaos. Jessica ran, the heavy backpack bouncing against her spine. Her dance training helped her navigate the tight spaces between equipment, using agility instead of speed, but the others weren't as nimble. She heard Thomas curse as he scraped against a sharp metal edge. More gunfire, this time closer. A bullet pinged off the unit next to Jessica's head. She dropped into a crouch behind a compressor, heart hammering. Amanda returned fire, the handgun's crack sharp and authoritative. "Move!" she shouted. "Get to the corridor access!" They burst from the refrigeration area and ran for the backstage corridor entrance. Behind them, the hostile group kept firing, but the distance and the cover of equipment made them poor shots. They made it to the corridor and slammed the door behind them. "Keep moving," Amanda ordered. "They might follow." They ran through the corridors, taking random turns, trying to lose any pursuit. The weight of the supplies made running brutal, but no one was willing to abandon the food they'd risked their lives for. Finally, after 10 minutes of flight, Amanda called a halt. They were in an unfamiliar section of the park, somewhere near the maintenance tunnels. Everyone was breathing hard, drenched in sweat. "Sound off," Amanda said. "Everyone okay?" They checked in one by one. Thomas had a gash on his arm from the metal edge, but it was shallow. Kyle had twisted his ankle. Everyone else was shaken but unharmed, and crucially, they still had most of their supplies. "We can't go back to the warehouse the same way," Amanda said. "If they followed us, they'll know where our base is." "There's a route through the tunnels," Jessica said. She'd seen the maintenance tunnel network on maps during safety training. though she'd never actually been in them. Should come out near our location. The tunnel access was through a locked door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." The lock was more serious than the ones they'd picked before, but Thomas used the fire axe to simply destroy it, the wood frame splintering under repeated blows. The tunnels were pitch black. They used phone flashlights to navigate, conserving the battery life of their actual flashlights. The space was narrow, pipes and electrical conduits running along the ceiling. Water dripped somewhere, the sound echoing. It smelled like mold and stagnant air. They walked single file, Amanda in front, weapons ready. Jessica's imagination populated every shadow with threats. The infected could be down here. The hostile group could have found another entrance. But they encountered nothing except rats, which scattered at their approach. After 30 minutes of navigation, they found a ladder that led up to a manhole-style access point. The cover opened into a storage room adjacent to their warehouse. They'd made it back. The group celebrated the successful supply run, but the mood was somber. They'd gotten food, yes, but they'd also confirmed that other survivors were willing to kill for resources. The park had become a war zone, different factions competing for the same limited supplies. Amanda increased security. Guards were posted at all entrances to their warehouse. They established a curfew, no one left without approval. The supplies were inventoried and rationed even more strictly. Jessica volunteered for watch duty, taking the midnight to 4 a.m. shift. It gave her time alone with her thoughts, which was both a blessing and a curse. During those quiet hours, she thought about her parents. She'd tried calling every day, but the cellular network had been completely down since day 5. Were they alive? Had Ohio been hit as hard as Florida? She imagined them in their suburban home, her father boarding up windows, her mother organizing their basement supplies. They'd always been prepared types, the kind who kept extra batteries and canned goods. Maybe that had saved them. Maybe. Or maybe they'd died in the first wave, infected and turned, wandering their neighborhood looking for flesh to consume. She pushed the thoughts away and focused on the present, on staying alive, on the shadows in the warehouse, checking for movement, listening for sounds that didn't belong. On day 10, the power finally died completely. Emergency generators had been running on residual fuel, providing minimal electricity. When that ran out, the park went dark. No lights, no climate control, no refrigeration. The temperature in the warehouse started to climb. Florida in summer was brutal, and without air conditioning, it became a sauna. They adapted, moved activities to early morning and evening when it was cooler, slept during the brutal midday heat, conserving energy. Jessica found that her performer costume underlayers designed for moisture wicking were actually the best clothing for the heat. She became the unofficial fashion consultant, showing others how to layer effectively. The group dynamics evolved. Relationships formed. The family from Georgia, the father was named Richard, took on a protective role toward the 2 teenagers who'd lost their parents. The elderly couple, Martha and Bill, became everyone's substitute grandparents, providing emotional support and practical wisdom from their years of experience. The college students formed a tight subgroup, bonding through shared trauma. Jessica found herself drawn to Thomas. They shared watch duties, talked during the long night hours. He told her about his daughter, who'd been in college when the outbreak hit. He hadn't heard from her since day 1. The uncertainty was killing him slowly, the not knowing worse than knowing she was dead. "I keep thinking I should try to get to her," he said one night. "She's in Tallahassee." That's what, 4 hours normally? Maybe more on foot, avoiding the infected. But she could be alive. She could be waiting for me to come get her. Or she could be here thinking the same thing about you, Jessica said gently. Sometimes staying put is the right choice. Give her something stable to come back to if she can. Thomas nodded, but the pain in his eyes didn't diminish. Jessica had her own ghosts, co-workers from the parade, Rachel, who'd been her friend, who she'd watched tear into a guest's chest. Trevor, whose transformation she'd witnessed. The costume assistant Lynn, who'd chased her through the corridors. She saw their faces in the quiet moments, heard their screams in her dreams. On day 15, a massive horde passed through the park. It started with distant moans, a sound like wind through the trees, but more organic, more wrong. The guard on duty raised the alarm. Everyone rushed to the windows to look. They came down Main Street, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. A river of bodies, all moving in the same direction with that jerking, uncoordinated gait. The sound was overwhelming, not just moans, but the shuffle of feet, the wet breathing, the occasional shriek when one of them spotted something and reacted. The horde moved like a school of fish, individual units in a collective migration. Where were they going? What had drawn them together? No one knew. But the group watched in silence, understanding that if that horde had decided to turn toward their warehouse, they'd be overwhelmed in minutes. No amount of barricades would stop that many bodies. The horde took 2 hours to pass completely. When the last of them disappeared down the park's main avenue, the group released a collective breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. "We can't stay here," Richard said. "If another group like that comes through, we're done." "Where else would we go?" Martha asked. "At least here we have supplies, defensible positions." "We're sitting ducks. We need to move somewhere more remote, less populated before all this happened." The debate raged for hours. Some wanted to stay, fortify better, establish more secure access to supplies. Others wanted to leave, head north toward rural areas. Amanda tried to maintain order, but the group was fracturing along ideological lines. Jessica stayed quiet during the debate. Both sides had valid points, but ultimately, survival was about adaptation, staying flexible. And right now, they had shelter and food. Leaving meant venturing into unknown territory. The decision was tabled when a new crisis emerged. Kyle, the teenager who'd helped with the food storage raid, developed a fever. It started as just feeling warm, but within hours he was burning up, sweating through his clothes, delirious. Thomas checked him for bites, found nothing, but the fever kept climbing. "It might not be the virus," Thomas said. "Could be regular illness, flu, infection from that twisted ankle, anything." But no one believed that. They'd all seen how the infection worked. Fever was the first sign. The 45-minute timeline from Thomas's earlier observation came back to haunt them. Amanda made the call. "He's quarantined. We put him in the storage room, lock the door. If he turns, he's contained. If he doesn't, we let him back in after 24 hours. Kyle's protests were heartbreaking. "I'm not infected. Please, don't lock me away. I'm just sick. I need help." But the group's survival outweighed individual mercy. They moved him to the storage room with water and a blanket, locked the door, listened to him plead through the metal. An hour later, the pleading turned to screaming, then gurgling, then silence, then pounding on the door. Kyle had turned. They left him in there. No one could bring themselves to open the door and put him down permanently. He'd been a kid, barely 17. Locking him away already felt like murder. Actually killing him felt impossible. But his pounding continued day and night, a constant reminder of what happened to the infected, of what waited for any of them if they made one wrong move. On day 18, they had their first suicide. Bill, the elderly man from the annual pass-holder couple, took all of Martha's blood pressure medication at once. She found him in the morning, already cold. The note he left was simple. "I'm too old for this world. Don't want to become one of them. Take care of my Martha." Martha's grief was terrible to witness. She didn't cry, didn't scream, just sat holding Bill's hand, silent and still, for hours. When they finally convinced her to let them move the body, she helped wrap him in a tarp with steady hands. But something had broken inside her. She barely spoke after that, just went through the motions of survival mechanically. The group buried Bill in a patch of dirt behind the warehouse, the first of what would become a small cemetery. No one had the energy for a real service. Amanda said a few words about dignity and remembrance, and they covered the grave with stones to keep scavengers away. That night, Jessica's watch shift was interrupted by movement near the fence line. She grabbed the binoculars they'd scavenged and looked closer. A group of people, living people, was approaching the warehouse. 8 of them, armed, moving tactically like they had military training. She alerted Amanda immediately. The group mobilized, taking defensive positions with what weapons they had. Amanda went to the main door, opening it just enough to call out, "That's close enough. State your business." The approaching group stopped. Their leader, a man in his 30s with a military haircut, stepped forward. "We're not here for trouble. We're from a settlement in the residential district. We've been doing reconnaissance, mapping out survivor groups." "Why?" "Because eventually we'll need to work together. There's strength in numbers. We're proposing a coalition, shared resources, coordinated defense, communication networks." It sounded too good to be true. Jessica waited for the catch. "What do you want in return?" Amanda asked. "Cooperation, information about this area, access to the park's supply network, and recruits, if anyone wants to join us. Our settlement is more secure than this warehouse. Actual houses, walls, farmland we're starting to cultivate." The group debated through the night. Some saw this as salvation, a chance at real long-term survival. Others saw it as a trap, one group trying to absorb another to gain their resources and labor. In the end, 3 people decided to go with the settlement group, the family from Georgia, seeking better protection for their children. The decision fractured the warehouse group further. Those who remained felt abandoned. Those who left felt guilty. Jessica stayed. She'd survived this long by trusting her instincts, and her instincts said the warehouse was still safer than venturing out to an unknown location. As she watched Richard and his family leave with the settlement group, she wondered if she'd made the right choice, or if there even was a right choice anymore. Day 20 brought new horrors. The infected were changing. Not in obvious ways. They weren't mutating into monsters, but they were decaying, rotting in the Florida heat. Skin sloughed off, bones showed through. The smell intensified, a stench of putrefaction that carried for blocks. Worse, they were becoming more damaged and therefore more unpredictable. Broken jaws that couldn't bite properly but still snapped ineffectually. Missing limbs that didn't stop them from pursuing prey. One crawling torso that had been severed at the waist but still dragged itself along using its arms, following the living with single-minded determination. The warehouse group had to adapt their tactics. Headshots or destroying the brain were still the only reliable way to stop them, but the decaying state made even that more difficult. Skulls were softer, collapsing under blows, but not always stopping the infection. Some infected kept moving even with catastrophic head trauma, driven by whatever virus or parasitic control kept them animated. Thomas's medical perspective became invaluable. He theorized that the infection affected the brainstem primarily, which controlled basic motor functions and aggression. Higher brain functions were gone, no reasoning, no memory, no personality. Just hunger and motion. "They're not people anymore," he said during a group meeting. "I know some of them have faces we recognize, but the person is gone. What's left is just biological machinery running on instinct." Jessica wanted to believe that. It made killing them easier. But sometimes she'd see one wearing a park uniform she recognized, or moving in a way that reminded her of someone she'd known, and the distinction between person and thing blurred. On day 23, their water situation became critical. The fountain they'd been using stopped working, pipe damage somewhere in the system. They had maybe 3 days of bottled water left. "There's a water treatment facility at the edge of the park," Jessica said, studying the map they'd sketched out. "If we can get there, figure out how to restart it or at least access the storage tanks." "That's 2 miles through infected territory," Amanda said. "We've been avoiding long-distance runs. We don't have a choice. Without water, we die slower than the infected would kill us, but just as certainly." Amanda assembled a team: herself, Jessica, Thomas, and 2 others. 5 people for a water run. They prepared extensively, mapping multiple routes, establishing fallback positions, gathering every container they could carry. They set out at dawn. The early morning had a surreal quality. Birds still sang, the sun still rose, nature indifferent to humanity's collapse. The park looked almost normal in the soft light, if you ignored the bloodstains and bodies and the general atmosphere of abandonment. The journey required crossing through the park's central plaza, an open area with no cover. They moved fast but careful, watching for infected. Saw them scattered throughout, individual units wandering aimlessly. One stood in the middle of the fountain, water cascading over it, not reacting, just standing. They made it to the treatment facility without major incident. The building was locked, but breaking in was becoming routine. Inside, the machinery was complex: tanks, pipes, control panels with indicators that meant nothing to Jessica. But Thomas had done maintenance in water systems during his military service. He studied the setup, traced pipe connections, checked valves. "Power's out, so the pumps are dead," he said. "But the storage tanks should still have water from before the outbreak. We just need to access them." He found a manual bypass valve that could gravity feed water from the tanks. It took an hour of work, wrenching the valve open with their crowbar since it hadn't been moved in years. But finally, water flowed from a spigot at the base of the system. They filled every container, working quickly. The sound of running water seemed impossibly loud, a beacon that could draw infected from blocks away. Jessica kept watch while the others worked, her hammer ready. A shadow moved in her peripheral vision. She turned, heart rate spiking. One of the infected had wandered into the facility, drawn by the sound. Then another, then 5 more. "We have company," Jessica called. Amanda swore. "How many?" "Increasing, maybe a dozen. We need 2 more minutes." Jessica and one of the others, a woman named Patricia, who'd been a chef before the world ended, positioned themselves between the water team and the approaching infected. The first one reached them, a male in decomposing business casual. Patricia swung a metal pipe, connecting with his head. Skull caved in. He dropped. 2 more came from the side. Jessica took one hammer blow to the temple. The impact jarred her arm. The infected fell but kept moving, jaw working. She hit it again, until it stopped. More were coming, drawn by the noise and movement. Not a horde, but more than they could handle safely. "Time's up," Amanda shouted. "Move now!" They grabbed the water containers and ran. Jessica and Patricia covered the retreat, backing toward the exit while fending off infected. The group made it outside and sprinted for the nearest backstage corridor entrance. Behind them, the infected gave pursuit. Not fast, but relentless. The group's water load slowed them down. 20 pounds of liquid per person made running difficult. They ducked into the corridor and slammed the door. Thomas wedged it shut with the crowbar. The infected pounded on the other side, but the door held. "Everyone okay?" Amanda asked. Sound off. Everyone accounted for. Minor scratches and bruises, but no bites. The water containers were intact. They'd succeeded. At a cost of exhaustion and terror, but they had water. Maybe a week's worth if they rationed carefully. The journey back to the warehouse took longer, the group moving slowly under the weight of supplies and fatigue. But they made it. The remaining warehouse group celebrated the water like it was gold, because it might as well have been. That night, Jessica lay on her sleeping mat, every muscle aching. Her hands were blistered from gripping the hammer. She had bruises forming where infected hands had grabbed at her, but she was alive, still alive. She thought about the settlement group that had taken Richard's family. Were they better off there, or had they walked into a different nightmare? No way to know. Communication between survivor groups had broken down completely. Day 27 brought evidence that the situation was deteriorating further. The infected weren't the only danger anymore. Hunger, disease, accidents, violence between survivors, all were taking their toll. Amanda started sending out scout patrols to monitor the park and surrounding areas. What they reported back was grim. The city beyond the park walls was a wasteland, buildings burning unchecked, streets choked with infected and abandoned vehicles, no signs of organized military presence or government response. One patrol came back shaken, reporting they'd seen bodies hanging from a freeway overpass. Not infected, human survivors who'd been executed. A sign next to them warned looters. Someone out there was trying to enforce order through brutality. The warehouse group had dwindled to 14 people. They'd lost members to the settlement recruiter, to Bill's suicide, to Kyle's infection. Every loss made the remaining group feel more fragile, more temporary. Jessica found herself thinking about the future, or the lack thereof. What was the end game here? They couldn't hide in the warehouse forever. Eventually, supplies would run completely out. The infected wouldn't die or decompose away. If anything, more were appearing as people who'd hidden successfully finally succumbed to injury or illness or suicide and reanimated. "Do you think there's anywhere that's safe?" she asked Thomas one night during watch. He was quiet for a long time. "I don't know. Maybe some places were better equipped or less populated to start with. Islands, maybe. Military bases. But here, I think this is it. This is what we get. So we're just surviving day to day, forever, maybe, or until we're not." He looked at her, expression tired. "I used to think there'd be a cure, or the military would clear areas or something, but it's been almost a month. If help was coming, it would be here. We're on our own." The next crisis came on day 29. The hostile survivor group, the one that had fired on them at the food storage facility, launched an assault on the warehouse. It started just before dawn, during the shift change between guards. Gunfire shattered the morning quiet. Windows exploded. Amanda shouted orders, mobilizing the group to defensive positions. The attackers came from two directions, coordinated assault. At least 10 of them, heavily armed. Their strategy was clear: overwhelm the warehouse group, take the supplies, eliminate competition for resources. The warehouse group fought back with everything they had. Amanda's handgun provided covering fire. Others threw makeshift explosives, bottles of alcohol with burning rags, crude Molotov cocktails. Thomas went full combat veteran, directing defensive positions with tactical precision. Jessica found herself behind a stack of merchandise boxes, hammer in hand, heart hammering harder. A man vaulted through a broken window, armed with a machete. She swung at him, instinct overriding thought. Connected with his knee, he went down screaming. She hit him again, the hammer's claw end catching his skull. Blood sprayed. He stopped moving. She'd just killed someone. A living person, not an infected thing. The realization made her stomach heave, but there was no time to process. More attackers were coming. The firefight lasted 20 brutal minutes. The warehouse group held their defensive positions, using the terrain advantage, but they were losing. The attackers had more weapons, more ammunition, more experience with violence. Then the infected arrived. The gunfire and screaming had drawn them from across the park, dozens of them shambling toward the sounds of battle. They entered the fray indiscriminately, attacking both groups. The attackers broke off their assault, suddenly fighting on two fronts. One of them went down under 3 infected, screaming as they tore into him. Another tried to run and was grabbed from behind. "Fall back inside," Amanda ordered. "Let the infected handle them." The warehouse group retreated deeper into their building, sealing doors, creating barriers. Outside, the sounds of carnage continued. Infected versus living hostile survivors, screaming, gunfire, wet sounds of feeding. When it finally went quiet, Jessica dared to look out a window. Bodies littered the ground outside. Some were infected with fresh bullet wounds. Others were the attackers, now infected themselves, standing and beginning to wander. The assault had been broken, but at terrible cost to both sides. The warehouse group took stock. 2 dead. Patricia the chef had taken a bullet to the chest, and one of the teenagers had been grabbed by an infected during the chaos and bitten. They'd been forced to put him down before he turned, a mercy killing that left everyone shaken. Martha, Bill's widow, had taken a ricochet bullet to her leg. Thomas worked on her using their medical supplies to stop the bleeding, but the wound was bad. Without proper antibiotics and surgical care, infection was almost certain. "I'm done," Martha said quietly while Thomas bandaged her leg. "I should have gone with Bill. I'm too old for this." "You're going to be fine," Thomas said, but he didn't sound convincing. Amanda called a group meeting in the aftermath. Her face was grim, aged beyond her years by the stress. "We can't hold this position anymore. We're down to 12 people. We're almost out of ammunition. The hostile group knows where we are, and even though we beat them back, they might regroup. We need to leave." "And go where?" someone asked. "The settlement. The one that took Richard's family. It's organized, defensible. We need to swallow our pride and ask to join them." The group debated, but the conclusion was inevitable. They couldn't survive alone anymore. They spent the next day preparing to abandon the warehouse, packing supplies into backpacks and duffel bags, destroying anything useful they couldn't carry so other hostile groups wouldn't benefit, saying goodbye to the space that had been their fortress and their prison. Martha's condition worsened overnight. Fever set in. Her leg wound was infected, going septic. Thomas tried everything. Antibiotics from their limited supply, cleaning the wound, keeping her hydrated. But without real medical facilities, it was a losing battle. She died on the morning of day 31, whispering Bill's name. They buried her next to him in the makeshift cemetery behind the warehouse, the 3rd grave in a row that would never be tended, that would be reclaimed by Florida vegetation and forgotten. The group of 11 survivors left the warehouse at noon. Each carried heavy packs of supplies. They'd cached some additional resources in a hidden spot near the tunnels, planning to return for them once they reached the settlement, if the settlement would take them. The journey to the residential district where the settlement was located would take most of a day. They moved carefully through the park, avoiding infected, staying in cover. The parklands that had once entertained millions now hosted only the dead and the desperate. Jessica found herself thinking about the woman she'd been a month ago, the dancer who worried about costume fittings and crowd applause. That person seemed impossibly naive, impossibly fragile. The Jessica walking through this nightmare had killed both infected and living humans, had watched friends die and turn, had learned that survival meant making choices that would have been unthinkable before. They reached the park's perimeter wall by mid-afternoon. The wall was 20 feet high, designed to keep guests in the magical bubble and the real world out. Now it served the opposite purpose, keeping infected somewhat contained, though the front gates had been breached long ago. Amanda had the coordinates for the settlement from the recruiter who'd taken Richard's family. A residential neighborhood about a mile past the park's north edge. They climbed over the wall using maintenance ladders, helping each other, passing supplies up and down. On the far side, they descended into a world even more devastated than the park. Suburban streets lined with houses, many burned or collapsed. Cars abandoned mid-evacuation, their doors still open, belongings scattered on lawns. Bodies everywhere, some intact, some ravaged by infected or scavengers. The smell was overpowering, decomposition in the heat, a wall of stench that made breathing difficult. They moved through this landscape like ghosts, trying not to look too closely at the specifics of each tragedy. A child's bike lying in a driveway, a wedding photo visible through a broken window, evidence of lives interrupted, futures erased. The infected here were different than in the park, more decayed, having been exposed to the elements longer. Some were just bones and scraps, finally having decayed beyond the point where the infection could animate them. But many were still mobile, wandering the streets in ones and twos, responding sluggishly to the group's passage. They avoided engagement where possible, moving quietly, using cars and buildings for cover. When confrontation was unavoidable, they struck fast and retreated, not allowing themselves to get surrounded. The settlement was supposed to be on Magnolia Street. They found it as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ruins. The settlement had transformed an entire cul-de-sac into a fortified compound. The houses formed a natural perimeter, and the entrances had been barricaded with cars, concrete barriers, and makeshift walls. Guard towers, actually just people on roofs, watched the approaches. Gardens had been started in the yards, young plants struggling in the harsh soil. The settlement guards spotted them immediately. "Stop right there," came the call. "Identify yourselves." Amanda stepped forward. "We're survivors from the theme park. We're looking to join the settlement. You recruited some of our people a few weeks back. A family, father named Richard." There was conferring among the guards. Then a gate in the barricade opened and several armed people emerged. One of them was the recruiter who'd visited the warehouse. He recognized Amanda and nodded. "You're a long way from your warehouse," he said. "What happened?" "We got hit by a hostile group. Lost too many people to stay. We're hoping you'll take us in." The recruiter, Jessica learned his name was David, looked them over. 11 exhausted, battered people with whatever supplies they could carry. Not much of an asset, but not much of a burden either. "We've grown since I visited you," David said. 60 people now. We've got structure, rules, work assignments. Everyone contributes. No exceptions. You join us, you follow our governance. Understood?" "Understood," Amanda said. They were allowed through the gate into the settlement. Jessica felt a bizarre sense of cognitive dissonance. These houses, with their intact windows and swept porches, looked almost normal. Children were playing in one of the yards, supervised by adults. Someone was cooking over a fire pit, the smell of actual prepared food making her stomach growl. Richard's family spotted them and came running over. His children looked healthier than Jessica remembered, faces less gaunt. "You made it," Richard exclaimed. "I was worried you'd try to tough it out too long." They were processed like new arrivals to any community, checked for bites and injuries, interviewed about skills and background, assigned temporary housing, a house where several single survivors were already living, given a briefing on settlement rules and expectations. The settlement operated on a hierarchy that mixed democratic principles with practical dictatorship. A council of 5 people made major decisions, but a single leader, a woman named Victoria, who'd been a city manager before the outbreak, had final authority in emergencies. Everyone had job assignments based on skills. Food was rationed but fair. Security was paramount. Jessica was assigned to the supply team, using her knowledge of the park's layout to help plan scavenging runs. Thomas joined the medical unit, his skills desperately needed. Amanda was absorbed into the security detail. The first night in the settlement, Jessica slept in an actual bed. It was a child's bed in someone's former home, but it had a mattress and sheets and a pillow. After a month of sleeping on concrete floors, it felt like paradise. She lay there in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the settlement, guards on watch calling out status reports, someone playing a guitar softly, the murmur of conversation from the common areas. She'd survived. Against all odds, Through all the horror, she was still alive, still human, still capable of feeling the relief of safety, even if that safety was temporary and fragile. But she knew this wasn't an ending, just a pause. The world outside the settlement's walls was still full of infected, still crawling with hostile survivors, still breaking down day by day. This moment of peace was bought with constant vigilance and would be maintained through continued struggle. She thought about the parade, about Main Street turning into a killing floor. Day one felt like it had happened to someone else, in another life. The woman who danced in that parade couldn't have imagined becoming who Jessica was now, couldn't have comprehended the things she'd done to survive. The transformation had been necessary, painful, irreversible. In the morning, she'd wake up and join the supply team. They'd plan a run back to the park to retrieve the cached supplies from the warehouse. It would be dangerous, maybe fatal. But it needed to be done because survival meant constant motion forward, constant adaptation, constant risk. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep, tried not to think about tomorrow or next week or next month, tried not to calculate how long the settlement could sustain 60 people, tried not to wonder what happened when their scavenged supplies ran out and the canned goods were gone, and they had to venture further into the wasteland to find resources. The future was a blank, terrifying space. But for now, for this moment, she had a bed and walls and people around her who were still fighting, still trying. It would have to be enough. Over the following weeks, Jessica settled into the rhythm of the settlement. Days began before dawn with assignments being called out. The supply team, her new unit, consisted of 8 people with various skills. Some had military backgrounds. Others, like her, knew the local area well enough to navigate efficiently. Their first major expedition back to the park took place on day 37. The goal was to retrieve the supplies they'd cached in the tunnels and scout for any other resources worth risking. 12 people went on this run, the largest expedition the settlement had mounted. The journey back felt like visiting a grave. The park that had employed her, that had been her entire adult life, was now a mausoleum. Infected wandered the fantasy streets. The castle in the distance, once lit up and magical, was dark and lifeless. Parade floats sat abandoned on Main Street, exposed to weather, beginning to decay. They found the tunnel cache intact. 40 pounds of canned food, medical supplies, batteries, tools. They loaded everything into carts they'd brought, working quickly while guards watched for infected. Jessica volunteered to do a sweep of the parade warehouse, hoping to find anything useful they'd left behind. The building where she'd hidden that first terrified night felt abandoned, hollow. The supervisor's office still had her makeshift blackout curtains. The mini fridge still hummed, running on backup battery. Her sleeping mat was where she'd left it. She found a locker she recognized, her own, still locked. She pried it open with a crowbar. Inside, her street clothes from that last normal day, her wallet with ID and credit cards that meant nothing now, a photo of her and her parents from last Christmas, all of them smiling. She took the photo and left everything else. In the break room, she found something unexpected, a bulletin board covered with notes, messages from survivors who'd passed through, leaving information for others who might come after. Dave from maintenance went north to Georgia to find family, April 15th. If anyone from the Miller party is alive, we're heading to the coast. Check Daytona Beach Pier. Sarah, looking for my daughter Emma, 6 years old, last seen near the castle. Please help. Evidence of desperate searching, of hope against hope. Jessica didn't add her own note. Her parents were in Ohio, impossibly far away. If they were alive, they weren't coming here, and she wasn't going to them. The distance and the infected made it impossible. The supply run concluded successfully. They made it back to the settlement with the cached goods and additional materials scavenged from the park. No casualties, though several close calls with infected. The settlement celebrated the haul, a week's worth of supplies for the whole community. But that night David called a council meeting that Jessica was asked to attend. Her stomach sank when she saw the other faces in the room, all serious, grim. "We have a problem," Victoria said. She was a severe woman in her 50s, thin and hard from the stress. "Our food calculations are unsustainable. With 60 people, we're burning through supplies faster than we can scavenge them. The area within safe scavenging distance is getting picked clean. We need to make a decision about our population size." The implications were clear. Jessica felt sick. "You're talking about turning people away?" Amanda asked. "I'm talking about survival math," Victoria said. "Every mouth we feed has to contribute more than they consume, or we all die slower. We need to implement stricter entry requirements. No more taking in people who can't contribute." "What about children? The elderly?" Thomas asked. "Children grow into productive members. The elderly, we evaluate case by case." The meeting devolved into argument. Some supported Victoria's cold pragmatism. Others argued that losing their humanity made survival pointless. Jessica listened, understanding both sides and hating the whole situation. Eventually, a compromise was reached. New entries would be evaluated strictly. The settlement would accept skilled workers, families with working-age adults, and children who had guardians. But they'd turn away individuals without useful skills or those too injured to contribute. It was heartless. It was necessary. It was what the world had become. The decision started to matter immediately. 2 days later, a group of 5 survivors approached the settlement. A family, parents, and 3 teenagers. The father had been an accountant, the mother a real estate agent. The kids were high school students. No medical skills, no military training, no technical expertise that the settlement needed. They were turned away. Jessica watched from a distance as Victoria explained the decision, saw the families' faces crumble, saw the desperation and disbelief. They pleaded, offered to do any work, any job. But Victoria was immovable. The settlement couldn't afford charity. The family left, heading back into the wasteland. Jessica wondered how long they'd last. Days? Hours? She felt complicit in their deaths, but she also understood the math. The settlement was a lifeboat with limited capacity. Taking on too many people would sink everyone. The emotional cost of these decisions started to show in the settlement's population. People became harder, more isolated. The children still played, but the adults moved through their days with mechanical efficiency, avoiding thinking too hard about what they'd become. Jessica threw herself into work. Supply runs, guard duty, helping with the gardens, anything to stay busy, to avoid the quiet moments when her mind wandered to dark places. On day 45, a horde passed through the area. It was smaller than the one that had moved through the park, maybe 300 infected, but still large enough to threaten the settlement. The guards spotted them at dawn, shambling down the main road that led past the cul-de-sac. Victoria made the call immediately. Full lockdown. Everyone inside. Absolute silence. We waited out. The settlement went quiet. People huddled in houses, barely breathing, watching through windows as the horde shuffled past. The infected moved like a slow-motion stampede, filling the street completely, bumping into each other, moaning that collective sound that raised every hair on Jessica's body. One of them separated from the horde, drawn by something, a smell, a sound, pure randomness. It wandered toward the settlement's barricade, started to explore the barrier with its hands, pushing against the cars and concrete. The guards watched, weapons ready, but under strict orders not to engage. Any violence would draw the whole horde. The infected lost interest after a few minutes and wandered back to join the mass. The horde continued past, taking an hour to fully clear the area. When they were finally gone, the settlement released a collective breath. But the message was clear. They weren't safe, the hordes were unpredictable, and the settlement's walls wouldn't stop a determined assault. That night, Victoria announced a new initiative. We're building a secondary fallback position, a place we can evacuate to if the settlement is overrun, somewhere more defensible. A team was formed to scout locations. Jessica volunteered, needing the distraction. They spent 3 days exploring the surrounding area, looking for structures that could serve as emergency shelters. They found an elementary school about 2 miles away. The building was intact, with thick walls and few windows. The playground could be used for gardens. The cafeteria had industrial kitchen equipment. It was surrounded by open ground, making approaches visible and infected easy to spot. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. The settlement began the slow process of fortifying the school and transferring some supplies there, creating a backup plan, an insurance policy against disaster. Jessica worked on these expeditions, hauling materials, clearing infected from the building, establishing secure perimeters. The physical labor was exhausting but satisfying. She could see tangible progress, measure her contribution. On day 53, she was working at the school when she heard shouting from outside. She grabbed her weapon, a crowbar that had become her constant companion, and ran to investigate. One of the workers had fallen from a second-story window while boarding it up. He lay on the ground, leg bent at a wrong angle, screaming. And the screaming was drawing infected. They came from all directions, emerging from buildings and alleys, drawn by the sound of distress. Dozens of them. The work team tried to extract the injured man, but he couldn't walk. 2 people grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him toward the vehicles they'd parked nearby. Jessica and the others formed a defensive line, fighting off infected. The battle was brutal and close. Jessica's crowbar became an extension of her arm, swinging and striking in a rhythm that was almost dance-like. Dodge, pivot, strike, use momentum, and leverage. Her performer training translating into survival choreography. They reached the vehicles and piled in, the injured man screaming as they threw him in the back. Jessica was the last one to climb aboard, an infected woman grabbing her leg as the truck started moving. She kicked hard, boot connecting with the infected's face, breaking the grip. The truck accelerated away. The injured man, his name was Carl, didn't make it back to the settlement. The fall had caused internal bleeding that Thomas couldn't stop without surgical tools. He died in the truck, and they buried him in the growing cemetery outside the settlement walls. 60 people had become 59, then 58 when someone died from infected blood getting into an open wound during a scavenging run. Then 57 when a woman in the early stages of pregnancy miscarried and bled out. The attrition was slow but constant. Every loss made the remaining population more valuable and more vulnerable. Jessica felt herself becoming numb to death. The first time she'd killed that hostile survivor during the warehouse assault had haunted her for days. Now she'd killed dozens, both infected and living, and it barely registered. The transformation was complete. She'd become what survival required. On day 62, the settlement received unexpected visitors. A convoy of 3 trucks pulled up to the barricades, flying white flags. Military vehicles, but civilian-driven. The people inside were armed but non-threatening. They claimed to be from a larger settlement up north near Jacksonville. 200 people living in a gated community they'd fortified. They were sending out envoys to find other survivor groups, establish trade networks, share information. Victoria was skeptical. Why would you share resources? What do you get out of it? The envoy leader, a woman named Captain Ellis who'd actually been military before the outbreak, explained. Alone, every settlement is vulnerable. Together we can coordinate, share intelligence about infected movements, warn each other about hostile groups. We're proposing a network, not a merger, just cooperation. The Settlement Council debated for 2 days. Some saw it as an opportunity. Others feared it was a trap, a way to identify settlements to raid later. In the end, they agreed to a trial arrangement, exchange of information, but no physical trade yet. Build trust slowly. Captain Ellis's people left with maps of the area, details about infected concentrations, and a promise to return in a month with updates from other settlements they'd contacted. After they left, Victoria gathered the council. If this network is real, it changes everything. We're not alone anymore. There's actual infrastructure being rebuilt. But Jessica heard the doubt in her voice, the hope mixed with skepticism. They'd all been disappointed too many times to fully trust anything. A month passed. The settlement continued its daily routine: scavenging, fortifying, gardening, guarding. The weather grew hotter as summer deepened. Without air conditioning, the houses became ovens during the day. People adapted, working early mornings and evenings, resting during peak heat. The gardens began to produce, small yields, but actual fresh food: tomatoes, beans, squash. The taste of something grown rather than scavenged was almost overwhelming. Jessica ate a fresh tomato and nearly cried at the flavor, at the sense of normalcy it represented. On day 94, Captain Ellis returned as promised. She brought news from the network. 16 settlements had been contacted across North Florida. Total population around 800 people. They'd established a rudimentary communication system using ham radios. Information sharing about infected hordes, hostile groups, safe routes. There's also news from beyond Florida, Ellis said. The infection is global, but some areas are better off. Islands with quick quarantines, remote regions, military installations that held their perimeters. The world isn't over everywhere, just most places. She proposed a more formal alliance, regular communication schedules, coordinated scavenging to avoid depleting the same areas, shared security intelligence, and eventually, when populations stabilized, potential trade of goods. The settlement agreed. They were given a ham radio and instructions on operation. Call signs were established. Suddenly, they were part of something larger than their small cul-de-sac fortress. That night, Jessica listened to the radio traffic. Static-filled voices reporting infected movements, asking about missing relatives, sharing survival tips. Evidence of humanity persisting, adapting, rebuilding in small pockets. For the first time since the parade, she felt something like hope. But hope was dangerous. It made you careless, made you forget that survival was never guaranteed. On day 103, the settlement was attacked, not by infected, by humans. A rival group from the south, larger and better armed, decided they wanted the settlement's resources and location. They came at night, 50 people with guns and Molotov cocktails, overwhelming the settlement's defenses through sheer numbers. The battle was chaos. Fire lit up the night as houses burned. Gunfire echoed between buildings. Jessica fought alongside everyone else, defending the barricades with desperate ferocity, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Victoria made the call to evacuate. Fall back to the school! Fighting retreat. Move! The settlement population fled, grabbing what supplies they could carry, leaving behind their fortified homes. The attackers pursued but were slowed by the infected drawn to all the noise and fire. The school became their new home by necessity. 42 people made it there alive. 18 had died in the assault or been left behind, their fates unknown. They'd lost everything they'd built. The gardens, the fortifications, the sense of security, all gone in one night of violence. But they were alive, still fighting, still adapting. The school was less comfortable than the houses had been, but it was defensible. They worked through the night to secure it, using the materials they'd already stockpiled there during the evacuation prep. By dawn, they had a perimeter established. Guards posted, a plan for the day's immediate survival needs. Jessica stood on the school's roof, watching smoke rise from the settlement in the distance. The attackers were looting it now, taking everything. 3 months of work erased. She felt anger, but also a strange detachment. This was the world now. Build, lose, rebuild, over and over. Survival wasn't about finding permanent safety. It was about adapting to constant loss. Thomas joined her on the roof. "You okay?" "I don't know what okay means anymore." "Yeah, me neither." They stood in silence, watching the sunrise paint the destroyed settlement in shades of orange and red, beautiful and terrible. "We'll make it," Thomas said, not with conviction, but with determination. "We've made it this far." Jessica nodded. They would make it, for today at least. Tomorrow was its own problem, its own battle. You survived one day, then the next, then the next. Not thinking too far ahead, not expecting rescue or resolution, just surviving. The settlement network, she'd learned to stop calling it by any specific settlement's name since they moved so often, began to organize. With communication established, the scattered groups started to coordinate. It wasn't government, wasn't civilization as it had been, but it was structure, order, something to build on. Over the following months, the school settlement stabilized. They expanded their gardens, established trade with 2 nearby groups for materials they couldn't scavenge locally. The population fluctuated. New arrivals accepted after screening, losses to infection and violence and disease. Jessica became part of the settlement's leadership. Her experience from the early days, her knowledge of the area, her ability to make hard decisions made her valuable. She didn't want the responsibility, but it chose her anyway. A year after the parade, the settlement held a memorial. Not for specific people, there were too many dead to name them all, but for the world that had ended, for normalcy, for the future that would never exist. Jessica stood with the others in the school's courtyard, now turned into farmland. They lit candles, even though fuel was precious. They observed a minute of silence. Then they blew out the candles and went back to work, because survival didn't pause for grief. Jessica thought about that last normal morning, swiping her badge, changing into her costume, running through choreography. The naive certainty that today would be like yesterday, that tomorrow would come, that life continued in predictable patterns. That certainty was the luxury of the old world. The new world offered no such comfort, but it offered something else. Purpose born from necessity, connections forged in shared trauma, the knowledge that every breath, every sunrise, every moment of peace was earned through vigilance and strength. She'd survived the parade, survived the warehouse, survived the settlement's fall and rebuilding, survived a year of impossible choices and unbearable losses, and she'd keep surviving, not because she was heroic or special, but because stopping meant dying, and she wasn't ready to die yet. The infected still wandered the world beyond the school's walls. Hordes still migrated through the region. Hostile survivors still competed for resources. The challenges never ended, but humanity persisted. In pockets, in settlements, in the stubborn refusal to give up. They'd lost the world they knew. But they were building something new from the ruins. Smaller, harder, more honest. Jessica picked up her tools and headed to her assignment for the day. Repairing the northern barricade, reinforcing weak points. Unglamorous work, essential work, survival work. The parade felt like it had happened to someone else. The dancer who'd worried about costume fittings and crowd applause was dead. In her place was someone who knew how to fight, how to build, how to lead, how to lose everything and keep going. The transformation had cost her innocence, security, and the future she'd imagined. But it had given her something too, strength she hadn't known she possessed, resilience born from necessity, the ability to stand in the ruins and say, "Not yet," to death and despair. She worked through the day, surrounded by others doing the same. No one spoke much. Words had become precious, used only when necessary. But there was companionship in the shared labor, comfort in the collective effort. As the sun set, painting the Florida sky in violent shades of purple and red, Jessica allowed herself a moment of reflection. 1 year, 365 days since the world ended on Main Street, since the parade turned into a massacre, since everything changed in the space between one musical number and the next. She'd survived, not comfortably, not without cost, but she'd survived. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more infected to fight, more supplies to scavenge, more hard decisions to make. But tomorrow was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, she had a bed in the school's gymnasium, had food in her stomach, had people around her who understood what survival meant, had the knowledge that while the world had ended, humanity hadn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She fell asleep to the sound of guards calling out the all clear, a ritual as regular as a heartbeat. In the darkness, surrounded by other breathing survivors, she found something like peace. Not the peace of safety, but the peace of knowing she'd done what needed to be done, had become what needed to become, had survived what should have killed her, and would face whatever came next with the same grim determination that had carried her this far. The parade was over. The performance had ended in blood and screaming. But the dancer had learned to fight. And the fighter had learned that survival wasn't about winning. It was about refusing to stop no matter how many times you fell. She'd fallen so many times and stood back up every time. Tomorrow she'd stand up again, and the day after, and the day after that. For as long as it took, for as long as she could, until there were no more tomorrows, or until humanity found a way back from the edge it was teetering on. Either way, she'd face it standing, still fighting, still surviving, still refusing to let the infection, the shambling dead, the collapse of civilization, the end of everything familiar, claim the last thing she had left, her refusal to give up. That was the final transformation, from performer to survivor to something harder to name. Someone who'd seen the worst and kept going anyway, who'd lost everything and found reasons to continue in the simple act of breathing, building, enduring. The world had ended. She hadn't. That would have to be enough. Now let's move on to the next story. The air conditioning in the tow truck's cab fought a losing battle against the late afternoon heat radiating off the 405. Rick adjusted the visor against the sun's glare, its white light turning the endless rows of brake lights ahead into shimmering red ribbons that stretched toward the valley. 18 years he'd been running calls for AAA towing, and the traffic had never gotten better. Only worse. Always worse. His hands, scarred from years of winch cables and stripped bolts, rested on the steering wheel as he waited for the gridlock to inch forward. The radio crackled. Dispatch was swamped. 3 calls backed up in Culver City alone, another 4 along the 10. His shift had started at 6 that morning, and now, pushing 7 in the evening, the tow truck's diesel engine rumbled its familiar complaint beneath his boots. The smell of exhaust mixed with the synthetic pine scent of the air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. His lower back ached from the morning's job, a Honda Civic with a seized transmission that had required him to crawl underneath on the hot asphalt, his cheek pressed against the pavement while he hooked the lift chains to the frame. The phone mounted to his dashboard buzzed. Another text from his brother. "You watching the news?" Rick glanced at it but didn't respond. His brother sent him shit like that every other day. Conspiracy theories, fringe news stories, videos of politicians saying something stupid. He'd learned to ignore most of it. The traffic finally moved, maybe 20 feet, before the brake lights flared again. Someone 3 cars ahead laid on their horn, a pointless gesture that accomplished nothing except adding to the noise. His next call was a breakdown near Getty Center Drive, a Lexus with a dead battery, the driver already 40 minutes past the estimated arrival time. Rick knew the type. Some executive who'd scream about how long it took, as if Rick controlled the traffic, as if anyone controlled this city anymore. Los Angeles had become a machine that consumed time and patience, grinding everyone down into the same exhausted pace. The news radio station he kept on for traffic updates shifted from a commercial about mortgage refinancing to the anchor's voice, tight with professional concern. Authorities are still describing the situation in Riverside County as an isolated incident. The CDC has deployed a rapid response team to assist local hospitals with what officials are calling an unusual cluster of severe infections. Residents are being urged to avoid the affected areas while health officials work to contain. Rick turned it down. Riverside was an hour away on a good day, which meant it might as well be on another planet. He had enough to worry about. The Lexus, the 3 calls after that. Getting home before midnight if he was lucky. His apartment in Inglewood waited for him. 1 bedroom, kitchen barely big enough to turn around in, but the rent was almost manageable. Almost. He'd been living there for 7 years, ever since the divorce. His ex-wife had kept the house in Torrance. She'd remarried 2 years ago, some insurance adjuster with soft hands and a 401k. Their daughter was 15 now, living with her mother, seeing Rick every other weekend when his schedule allowed, which wasn't often enough. The traffic crept forward. The sun was dropping toward the ocean, invisible beyond the sprawl of buildings and smog. Rick's stomach growled. He'd skipped lunch, surviving on gas station coffee and a protein bar he'd found under the seat. His thermos sat in the cup holder, empty except for the brown residue at the bottom. The tow truck's cabin smelled like old coffee, diesel, and the particular scent of worn vinyl that had absorbed years of sweat and sunlight. His phone buzzed again. This time it was dispatch. "Rick, you still on the 405? "Yeah, barely moving, maybe 20 minutes out. Customers getting antsy. Been calling every 10 minutes. Tell them I'm stuck in the same traffic they are." He rubbed his eyes, feeling the grit beneath his lids. 14-hour days were becoming the norm. The company kept cutting drivers, spreading the calls thinner, more work for the same pay. But jobs were jobs, and at 43, Rick wasn't in a position to be picky. The radio continued its murmur. Something about the governor calling for calm, something about hospital capacity. Rick's attention drifted. He'd heard the same type of news cycles before. Bird flu, swine flu. That thing a few years back that was supposed to shut everything down but fizzled into nothing. The government always found something to panic about, and the news always found a way to make it sound worse than it was. Fear sold better than calm. The Lexus turned out to be exactly what Rick expected. A silver SUV with chrome accents and tires that cost more than Rick made in a week. The driver was a man in his 50s, polo shirt, Bluetooth earpiece still blinking in his ear as he paced beside the vehicle. The moment Rick's tow truck pulled onto the shoulder with its yellow lights flashing, the man was already talking. Finally. "I've been waiting almost an hour. Do you have any idea how many calls I've missed?" Rick stepped out of the cab, his work boots hitting the pavement with a solid thud. The air outside was thick with heat and exhaust fumes. "Yeah, traffic's bad. Let me get my jumper cables." The battery terminals were corroded, white and green crusty buildup that indicated the battery was well past its prime. Rick scraped them clean with a wire brush, connected the cables, red to positive, black to negative, red to positive on his truck's auxiliary battery, black to the frame for ground. Basic procedure he could do with his eyes closed. The executive hovered, still talking on his phone, something about a meeting that couldn't be rescheduled. "Try starting it," Rick called. The engine turned over on the second try. Rick disconnected the cables, coiled them properly, and wiped his hands on the rag he kept in his back pocket. The man barely acknowledged him beyond a distracted wave as Rick processed the service on his tablet. Electronic signature. Another call complete. Another check mark in the system. He climbed back into his truck and pulled into traffic, already thinking about the next job. The sun had set by the time he finished his fourth call of the evening. The city transformed at night, lights replacing the harsh daylight glare with a different kind of intensity. Headlights, streetlights, neon signs advertising everything from tacos to tax preparation. Rick grabbed food from a taco truck parked near Olympic, 3 al pastor tacos and a jarritos, eating while he waited for the next dispatch. The meat was good, grease running down his fingers, the pineapple and cilantro cutting through the richness. Simple food that tasted better because he was exhausted and hungry. His phone buzzed. His daughter. "Dad, did you see the news?" He swallowed his bite. "What news?" "About the sickness. Mom says it's serious." Rick felt a familiar irritation. His ex-wife had always been the worrying type, seeing danger in everything. "It's fine. Just something in Riverside. Don't stress." 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Then, "Okay, love you too." The next call came through. A sedan with engine trouble on Century Boulevard near LAX. Rick finished his tacos, wiped his hands, and got back on the road. The city hummed around him, oblivious and eternal. Los Angeles never stopped, never slept. It consumed and produced, an organism of concrete and asphalt that had long ago forgotten it was made of people. The sedan was dead on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking weakly. A woman stood next to it, arms crossed, looking relieved when Rick's truck pulled up behind her. Standard tow job. He lowered the wheel lift, positioned it, secured the straps. The woman rode in the passenger seat while he hauled her car to a mechanic shop in Inglewood that stayed open late. "Crazy night," she said, staring at her phone. "Yeah? Some kind of outbreak. They're saying it's spreading faster than they thought." Rick merged into traffic. "Always something." "I don't know. My sister's a nurse at Cedars-Sinai. She says the ER is packed. People coming in with high fevers, acting strange." "Flu season," Rick said, though it was May. "Maybe." She didn't sound convinced. He dropped her at the mechanic, collected his fee, and checked the time. Almost midnight. Dispatch usually went quiet after midnight, the city's rhythm slowing to match the hour. Rick was considering calling it when another job came through. Priority call, an accident on the 405 southbound near Wilshire. Vehicle needed immediate removal. Rick's body ached. His eyes felt dry and heavy. But priority calls paid better, and he needed better. He confirmed the job and headed back toward the freeway. The 405 at midnight was a different creature than its daylight self. Traffic still flowed, but thinner, faster. Rick made good time, his truck's lights cutting through the darkness. The accident site was marked by highway patrol vehicles, their lights painting everything in alternating blue and red. A sedan had rear-ended an SUV, both vehicles crumpled at the front and rear respectively. No one appeared seriously hurt. The drivers stood with the officers giving statements. Rick positioned his truck, set the brake, and activated his work lights. The scene flooded with harsh white illumination. He approached the sedan first, assessing the damage. The hood was crumpled, radiator likely destroyed, but towable. He was hooking up the lift when he noticed one of the drivers wasn't standing with the police anymore. The man from the sedan was sitting on the ground, his back against the concrete barrier. An officer knelt beside him talking, but the man wasn't responding. His head lolled forward. Even from 20 feet away, Rick could see the man was sweating heavily, his shirt soaked through. "Heat exhaustion," one of the officers said to his partner. "Gonna need an ambulance." Rick continued his work, staying out of the way. The lift connected, straps secured. He was raising the sedan's front wheels when he heard the officer's voice change, going from concern to confusion to alarm in the space of 3 seconds. "Sir? Sir? Stay with me. Sir?" Rick looked over. The man on the ground was convulsing, his body jerking in violent spasms. The officer scrambled back, reaching for his radio. The second officer ran over. Rick stood frozen by his truck, watching as the man's convulsions stopped as suddenly as they'd started. For a moment, everything was still. Then the man on the ground drew in a ragged breath that sounded wet. Wrong. He lifted his head. His skin had gone the color of old newspaper, a grayish pallor that looked purple under the flashing lights. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites almost entirely red. His mouth hung open, and even from a distance, Rick could see blood on his teeth. "Jesus," one of the officers said. The man stood up, not the way a sick person stands, careful and weak. He simply stood, his movements jerky but strong. The officers backed away, hands moving toward their weapons. The man's head turned, tracking motion like a predator. Then he lunged at the nearest officer. Everything happened fast. The officer went down, the gray-skinned man on top of him, and the sound was teeth meeting flesh, a wet tearing that carried across the pavement. The second officer pulled his weapon, screaming commands that went ignored. The officer on the ground was screaming too, a high-pitched sound of pain and terror that cut through the night. Rick's body moved before his mind caught up. He ran to his truck, climbed inside, slammed the door. His hands shook as he reached for his radio, but what the hell was he supposed to say? Through the windshield, he watched the second officer fire 3 shots. The gray-skinned man jerked with each impact but didn't stop, didn't even slow down. He kept tearing at the officer on the ground, who had stopped screaming. The second officer emptied his weapon. The gray-skinned man finally collapsed, but by then the officer on the ground wasn't moving. The standing officer stood there breathing hard, his gun clicking empty. He looked at his partner, looked at the body that had attacked, looked at Rick in the truck. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then the officer's radio crackled with traffic that sounded like chaos. Multiple units calling for assistance, voices overlapping, someone screaming about more attacks. The officer looked down at his fallen partner, then back at Rick. He walked toward the truck, his face pale. Rick rolled down the window 2 inches. "You need to leave," the officer said. His voice was steady, but his hands shook. "Right now. Unhook and go." What was that?" "I don't know, just go, get off the freeway." Behind them, the officer on the ground twitched, just once. But they both saw it. The standing officer's eyes went wide. He looked at Rick again. "Go!" Rick threw the truck into gear and drove. The sedan was still connected to his lift, its front wheels suspended. He should have stopped, should have disconnected it properly, but his foot pressed the accelerator and the diesel engine roared, and he didn't look back. The radio exploded with traffic, more units responding to incidents, someone requesting SWAT, another voice saying something about the hospitals, the word riots cutting through the static. He drove with the damaged sedan dragging behind him, the grinding sound of its undercarriage on the pavement mixing with the truck's engine. His heart hammered against his ribs. His hands gripped the wheel so tight his knuckles went white. That man had been shot, multiple times, center mass, and he'd kept going until... Rick's stomach lurched. He swallowed hard, tasting the tacos he'd eaten hours ago rising in his throat. The 405 stretched ahead, and in his mirrors, more red and blue lights converged on the accident site. He took the next exit, Wilshire Boulevard, his truck grinding down the ramp with its unwilling cargo. He needed to stop, needed to disconnect the sedan, needed to think. He pulled into an empty parking lot, some closed office building, and set the brake. His hands shook so badly, it took 3 tries to shut off the engine. In the sudden silence, he could hear his own breathing, fast and shallow. The radio continued its desperate chatter, more incidents, more attacks. The words "officer down" repeated 3 times in 30 seconds. Rick's phone rang, making him jump. Dispatch. He answered, his voice hoarse. "Rick, where are you? We've got 50 calls backed up. Everyone's calling about..." I just watched someone get killed on the 405. Some guy, he was sick, and then he... Rick couldn't finish. The image of those gray hands tearing into the officer's throat wouldn't leave his mind. Hearing that everywhere. Listen, the company's pulling everyone off the streets. Whatever's happening, it's happening fast. Go home. Stay inside. What about... I'm serious. They're shutting down the freeways. Military's being called in. Just go home. The line went dead. Rick sat in his truck, staring at the phone. Through the windshield, Los Angeles spread out before him, a sea of lights that looked exactly the same as it had an hour ago. But somewhere in those lights, people were dying. People were changing into something that could take bullets and keep moving. He thought about his daughter in Torrance, his brother in Long Beach, his ex-wife. He grabbed his phone and started texting. "Where are you? Stay inside. Lock the doors." His daughter responded first. "What's wrong? Just do it, please." His brother. "Man, you seeing this shit?" Rick lowered the sedan, disconnected it in the dark parking lot, left it there, someone else's problem now. He climbed back into his truck and drove toward Inglewood, toward his apartment. The streets looked normal, traffic lights functioning, a few cars on the road, a homeless man pushing a shopping cart past a closed storefront. But the radio told a different story. Every station now, not just news. Emergency broadcast tones cutting through music. Announcements about staying indoors, avoiding contact with anyone showing symptoms of severe illness. The symptoms listed were high fever, profuse sweating, aggressive behavior, disorientation. The timeline listed was rapid onset, 1 to 3 hours from first symptoms to the broadcast cut off. Static. Then another station, this one with a panicked DJ abandoning his post, his voice fading as he said something about getting to his family. Rick drove faster. His apartment complex was quiet when he arrived. The security gate stood open. It had been broken for months, management never fixing anything. He parked his truck in his assigned spot, grabbed his work bag and thermos, and hurried to his unit on the second floor. His hands shook again as he fumbled with the keys. Inside, he locked the door, threw the deadbolt, and stood in the small entryway, breathing hard. The apartment was exactly as he'd left it that morning. Dishes in the sink, unmade bed visible through the open bedroom door, the TV remote on the coffee table. Everything normal, everything wrong. He turned on the television. Every channel showed the same thing. News anchors, their professional masks slipping, reporting on widespread violent incidents across Southern California, hospital footage showing ERS overflowing, shaky cell phone video of people attacking each other in the streets, a press conference with public health officials urging calm while their body language screamed panic, the governor saying something about a state of emergency, asking people to shelter in place. Shelter in place. That phrase from pandemic drills that no one ever took seriously. Rick's phone buzzed constantly. Texts from his brother, his daughter, co-workers, people he hadn't spoken to in months. Everyone asking the same questions, everyone scared. He tried to call his daughter, but the call wouldn't connect. Tried again. Nothing. The cell networks were overloading. He sent a text. "I'm okay. Stay home. I love you." Then he sat on his couch and watched the world end on television. The TV showed footage from earlier in the evening, maybe an hour before Rick's call on the 405. A hospital in Riverside, its emergency room entrance. People staggering out, not like patients, but like something else. Their movements wrong, disjointed. One woman in a hospital gown lurched toward a news crew filming from across the street. The cameraman ran. The footage went shaky, then cut out. Another channel showed police in riot gear forming a line outside a high school in Corona. Behind them, the school's windows were dark, but movement flickered inside. The news crawler at the bottom of the screen said, "Officials confirm multiple fatalities. Cause still under investigation." But Rick knew the cause. He'd seen it. Whatever sickness had turned that man on the 405 gray and violent was spreading. And when those people died, they didn't stay dead. His mind struggled to process it. Zombies. The word felt stupid even thinking it, like something from bad movies his brother used to make him watch. But he'd seen a man take 5 bullets and keep moving until the shots destroyed enough of him to stop. He'd seen eyes that held no recognition, no humanity, only hunger. The news shifted to a press conference. A CDC representative, her face professionally neutral, explaining that they were dealing with what they believed was a highly aggressive viral pathogen, person-to-person transmission through direct fluid contact. Incubation period appearing to be extremely short, 1 to 4 hours from exposure to symptom onset. Symptoms including fever, confusion, respiratory distress, violent behavior, then neurological death, followed by, she didn't say reanimation, she said post-mortem motor function anomalies. Rick laughed, a bitter sound in his empty apartment. Anomalies. Like that man hadn't tried to eat a police officer. Like the world wasn't coming apart. His phone buzzed. His daughter. "Dad, I'm scared. Mom is packing. We're going to Grandma's in Arizona." Relief flooded through him. "Good. Go. Be safe. Text me when you get there." "What about you?" "I'm fine. I'll stay here. Too dangerous to drive now. I love you. Love you too, baby." He set the phone down and watched more footage. The scenes were repeating now. The same clips showing over and over because new footage wasn't coming in, or because what was happening was too bad to show. The TV anchors looked increasingly disheveled, their scripts abandoned. One woman simply stood up and walked off camera mid-sentence. Her co-anchor sat alone for a moment, then he left too. Rick went to his kitchen and took inventory. Half a loaf of bread, some lunch meat that might be turning, 3 cans of soup, a box of pasta, 6 beers. Not much. He'd been meaning to go shopping for days, but work kept eating his time. He filled every container he had with water, the Brita pitcher, an old juice bottle, his thermos, a mixing bowl. He didn't know why, just that it felt necessary. People on TV were always talking about water when disasters hit. He checked his front door again. Locked. He went to the sliding glass door that led to his narrow balcony. Locked. The balcony overlooked the parking lot. His tow truck sat below, yellow and solid, loaded with tools. Winch cables, tire irons, hydraulic jacks, chains, straps. All the equipment he used daily, now feeling like potential weapons. The TV lost signal around 3 in the morning. No warning, just the picture cutting to black, then to a blue screen with an error message. Rick switched channels. Some showed static. Others showed the emergency broadcast pattern. One station still had a live feed. A traffic camera pointed at the 405, the same stretch where Rick had been hours ago. The freeway was empty except for abandoned cars. As he watched, something moved between the vehicles. Then another. Then several more. Figures shambling in the darkness, their movements unmistakable. Rick turned off the TV. The apartment fell into silence broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and distant sounds from outside. A car alarm. Shouting. A sound that might have been a gunshot or might have been a backfire. He went to his bedroom window and looked out at the apartment complex. Lights were on in most units. People were awake, watching, waiting. He needed to sleep, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw that gray face. Those red eyes. The officer screaming. So he sat on his couch in the dark, his work phone in one hand, his personal phone in the other, and waited for the sun to come up. Day 2 began with silence. Rick had finally dozed off around 5, slumped on his couch, and woke to his neck stiff and his mouth dry. The sun was up, light streaming through his curtains. For a moment he thought maybe it had all been a nightmare. Then he saw the TV, still dark, and his phones with their dozens of unread messages, and reality crashed back. He stood, his body aching from the awkward sleep position, and went to the window. The parking lot below was empty of people. Cars remained in their spots, including his truck. But something was wrong. It took him a moment to identify it. The usual morning sounds were absent. No traffic noise from the street beyond. No airplane rumble overhead. The city that never stopped had gone silent. Rick's stomach growled. He went to his kitchen and made coffee, the familiar ritual grounding him. While the machine gurgled and hissed, he checked his phone. His daughter had texted at 4 a.m., stuck in traffic on the 10th, not moving. People are leaving their cars. His heart clenched. He tried calling. The call failed immediately. He texted, "Where are you exactly?" The message sent but showed no reply. He tried his ex-wife. Nothing. His brother. No response. The cellular network was either overloaded or down. He opened his news apps. Most wouldn't load. The ones that did showed articles from the previous evening. Nothing updated. He drank his coffee standing at the kitchen window, staring out at the apartment complex. A man emerged from the building across the parking lot, carrying a gym bag. He walked to his car, got in, and tried to start it. The engine turned over but didn't catch. The man tried again and again. Rick knew that sound. Dead battery. Or maybe the electrical system was fried. After the 5th attempt, the man got out, grabbed his gym bag, and started walking toward the street. Rick finished his coffee and assessed his situation methodically, the way he'd learned to approach broken-down cars. What did he have? What did he need? What were his options? He had some food, some water, a secured apartment on the 2nd floor, his work truck with tools, and his knowledge. 18 years of getting vehicles unstuck, unjammed, and mobile. He knew how things worked mechanically, how to break into locked cars, how to hotwire engines, how to lift heavy objects with leverage and pulleys. Practical skills that suddenly felt more valuable than any college degree. He needed more food, more water, information, and a plan. Did he stay here? Did he try to get to his daughter? Did he try to reach his brother? His options felt limited by what he didn't know. How bad was it really? Were the authorities regaining control? Was there still law, still structure, still help coming? He turned on his battery-powered radio, scanning for any working stations. Most were dead or looping the same emergency messages. One AM station had someone talking, a man's voice, not a professional broadcaster. "Anyone out there, if you can hear this, stay away from the hospitals. They're overrun. The things, the infected, they're everywhere. My wife, she was bitten yesterday, and by midnight she..." His voice broke. "They don't die right away. It takes hours, and then they come back. They come back wrong." Rick sat down heavily. The man's voice continued, raw with grief and terror. "The police are gone. The military tried to set up checkpoints, but I watched them get swarmed. There's too many. If you're in your house, stay there. Board up the windows. Don't let anyone in. Don't trust anyone who's been bitten. They'll seem okay, then they'll turn, and they'll..." Static consumed his words. Rick turned off the radio. His hands were shaking again. He looked around his apartment with new eyes. The walls were thin. He could usually hear his neighbor's TV through them. His front door was hollow core, not solid wood. The windows had cheap locks. The sliding glass door was sturdy, but the glass itself would shatter easily. This wasn't a fortress. This was a trap if things got bad. His work truck. That was solid. Steel body, reinforced frame for towing heavy loads. It had a full tank. He'd filled up yesterday afternoon. It had his tools, his equipment. It was mobile, defensible. But where would he go? His phone buzzed. His brother, "Rick, you there?" Relief flooded through him. He typed back immediately. "Yeah, where are you? Long Beach. Hold up at my place. You see what's happening?" "Some of it. I saw someone turn. On the 405. It's bad, man. Really bad. I went out for supplies early this morning. Stores are getting looted. Saw 3 people get attacked right on the street. had to run back. "You okay?" "For now. Got some food, water, my gun." Rick's brother was a gun guy, always had been. Rick had never been interested, but right now he wished he had one. "You armed?" his brother asked, as if reading his mind. "Number. You should get out of there. Come here. Safety in numbers." "What about the daughter? Where is she?" Rick explained the last text he'd received. His brother's response took a minute. "If she's stuck on the 10, you can't get to her. Roads are fucked. Better to fortify where you are or come here." The brutal logic of it hurt, but Rick knew his brother was right. The 10 freeway stretched east for miles. If his daughter was stuck in traffic somewhere past downtown, he'd never reach her. The best thing he could do was hope she and her mother made it to Arizona and wait to hear from them. "I'll think about it," Rick typed. "Stay safe. You too." Rick spent the next hour going through his apartment, gathering anything useful. He had a small first aid kit under the bathroom sink, bandages, antibiotic ointment, pain relievers. He packed it in his work bag along with his spare clothes, a flashlight, batteries, his tool belt, and the food and water he'd inventoried earlier. His apartment had a small linen closet. He pulled out sheets, towels, and the old sleeping bag he used for camping trips he never took anymore. From his closet, he retrieved the tire iron he'd brought home months ago, meaning to replace it in his truck and forgetting about it. Solid steel, heavy, about 3 feet long. He held it, feeling its weight. He'd used it thousands of times to loosen lug nuts. Now he was thinking about using it for something else. The thought made him nauseous. Sounds from outside interrupted his preparations. Shouting. Close by, in the apartment complex. Rick went to his window and looked out. Below, in the parking lot, 2 men were fighting. Not normal fighting. One man was on his back, the other on top of him, and even from the second floor Rick could see the violence was wrong. The man on top was tearing at the other with his hands and teeth, and the man underneath was screaming. Other residents appeared on their balconies, watching in horror. Someone yelled for them to stop. No one intervened. The screaming stopped. The attacker stood up, his face and hands dark with blood. His skin had the same grayish tint Rick had seen the night before. The man who'd been attacked lay still. Then he moved. Just a twitch at first, like the officer on the freeway. Then more. He sat up, his movements jerky, and Rick saw the massive wounds on his throat and chest. Saw that he should be dead from blood loss. But he was moving, getting to his feet, his eyes unfocused and red. People on the balconies screamed, doors slammed. Rick backed away from his window, his heart racing. It was happening here, in his apartment complex. The infection was no longer something on TV or on a distant freeway. It was 20 feet below him. He grabbed his work bag, now packed, and his tire iron. He needed to leave, now, while he still could. His truck was down there in the parking lot. Could he reach it? The 2 infected men were near the entrance to the stairwell he'd need to use, but there was another stairwell on the opposite side of the building. He could go out his door, head the other way, come down, and approach his truck from a different angle. Rick peered out his front door's peephole. The hallway was empty. He opened the door quietly, stepped out, and locked it behind him. Force of habit. He walked quickly toward the far stairwell, his bag on one shoulder, the tire iron in his right hand. Behind him, he heard a door open, and Mrs. Park from Unit 208 emerged, her face pale. "What's happening?" she asked. "You need to stay inside? Lock your door?" "Those men—" "I know. Just stay inside. Don't open your door for anyone." She nodded and retreated. Rick heard her deadbolt slide home. He reached the stairwell and descended, his footsteps echoing in the concrete shaft. The stairs led to a side exit that opened onto the parking lot about 50 feet from where his truck was parked. He pushed the door open cautiously. The parking lot looked empty. The 2 infected men were out of sight, somewhere near the front of the complex. Rick could hear them, though, a wet, guttural sound that made his skin crawl. He stepped outside, letting the door close behind him, and moved quickly toward his truck. His keys were in his hand, the truck's remote ready. He was 20 feet away when one of the infected men appeared from between two cars. The man's eyes locked onto Rick immediately. His face was covered in blood, his mouth hanging open. The wounds that had killed him were visible, deep bites on his arms and neck, but they didn't slow him down. He lunged toward Rick with surprising speed. Rick ran. He'd never been a fast runner, but adrenaline gave him speed he didn't know he had. He reached his truck, fumbled with the keys, hit the unlock button. The truck chirped, lights flashing. He grabbed the door handle, yanked it open, and threw himself inside. The infected man was 3 feet away when Rick slammed the door. Hands hit the window. The man's face pressed against the glass, his mouth working, teeth clicking against the surface. Rick jammed the key into the ignition and started the engine. The diesel roared to life. He threw it into reverse and backed up fast, not caring what he hit. The infected man fell away, staggered, then started moving toward the truck again. Rick shifted into drive and accelerated out of the parking lot. In his rearview mirror, he saw the second infected man appear, joining the first. They stood in the middle of the parking lot, turning as if looking for more prey. Other residents were emerging now, some getting into their cars, others running on foot. Everyone had the same idea: get out. Rick drove toward the apartment complex's main gate, which was still open. As he approached, he saw more infected on the street beyond. 3 of them, shambling down the sidewalk. One turned at the sound of his engine. Then all 3 oriented on him. Rick accelerated through the gate and turned right, away from them. They gave chase, but his truck easily outpaced them. The street was chaos. Abandoned cars sat at odd angles. A fire burned in one of them, black smoke rising into the morning sky. Bodies lay on the sidewalk, some still, some moving. A woman ran past, screaming, pursued by 2 infected. Rick didn't stop, couldn't stop. His hands gripped the wheel and he drove, following muscle memory more than conscious thought. He headed toward his brother's place in Long Beach, staying off the freeways, taking surface streets. Every block revealed new horrors. An overturned bus, a police barricade that had been overwhelmed, officers' bodies torn apart, a convenience store with its windows smashed, infected and living alike fighting over the contents. Rick watched a man pull an infected away from a woman, only to be bitten himself. The man's scream followed Rick for 2 blocks. The city was dying, or already dead. The infrastructure that held Los Angeles together, power, water, law, order, was collapsing faster than Rick could process. Traffic lights were dark at some intersections, still functioning at others. No police, no ambulances, just survivors trying to escape and infected trying to feed. Rick's radio crackled. Someone was using the CB, a frequency truckers used. A voice, male, urgent. Heading east on Imperial Highway. Avoid downtown, it's gone, too many of them. If anyone can hear this, LAX is overrun. Don't go to the airport. Repeat, do not go to... Static. Rick picked up his CB mic. This is AAA Tow 1. Anyone out there? Static. Then, Tow 1, this is Big Rig 3. Where are you? Inglewood, heading toward Long Beach. What's your status? Hold up in Carson. Got a bunch of people here in a warehouse. You got supplies? Negative. Just trying to reach family. Good luck, friend. Stay mobile. These things are everywhere, but they're slow. You keep moving, you stay ahead of them. Understood. Thanks. God bless. Rick hooked the mic back up and continued driving. The trucker was right. The infected were slow. Not zombie movie slow, but slower than a running person. They could lunge, could move quickly for short bursts, but sustained pursuit, they'd tire, trip, lose focus. But there were so many of them. For every one Rick saw and drove past, there seemed to be 10 more. He was 10 minutes from his brother's apartment complex when he saw the horde. That was the only word for it. hundreds of infected filling the street ahead, a mass of gray-skinned, blood-covered bodies moving as one. They were tearing apart something. Rick couldn't see what, didn't want to see. He slammed on the brakes, threw the truck into reverse, and backed up until he could turn around. His phone buzzed. His brother. "Where are you?" "Close. But there's a massive group of infected between us. Maybe 300 of them. Shit. Can you go around?" "Trying." Rick found another route, cutting through side streets, but every direction he turned revealed more infected. The density increased the closer he got to Long Beach. Whatever had started in Riverside yesterday had spread like wildfire through the night. And now, in the morning light, the scale was visible. This wasn't a contained outbreak. This was the end of the world. His phone buzzed again, this time his daughter. "Dad, we're off the freeway, walking, saw our house, but it's on fire. Don't know where to go." Terror seized him. He pulled over, fingers flying over the screen. "Where exactly are you?" "Somewhere in West Covina, I think, near a target." West Covina was east, far east, back toward where he'd come from. And if their house was on fire, if they were on foot, find shelter. A house, a store, anywhere you can lock the door. Hide. Don't go outside. "Okay, I'll come get you." "Dad, no, it's too far, I'm coming. Stay hidden. I love you." Rick stared at his phone, at the message thread, at the distance between them. His brother was 10 minutes away. His daughter was an hour away under normal conditions, maybe impossible to reach now. But she was his daughter, his baby. 15 years old and alone in a city tearing itself apart. There was no choice. There had never been a choice. He typed a message to his brother. "Can't make it to you. Have to go get my daughter." She's stranded. The response came quickly. "Rick, it's suicide. You'll never make it. I have to try." "Then Godspeed, brother. Be smart. Be careful. You too." Rick put the truck in gear and headed east. The drive toward West Covina should have taken an hour. It took Rick 4, and he only made it because of his truck. The tow vehicle's size and weight let him push through obstacles, abandoned cars, debris, even a few infected that didn't move out of the way fast enough. The sound when the truck hit them was horrible, a wet crunch that Rick knew he'd never forget. But he kept driving, jaw clenched, eyes scanning for the next threat. He stayed off the freeways. The 10 was a parking lot of dead vehicles and dead bodies, exactly as his daughter had described. Instead, he navigated surface streets, using his knowledge of the city's grid system to plot a course. Valley Boulevard to Garvey Avenue to Amar Road. Every mile revealed new devastation. A hospital was burning, smoke pouring from broken windows. A National Guard checkpoint sat abandoned, sandbags and barricades still in place but no soldiers in sight. Just bodies in uniform, some still, some moving with that characteristic jerky gait. Rick drove past without slowing. He saw living people too, holed up in buildings or running between cover. A group of men with guns guarding a shopping center. A family in a car going the opposite direction, their faces shell-shocked. A woman on a roof waving a white sheet. Rick couldn't stop for any of them. His daughter was waiting. His phone buzzed intermittently with texts from his daughter, each one making his heart race. She'd found shelter in a small house, hiding in a bedroom with her mother. The owners were gone or dead. They had no food, no water. Infected were in the street outside. Her mother was hurt. She'd twisted her ankle running, couldn't walk well. "Almost there," Rick texted, though he was still miles away. "Stay quiet. Stay hidden." The sun was past its zenith when he finally reached West Covina. The target his daughter had mentioned was visible from the street, its red logo bright against the hazy sky. The parking lot was full of abandoned cars. Infected wandered through them, maybe 20 or 30 visible from where Rick sat. He scanned the surrounding area, trying to identify which house his daughter might be in. His phone rang. Somehow, the call went through. He answered immediately. "Dad?" His daughter's voice was barely a whisper. "I'm here. I'm at the target. Where are you exactly? I can see the target from the window. We're in a beige house with a red door. There's a blue car in the driveway. Rick looked around. Which direction from the target? West, I think. 2 blocks. Stay on the line. Rick started driving slowly, scanning houses. 2 blocks west would put them in a residential area he could see from his position. He turned off the main road, his truck drawing the attention of several infected. They started following, their hands reaching toward the vehicle. I see infected outside, his daughter said, fear threading through her voice. I know, I'm going to drive past and see which house you're in. When I tell you, you and your mom run for the truck. Fast as you can. Understand? Mom can't run. Her ankle. I'll help her. Just be ready. He drove slowly down the residential street. 1 block, 2 blocks. He saw the beige house with the red door and the blue car. His daughter's face appeared briefly in a window, then vanished. I see you, Rick said. I'm going to pull into the driveway. When I do, you come out the front door, straight to the truck. Don't look around, just run. Okay. Her voice was steady now, braver. Rick assessed the situation. 4 infected were visible on the street, all of them now oriented on his truck. More would come when he stopped, drawn by the noise. He'd have maybe 30 seconds to get his daughter and ex-wife into the truck before they were swarmed. He positioned the truck, then accelerated hard, hitting 2 of the infected and sending them flying. The impact jarred his teeth. He spun the wheel, backed into the driveway, and laid on the horn. The loud blast echoed through the neighborhood. The front door opened. His daughter emerged first, wild-eyed but moving. Behind her, his ex-wife limped, her face twisted in pain. Rick jumped out of the truck, tire iron in hand. An infected man was coming up the driveway. Rick swung the tire iron, the impact connecting with the man's skull with a sickening crunch. The man went down. Rick ran to his ex-wife, put his arm around her, and half-carried her to the truck. His daughter was already climbing into the passenger side. He shoved his ex-wife in after her, slammed the door, and ran around to the driver's side. 3 more infected were converging. He jumped in, locked the doors, and reversed hard. The truck's rear end hit something. He didn't look to see what. He shifted into drive and floored it. In the passenger seat, his daughter was crying. His ex-wife held her, also crying. Rick drove in silence, his hands shaking on the wheel, adrenaline making his vision sharp and his heart race. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. They were alive. Where do we go? His daughter asked after several minutes. Good question. Long Beach was out. Too many infected. His apartment was compromised. Arizona was still the goal, but they needed supplies first. Food, water, fuel, and they needed to get off the streets before dark. Rick had a feeling that nighttime would be even worse. We need to find somewhere safe, he said. Somewhere we can fortify and rest. Where? His ex-wife asked. It was the first time she'd spoken to him in months. Her voice was hoarse. Rick thought about it, his mind sorting through options. Then it came to him, his company's towing yard. It was in Carson, a massive lot surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Inside were dozens of towed vehicles, a small office building, and, most importantly, a storage shed with tools, equipment, and supplies. The fence was meant to keep people out. It could also keep infected out. I know a place, Rick said. We need to head back west. More driving? His ex-wife winced. I don't know if I can. We don't have a choice. The drive to Carson took 2 more hours. Rick's arms ached from gripping the wheel. His eyes burned from scanning for threats. In the passenger seat, his daughter and ex-wife huddled together, both of them exhausted. They passed burning buildings, overturned cars, bodies too numerous to count. The scale of the death was incomprehensible. Los Angeles, home to nearly 4 million people, was becoming a mass grave. The towing yard's gate was closed but not locked. The padlock hung open. Rick pulled in, got out to close the gate behind them, and secured it with the padlock. The lot was empty of people, living or dead. Dozens of vehicles sat in neat rows, waiting for owners who would probably never claim them. Rick drove to the back of the lot, where the office building and storage shed sat. The office had been broken into, the door hung open, the interior ransacked, but the storage shed was intact. Rick used his key, one he'd carried for years, and opened it. Inside were shelves of parts, tools, equipment, and in the back, cases of water bottles and a box of granola bars, supplies someone had stashed for emergencies. Rick felt a rush of gratitude for whoever had been prepared. He helped his ex-wife out of the truck and into the office. His daughter followed, carrying their meager supplies. The office was a mess, papers everywhere, drawers pulled out, but structurally sound. Rick found a first aid kit and wrapped his ex-wife's ankle. It was badly swollen, but probably not broken. "We'll stay here tonight," Rick said. "The fence should keep us safe." "And then what?" his ex-wife asked. "We can't stay here forever. Arizona is still the goal, but we need to prepare. Food, water, weapons. I'll scavenge tomorrow." His daughter looked at him with wide eyes. "You're going back out there?" "I have to. We need supplies." She nodded slowly, then moved closer and hugged him. Rick held her tight, feeling her shake. She was safe. For now. That was all that mattered. They spent the rest of the day fortifying the office. Rick used cable and chains from the shed to secure the windows. He moved filing cabinets to block the door, leaving just enough space to slip in and out. His daughter found a battery-powered radio in one of the office drawers. They turned it on, scanning for any broadcasts. Most channels were dead. One station was still running, a woman's voice. "Reports of evacuation zones on the coast. Military has established safe areas in San Diego and San Francisco. If you can reach these locations, they're offering shelter and protection. Avoid large cities, avoid hospitals, avoid anyone exhibiting symptoms. The infection is transmitted through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, any open wound. If bitten or scratched, quarantine immediately. Time from infection to symptoms is 2 to 6 hours. Time from death to reanimation is approximately 5 to 15 minutes. Once reanimated, victims show no signs of human consciousness. They are driven by a compulsion to feed. Headshots or destruction of the brain is the only confirmed way to stop them permanently. God be with us all." The broadcast repeated. Rick turned down the volume but left it on. The woman's voice a small connection to a world that was vanishing. They ate granola bars and drank water. His ex-wife fell asleep on the office couch, exhausted. His daughter sat next to Rick on the floor, her head on his shoulder. "Is Mom going to be okay?" she asked quietly. "Her ankle will heal. She'll be fine. I mean, all of this, is anyone going to be okay?" Rick didn't have an answer. He wrapped his arm around her and said nothing. Outside, as night fell, they heard sounds. Moaning, the shuffle of feet, scratching at the fence. The infected were out there, drawn by some sense of the living inside, but the fence held, for now. Day 3 began with Rick checking their perimeter at first light. The fence was still secure, though he counted 17 infected wandering outside it. They moved slowly in the early morning, some of them so damaged from their deaths and reanimations that they could barely walk. One woman was missing an arm, the torn flesh blackened and rotting. A man had a section of his skull caved in, exposing brain matter, yet he still walked. Rick watched them, studying their movements, their behavior. They didn't seem to communicate with each other. They just existed, driven by hunger. Inside the office, his daughter was awake, keeping watch while his ex-wife still slept. Rick had taken the first watch during the night. Then his daughter had insisted on taking the second. She'd stayed awake until dawn, watching the darkness beyond the windows for any signs of threat. "We need supplies," Rick told her. I'm going to take the truck out and hit some stores. I'm coming with you. No, you need to stay here, protect your mom. Dad, you can't go alone. He wanted to argue, wanted to keep her safe behind the fence. But she was right. 2 people were safer than one. Someone to watch his back, to help carry supplies, to drive if something went wrong. Okay, he said finally, but you do exactly what I say. The second things look bad, we run. Understand? She nodded. Rick went to the storage shed and gathered weapons, 2 tire irons, a heavy wrench, a pry bar. He showed his daughter how to swing the tire iron, how to aim for the head, how to put her weight behind it. She practiced a few swings, her face pale but determined. His ex-wife woke as they were preparing to leave. Where are you going? Supply run. We need food and water. Take me with you. I can help. You can barely walk. Then I'll stay in the truck. Extra eyes. Rick considered. She was right. Having someone in the truck while he went inside, stores would be valuable. Okay, but you stay in the vehicle, doors locked. If things go bad, you drive away. I'm not leaving you and our daughter. If things go bad, you drive away, Rick repeated firmly. We'll find each other later. She nodded reluctantly. They loaded into the truck, Rick driving, his ex-wife in the middle, his daughter on the passenger side. Rick drove carefully out of the lot, closing and locking the gate behind them. The infected outside showed no interest in the empty yard once the truck was gone. They followed the vehicle instead, shambling after it until Rick accelerated away. He headed toward a large grocery store he knew, a Vons, about 10 minutes away. The streets were quieter this morning, though the evidence of the past 2 days was everywhere. Smoke rose from multiple locations. Bodies littered the sidewalks and roads. Cars sat abandoned, their doors open, their contents scattered. The Vons parking lot was full of vehicles but empty of people, living or dead. Rick parked near the entrance. The store's windows were intact, the doors closed. He studied it for several minutes, watching for movement inside. I'm going in, he said. You two stay here. Keep the engine running. I'll be as fast as I can. His daughter held up her tire iron. We should go together. No. If something happens, you need to be ready to drive. Dad? Please? He looked at her, then at his ex-wife. Please. They both nodded. Rick grabbed his tire iron and a duffel bag from behind the seat. He approached the store's entrance, his boots crunching on broken glass he hadn't seen from the truck. The doors were automatic, but without power, they didn't open. He pried them apart, the gap just wide enough to slip through. The store interior was dark, lit only by skylights that let in gray daylight. Rick's eyes adjusted slowly. Shelves were disheveled but not empty. No one had looted this place yet, or if they had, they'd been interrupted. He moved quickly down the aisles, grabbing what he could. Bottled water, canned goods, protein bars, crackers. He avoided anything that required refrigeration. The power was out, and anything perishable was already spoiling. He was loading soup cans into his bag when he heard movement from deeper in the store. A wet, shuffling sound. Rick froze, his grip tightening on the tire iron. The sound came closer. He saw movement in the next aisle over, visible through the gaps in the shelving. A shape, man-sized, moving with that unmistakable jerky gait. Rick backed toward the entrance, his bag half full. The infected appeared at the end of the aisle, a young man in a blood-stained Vons uniform. His name tag said Darren. His throat was torn open, the wound black with dried blood. His eyes locked onto Rick. Rick ran. He didn't think, didn't try to fight. He ran for the entrance, the duffel bag bouncing against his leg. Behind him, Darren gave chase, faster than Rick expected. Rick burst through the doors, sprinting for the truck. His ex-wife saw him coming, her eyes going wide. His daughter opened the passenger door. Rick threw the bag inside and jumped in after it. Drive! His ex-wife slid behind the wheel, threw the truck into gear, and accelerated. Through the rear window, Rick watched Darren emerge from the store, but the truck was already pulling away. Rick sat gasping, his heart pounding. "You okay?" his daughter asked. "Yeah, one infected inside. I got what I could." They drove in silence for a moment. Then his ex-wife said, "We need more than that. That's maybe 3 days of food." She was right. Rick looked at the bag. A dozen water bottles, maybe 20 cans and packages. Not nearly enough, especially if they were going to attempt the drive to Arizona. That was a 5-hour drive under normal conditions, possibly days or weeks now. They'd need supplies to sustain them. "There's a target ahead," his daughter said, "bigger than the grocery store." Rick nodded. They drove to the target, but the parking lot was full of infected, dozens of them wandering between cars. Too many. They moved on. A CVS pharmacy. The windows were smashed. Infected inside. A 7-Eleven. Empty but ransacked. Nothing useful left. Rick's frustration grew. Every store was either overrun or already looted. They were wasting fuel driving around, and the sun was climbing toward midday. Heat shimmered off the pavement. The truck's air conditioning barely kept up. "There," his ex-wife said, pointing. "That warehouse." It was a Costco, the massive bulk of it sitting alone in a large parking lot. The lot was mostly empty, only a handful of cars scattered around. Rick pulled in cautiously, scanning for threats. Nothing moved. The store's entrance showed signs of damage. Someone had smashed through the door, but it was quiet. "Same plan," Rick said. "I go in, you stay in the truck." "Dad, please let me come." "You're all I have left to keep safe," he said quietly. "Please." His daughter's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded. Rick approached the Costco entrance, tire iron ready. The interior was vast, rows of industrial shelving stretching into darkness. Emergency lighting provided minimal illumination. Rick's footsteps echoed. He moved carefully, checking each aisle before committing to it. The store had been partially looted, but there was still plenty left. Costco's bulk packaging meant that even half-empty shelves contained significant supplies. Rick found a shopping cart and started loading it. Bottled water, an entire case, canned vegetables, canned meat, boxes of crackers and granola bars, a first aid kit, batteries. He worked quickly, his nerves stretched tight, expecting attack at any moment. In the camping section, he found a Coleman stove and fuel canisters, a tent, sleeping bags. He took them all. A few aisles over, he found a locked display case of knives. He smashed it with his tire iron, the glass exploding in a shower of fragments. He grabbed 2 large hunting knives and a hatchet. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the store. Rick froze, listening. Silence. Then, from somewhere in the back, movement. Multiple sources. The infected had heard him. Rick ran, pushing the overloaded cart. It rattled and bounced, threatening to tip. He made it to the entrance just as the first infected appeared. A woman in torn business attire. More followed, 5, 6, 7 of them, appearing from the darkness like ghosts. Rick abandoned the cart and grabbed as much as he could carry. 2 cases of water, the camping gear, the knives. He ran for the truck, his arms burning. His daughter saw him coming and threw open the door. He heaved everything inside, then went back for another load. The infected were closer now, 30 feet away. He grabbed what he could from the cart, more water, cans, boxes, throwing them toward the truck. His ex-wife was out of the driver's seat, catching what he threw and loading it. The infected were 15 feet away. Rick grabbed the last armful and ran. He and his ex-wife jumped into the truck simultaneously, slamming doors just as the first infected reached them. Hands slapped against the windows, gray faces pressed to the glass. His daughter screamed. Rick started the engine and accelerated, the infected bouncing off the truck as it pulled away. They fell, got up, and continued their pursuit, but the truck quickly outpaced them. Rick drove until he couldn't see the Costco anymore. then pulled over. All three of them sat breathing hard, the adrenaline slowly fading. In the back and cabin of the truck, supplies were scattered everywhere. "We did it," his daughter said, her voice shaky. "Yeah," Rick said, "we did." They organized the supplies, taking inventory. It was more than Rick had hoped for. Maybe 2 weeks of food if they rationed carefully, plenty of water, camping gear that would be useful if they had to sleep rough, and weapons that were better than the improvised tools they'd had before. By the time they made it back to the towing yard, it was early afternoon. The infected outside the fence had increased in number. Rick counted 23 now, but they couldn't get in. The fence held. Rick opened the gate just enough to drive through, then closed and locked it again. Inside the office, they spread out their supplies and continued their inventory. His ex-wife found antibiotic ointment in the first aid kit and reapplied it to her ankle. His daughter used the camp stove to heat some soup, chicken noodle from a can. It was the first hot food they'd had in 2 days. They ate in silence, too exhausted for conversation. Rick took first watch that night while the others slept. He sat by the window, watching the infected beyond the fence. Their numbers had grown again, now 28. They pressed against the chain link, their hands reaching through the gaps. Some of them moaned, a low sound that raised the hair on the back of Rick's neck. Others were silent, their mouths working soundlessly. He thought about the last 2 days, how quickly everything had fallen apart. How the normal world he'd known, traffic jams and work calls and mundane concerns, had been replaced by this nightmare. He thought about the people he'd seen die, the officer on the 405, the man in his apartment complex parking lot, Darren the Vaughn's employee. How many more were dead? Millions? Tens of millions? His phone buzzed. He still had some battery left, but service was non-existent now. The text was old, delivered hours late. His brother. "Rick, things are bad here. Don't think I'm going to make it. If you're alive, head east. Get out of the city. Love you, man." Rick stared at the message. He tried to call. Nothing. He sent a text back. "Still here, still alive. Don't give up." The message failed to send. Rick tried again. Failed again. He set the phone down and put his head in his hands. His brother was probably dead. Most of the people he knew were probably dead. The world was ending, and he was sitting in a towing company office with his ex-wife and daughter, surrounded by infected, trying to figure out how to survive one more day. His daughter appeared beside him, startling him. "Can't sleep? It's my watch." "I couldn't sleep either." She sat down next to him. "Dad, are we going to die?" The question was so direct, so honest, that Rick didn't know how to answer. Finally, he said, "I don't know. Maybe. But we're going to fight like hell not to. I'm scared." "Me too." She leaned against him. Rick put his arm around her, and they sat together in the darkness, listening to the moans of the infected and the distant sounds of a city destroying itself. Day 4 started with a decision. They couldn't stay in the towing yard forever. Eventually, the infected would break through, or they'd run out of supplies, or some other threat would emerge. They needed to move, to get out of Los Angeles and head for the evacuation zones. But the route would be dangerous, possibly impossible. Rick spread out a paper map of California on the office desk. The internet was down, his phone's GPS useless, but he'd always kept physical maps in his truck. Old habits from before smartphones had made them obsolete. "San Diego is closest," he said, tracing the route with his finger. "About 120 miles south, but that means going through Orange County, which is probably just as bad as LA. "What about San Francisco?" his ex-wife asked. "Almost 400 miles north. That's days of driving, assuming the roads are even passable." "Arizona is east," his daughter said. "That was always the plan." Rick nodded. "Probably the safest route. Less population density once we get past the LA basin. But it's desert. If we break down or run out of gas, we're stranded." They debated for an hour, weighing options. Finally, they agreed. Arizona was the best choice. They'd follow surface roads east, avoiding freeways where cars would be impassable. They'd take their time, scavenge as needed, and stay mobile. If they couldn't reach the evacuation zones, maybe they could find somewhere remote to hole up and wait out the worst of it. Rick spent the morning preparing the truck. He used tools from the shed to build a makeshift guard for the front bumper, welding together pieces of steel to create a basic ram. It wasn't pretty, but it would help push through obstacles. He checked the truck's fluid levels, changed the oil, replaced a worn belt. Mechanical work had always calmed him. The tangible problem and solution a relief from the abstract horror of their situation. His daughter helped, handing him tools, learning as they worked. Rick taught her about engines, about how the various systems work together. She absorbed it quickly, her natural intelligence applied to practical skills. "Why didn't you ever teach me this before?" she asked as he explained how the cooling system worked. "You never seemed interested." "And your mom?" He trailed off. "She always said you worked too much, that you cared more about cars than your family." Rick was quiet for a moment. "Maybe I did. I don't know. Work was easier than figuring out how to be a good husband, a good father." "You're being a good father now." He looked at her, surprised. She smiled, just a little, and handed him another wrench. By early afternoon, they were ready. Rick loaded the truck with all their supplies, packed tight and secured. His ex-wife could walk now, though she limped. Her ankle was healing, the swelling reduced. She insisted she could drive if needed, that she wouldn't slow them down. They stood at the office door, looking out at the towing yard. The infected beyond the fence had thinned out. Some had wandered away, drawn by some stimulus Rick couldn't identify. Only a dozen remained. It was as good a time as any. "Once we're on the road, we don't stop unless we have to," Rick said. "If we see infected, we drive around or drive through. If we see other survivors, we're cautious. Desperate people are almost as dangerous as the infected." They nodded. Rick opened the office door and they moved quickly to the truck. Rick started the engine, the familiar rumble reassuring. He drove to the gate, got out, unlocked it. The infected outside took notice, starting to move toward the opening. Rick drove through, then jumped out to close the gate behind them. One infected got too close. Rick swung his tire iron, the impact dropping the thing instantly. He jumped back in the truck and drove. The first hour went smoothly. They followed Valley Boulevard east, the road relatively clear. They passed other vehicles occasionally, some abandoned, some still driving, the occupants looking as shell-shocked as Rick felt. No one stopped to talk. Everyone had the same goal: get out. They saw infected, but in smaller numbers than the previous days. Individuals or pairs wandering aimlessly, easy to avoid. Rick began to feel something like hope. Maybe they'd make it. Maybe this was actually possible. Then they reached Covina and the hope died. The city was a war zone. Buildings burned, bodies covered the streets in piles. And the infected. There were hundreds of them, thousands maybe, filling the roads and sidewalks. The sheer density was overwhelming. Rick's hands tightened on the wheel. "Can we go around?" his ex-wife asked. Rick checked his map. Covina was a bottleneck, the geography funneling them through the city. Going around would add hours, take them through areas that might be just as bad, but going through. "We're going through," he decided. "Hold on." He accelerated, aiming the truck toward the densest part of the horde. The makeshift ram he'd built met the first infected at 40 miles per hour. The impact jarred them all, but the truck barely slowed. More impacts, bodies flying or getting crushed under the wheels. The truck's windshield cracked from something, a flung body part, a piece of debris. Rick couldn't tell. His daughter screamed. His ex-wife was crying. Rick kept his foot on the accelerator, kept the wheel steady. The truck was built for punishment. designed to haul heavy loads through traffic. It could handle this. It had to. They burst through the other side of the horde, the road ahead clearer. Rick didn't slow down. Blood and worse covered the windshield, obscuring his view. He used the wipers, the washer fluid mixing with gore to create a pink smear. It didn't help much, but he could see enough to drive. "Everyone okay?" he asked. "Yeah," his daughter said shakily. "Oh my God, Dad, that was—" "I know." They drove for another hour in silence. The suburban sprawl of Los Angeles gradually thinned. Strip malls gave way to more open space. Hills appeared on either side of the road. Rick began to breathe easier. They were getting out. Actually getting out. They stopped once for gas at an abandoned station. The pumps didn't work without power, but Rick knew how to manually extract fuel from the underground tanks. It was a trick he'd learned years ago, opening the access panel and using gravity to drain fuel directly. It was slow and messy, but it worked. While he pumped gas, his ex-wife and daughter stood watch, gripping their tire irons and knives. Two infected appeared, drawn by the noise. Rick's daughter stepped forward, swinging her tire iron with both hands. The impact connected with the infected man's head, dropping him. She stared at the body, breathing hard. Then the second infected attacked, and Rick's ex-wife was there, driving her knife into its eye socket. It fell. They looked at each other, these three people who had lived separate lives until 3 days ago, united now by necessity and blood. "Let's move," Rick said. By nightfall, they were 50 miles east of Los Angeles, in the hills between the city and the desert. Rick pulled off the road into a rest area, a small turnout with picnic tables and a broken bathroom. He parked the truck facing the exit, ready for a quick escape if needed. They ate cold cans of chili and drank bottled water. The night was quiet, almost peaceful. Stars were visible overhead, brighter than Rick had ever seen them. Without the city's light pollution, the sky was transformed into something beautiful and vast. "We're going to make it," his ex-wife said. "Aren't we?" "Yeah," Rick said. "I think we are." His daughter was already asleep, curled up in the back seat. Rick and his ex-wife took turns on watch. When Rick finally slept, his dreams were full of gray faces and red eyes, and the sound of teeth meeting flesh. Day 5 brought the desert. The landscape changed from hills to flat open space, the vegetation sparse and brown. Heat rose in waves from the asphalt. Rick's truck pushed forward, the engine steady, eating up miles. They saw fewer infected here. The population density was lower, fewer people to be turned. They passed through small towns that looked untouched by the outbreak. In one, they saw people going about their business, pumping gas, shopping at a convenience store. But when Rick slowed to ask for information, the locals pointed guns at them and told them to keep moving. No outsiders welcome. Fear had made them hostile to anyone from the city. They kept driving. Water became a concern. They were rationing it, but the desert heat made them drink more than planned. Rick calculated that they had maybe 3 more days of water if they were careful. After that, they stopped in Blythe, a town on the California-Arizona border. It was early afternoon, the sun brutal overhead. The town looked deserted, most buildings closed. Rick pulled into a small supermarket parking lot. The store's windows were intact, the door locked. Rick used his pry bar to force the door open. Inside, the store was dim and warm, the air conditioning long dead, but the shelves were still stocked. They loaded up on water, food, anything useful. Rick found a sporting goods section and grabbed more camping supplies, a better tent, warmer sleeping bags, a portable water filter. They were loading the last of their haul when Rick heard an engine. A pickup truck pulled into the parking lot, 4 men inside. They got out, all of them armed, rifles, shotguns. They looked at Rick's group, at the supplies being loaded, at the tow truck with its cracked windshield and blood-stained ram. "That your stuff?" one man asked. He was older, maybe 60, with a weathered face and hard eyes. We're just taking what we need, Rick said carefully. There's plenty left. That's our store, our supplies. I didn't see anyone here. Door was locked. We're not always here, but this is our town. You're not welcome. Rick's hand moved toward his tire iron. The man raised his rifle slightly. Don't, he said. We don't want trouble. But we will protect what's ours. Rick's ex-wife stepped forward. Please, we have a daughter. We're just trying to get to safety. The man's expression softened slightly. He looked at Rick's daughter, who stood next to the truck, her eyes wide. He sighed. How much water you got? Maybe 2 days' worth, Rick said. There's a ranch about 40 miles east of here. Follow the 10, then take Route 72 north about 5 miles. Old man named Rodriguez used to live there. Might still be there. He's got a well. Tell him Carl sent you. Thank you, Rick said. Carl nodded. Get out of here, and don't come back. They left Blythe quickly, heading east. The encounter had shaken them all. They'd been threatened by other survivors, something Rick had expected but hoped to avoid. It was a reminder that the infected weren't the only danger now. They found the ranch as the sun was setting. It was a small property, a house and barn surrounded by scrubby desert land. A windmill turned slowly, pumping water from a well. Chickens wandered in a fenced yard. The place looked like something from a century ago, untouched by modernity or collapse. Rick pulled up to the house and honked once. A moment later, an elderly man appeared on the porch, a shotgun cradled in his arms. He was Hispanic, his face lined with age, his hair white. He looked at Rick's truck, at the 3 people inside. What do you want? He called. Carl from Blythe sent us. Said you might have water. Carl? The man's expression shifted. How do I know you're not lying? He's older, gray hair, hard eyes. Said this was his town. Had 3 other men with him, all armed. The old man nodded slowly. That's Carl. He lowered the shotgun slightly. You infected? No. Bitten? Scratched? No. Show me. Rick, his ex-wife, and his daughter all got out of the truck and displayed their arms, necks, any exposed skin. The old man studied them carefully, then nodded. I'm Rodriguez. You can fill your water here, $2 a gallon. We don't have much cash, Rick said. Doesn't have to be cash. Gas works, food, medicine, ammunition, anything useful. They negotiated, eventually settling on 5 gallons of gas for 30 gallons of water. Rick used a hand pump to transfer fuel from his truck's auxiliary tank to Rodriguez's containers, while Rodriguez pumped water into every container Rick had. As they worked, Rodriguez talked. I've been getting refugees for 4 days now, people fleeing the cities. Most are decent, some aren't. I send away anyone who looks infected or violent, but I help who I can. Do you know anything about the evacuation zones? Rick's ex-wife asked. Some. Military set them up on the coast, San Diego, San Francisco, Monterey. But I heard they're overrun now. Too many people, not enough supplies, fighting over food, military shooting anyone who tries to force their way in. Rick's heart sank. So there's nowhere safe? Didn't say that. Just said the big evacuation zones are bad, but there's smaller places. Towns that lock down early. Rural areas with low population. People are surviving, just not where the government said they would. They finished the water transfer. Rodriguez looked at them, his expression sympathetic. You got a plan? Get to Arizona. Find somewhere remote. Wait it out. Good plan. Arizona's big. Plenty of empty land. Just stay away from Phoenix. I heard it's burning. They thanked Rodriguez and left as night fell. Rick drove with the headlights on, the road ahead empty and dark. They'd survived 5 days. They had supplies. They were alive. But the reality Rodriguez had described, a world where the official safe zones were death traps, where survival meant isolation and constant vigilance, was sinking in. This wasn't temporary, this was forever now. They camped that night in the open desert, far from any town or road. Rick set up the tent while his ex-wife prepared food. His daughter started a small fire using the camp stove and some gathered brush. They ate under the stars, the desert quiet except for the occasional cry of a coyote. "I keep thinking about our house," his ex-wife said. "All our stuff, photos, memories, gone." "We're not gone," Rick said. "That's what matters. But everything we built, we'll build again, somewhere." His daughter was quiet, staring into the fire. Rick wondered what she was thinking, what trauma these 5 days had inflicted on her 15-year-old mind. She'd killed infected. She'd seen death. She'd lost her normal life, her friends, her future. What would that do to a person? "Dad," she said suddenly, "what if there's no cure? What if this is just it? Then we adapt. Humans have survived worse." Have we? Rick didn't have an answer. Days 6 through 10 blurred together. They drove deeper into Arizona, following back roads and small highways. The landscape was harsh: desert, canyons, mesas. Towns were few and far between. Some were abandoned, others had survivors who'd formed armed enclaves. Rick learned to spot the signs: barricaded buildings, armed guards, vehicles positioned defensively. They stopped when they needed supplies, trading what they had for what they needed: gas for food, food for water, tools for medicine. A barter economy had already emerged, survivors recognizing that money meant nothing now. They encountered infected, but fewer than in Los Angeles. The desert seemed to slow them down. Heat and dehydration affected the reanimated bodies, making them sluggish and easier to avoid. Still, Rick never let his guard down. One infected was enough to kill you if you were careless. On day 8, they found a small town called Wickenburg. It was north of Phoenix, nestled in the hills. The town had maybe 200 people, and they'd organized quickly. Barricades at the main entrances, patrols, a council making decisions. They allowed Rick's group to stay for 2 days, offering them a place to sleep and a hot meal in exchange for Rick's mechanical skills. He fixed their generator, repaired several vehicles, and showed them how to reinforce their barricades. The council leader, a middle-aged woman named Patricia, told them about other survivor groups. Some were peaceful, trying to rebuild. Others were violent, raiding and pillaging. The infected were still a threat, but the bigger concern was other humans. "We've had to turn away dozens of people," Patricia said. "Not because they're infected, but because we can't support more. Food is tight. Water is tighter. Every new mouth means less for everyone." Rick understood. Resources dictated survival now. Compassion was a luxury that could get you killed. On day 10, they left Wickenburg and continued northeast. Rick had a destination in mind now: the high country near Flagstaff, where forests and elevation offered cooler temperatures and, hopefully, fewer infected. They could find a cabin or build a shelter, hunt for food, collect water from streams, live like pioneers, because that's what they were now, pioneers in a world that had regressed 150 years in the span of a week. They saw other travelers on the road. Some waved, others ignored them. Once, they saw a group of infected wandering through a burned-out town, and Rick drove past without stopping. The infected were thinning out here. Either they'd never spread this far in large numbers, or the desert had killed them. Rick hoped for both. On day 11, they reached the outskirts of Flagstaff. The city was partially burned, partially abandoned. But on the northern edge, they found national forest land. Dense pine trees, dirt roads, elevation over 7,000 feet. The air was cooler, almost cold at night. It smelled like pine and earth instead of death and smoke. Rick drove until he found a clearing with a small creek running through it. The water was clear, the area quiet. This would work. They set up camp properly this time. The tent went up, reinforced with stakes and guy lines. They organized their supplies, taking inventory. Food for maybe 10 more days. Water was no longer a concern with the creek nearby. Rick fashioned a rain catchment system using tarps and empty water bottles. His daughter helped, learning, adapting. His ex-wife's ankle had fully healed. She walked without pain now, but something else had changed in her, a hardness that hadn't been there before. She checked their perimeter constantly, her knife always in reach. She jumped at unexpected sounds. They all did. On day 12, Rick went hunting with the hatchet and a makeshift spear he'd created from a straight branch and one of the knives. He'd never hunted before, but he'd watched enough nature shows to understand the basics. Track animals, move quietly, be patient. He failed completely. After 4 hours in the forest, he'd seen one squirrel and numerous birds, but had caught nothing. He returned to camp empty-handed and frustrated. "We'll figure it out," his ex-wife said. "We have time." But did they? How long could they survive on canned food and hope? Eventually, they'd need to learn real survival skills: hunting, foraging, preserving food. Rick's mechanical knowledge was useful, but this new world demanded different expertise. That night, as they ate rationed cans of beans around the campfire, Rick's daughter asked a question that had been haunting all of them. "Do you think anyone's working on a cure?" Rick wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that somewhere, scientists in a secure lab were developing a vaccine or treatment. But the reality was that most infrastructure was gone. The internet was down. Power grids had failed. Supply chains had collapsed. How would you manufacture a cure without facilities, without staff, without the vast interconnected systems that made modern medicine possible? "Maybe," Rick said finally, "but we can't count on it. We have to live as if there's no help coming." His daughter nodded slowly. She'd known that was the answer. They all had. Days 13 through 17 were spent establishing routine. Rick built a better shelter, a lean-to structure against a large boulder that provided more protection than the tent. His daughter collected firewood and learned to start fires without matches, using a friction method Rick taught her. His ex-wife fashioned fishing line from thread and a hook from a bent nail, catching 2 small trout from the creek. They were learning, slowly, painfully, through trial and error. But they were learning. On day 16, they encountered other survivors. A family of 4, parents and 2 young children, hiking through the forest. They were exhausted, starving, desperate. Rick's first instinct was to turn them away, to protect his own family's resources. But his daughter looked at the children, both under 10 years old, and her expression broke his heart. They shared a meal, gave them water, told them about Wickenburg, about the community there that might take them in. The family thanked them and moved on. Rick watched them go, feeling conflicted. Every act of kindness depleted their supplies. But what was survival worth if it meant abandoning humanity entirely? Day 18 brought the first real challenge. Rick was checking their perimeter, a routine patrol he'd established, when he heard movement in the trees. He froze, gripping his hatchet. The movement came closer. Then he saw them, 5 infected, wandering through the forest with no apparent direction. They hadn't noticed Rick yet. He moved quietly back to camp and warned the others. They gathered their weapons and waited. The infected passed within 50 feet of their camp but never looked their way. After they were gone, Rick realized they needed better concealment. He spent the afternoon creating camouflage, covering their shelter with branches and pine needles. From a distance, it became nearly invisible. Days 19 and 20 were quiet. They continued their routines, improved their camp, practiced survival skills. Rick taught his daughter more about mechanical principles, showing her how simple machines worked: levers, pulleys, gears, knowledge that might matter if they needed to rebuild anything. His ex-wife had become adept at fishing. She caught dinner most evenings, supplementing their dwindling canned goods. Rick tried hunting again, this time with a better strategy. He built a simple snare using wire from his truck and set it near a game trail. The next morning, he found a rabbit caught in it. Killing the rabbit was harder than he expected. Looking into its eyes as he broke its neck made him sick, but they needed the meat. He cleaned it, skinned it, the process messy and inefficient. They cooked it over the fire that night, the meat tough but edible. "This is what it's going to be like," his ex-wife said, chewing. "This is the new normal." Rick nodded. They were regressing, becoming the hunter-gatherers their distant ancestors had been. Technology and civilization had lasted 10,000 years. It had taken 10 days to lose it all. On day 21, they received visitors. 3 men, all armed with rifles, walked into their camp in the afternoon. Rick immediately put himself between them and his family, hatchet in hand. "Easy," one of the men said, raising his hands. "We're not looking for trouble. We're from a group about 5 miles north. We're surveying the area, checking for threats." "What kind of group?" Rick asked. "Survivors, about 30 of us. We've got a compound set up, decent defenses. We're trying to organize, to build something sustainable." "Why tell us?" "Because we're looking for people with skills. You've got a tow truck, which means you're probably a mechanic. We need someone who can keep our vehicles running." Rick studied them. They looked organized, professional, former military maybe. Their weapons were clean, well-maintained. Their clothes were relatively fresh. "What's the catch?" Rick asked. "No catch. Everyone contributes. You work, you eat. You don't work, you leave. Simple as that." Rick looked at his ex-wife and daughter. They'd been surviving, barely, for 3 weeks. The prospect of joining a larger group was tempting. Safety in numbers, shared resources, division of labor. But it was also dangerous. Groups meant politics, meant potential conflict, meant trusting strangers. "Can we think about it?" Rick asked. "Sure, but don't take too long. Winter's coming, and this altitude gets cold. You'll want a better shelter than that." The man gestured at their lean-to. They left, giving Rick directions to their compound. After they were gone, Rick sat with his family and discussed it. "I think we should go," his daughter said. "We can't live like this forever." "It's risky," his ex-wife countered. "We don't know these people." "We don't know anyone anymore," Rick said. "Everyone's a stranger now. Question is, are we better off alone or with others?" They debated until sunset, weighing options. Finally, they agreed to at least visit the compound, see what it was like. They could always leave if it didn't feel right. Day 22 brought them to the compound. It was impressive, a former resort that had been converted into a fortified settlement. Buildings secured with barricades, guard towers, gardens being cultivated, solar panels providing electricity, a well for water. The 30 survivors had organized efficiently, each person assigned roles based on their skills. The leader was a former Army colonel named Barnes. He showed Rick around, explaining their setup. They had mechanics, farmers, builders, doctors. They scavenged from abandoned towns, traded with other survivor groups, and defended against raiders and infected. "We're building something here," Barnes said. "Not just surviving, but living." It's not easy, but it's possible. Rick saw people working together, saw children playing under supervision, saw a community functioning. It was nothing like the world before, but it was something. A chance at stability, at normalcy. "What do you need from me?" Rick asked. "Keep our trucks running. We have 3 vehicles, all crucial for scavenging runs. They break down, people die, simple as that." Rick nodded. It was a skill he had, a way he could contribute. "We'll stay. Trial basis. If it doesn't work out, you're free to leave anytime. No one's a prisoner here." They moved into a small cabin on the compound grounds. It had a roof, walls, a wood stove for heat. Luxury compared to their tent. His daughter explored. finding other teenagers, making tentative connections. His ex-wife volunteered to help with the gardens. Rick set up a workshop in the compound's garage, taking inventory of tools and parts. That night, sleeping in an actual bed for the first time in 3 weeks, Rick felt something he hadn't felt since the outbreak began. Cautious hope. Maybe they would survive this. Maybe humanity would survive this. But the infected were still out there. And as he learned in the coming days, the greatest threat wasn't the undead. It was the living. Days 23 through 30 established routine in the compound. Rick worked on the vehicles, teaching his daughter basic mechanics as he went. She learned quickly, her hands nimble with tools. They repaired a pickup truck with a failing alternator, replaced brakes on a van, and performed maintenance on a heavy-duty SUV that served as their primary scavenging vehicle. The compound operated on a strict schedule. Morning meetings to assign daily tasks, work details throughout the day. Evening meals communal, everyone gathering in the main lodge. Guard duty rotated, everyone taking shifts. It was structured, organized, almost military in its efficiency. Rick met the others. A doctor named Thompson who'd set up a small clinic. A former teacher named Laura who was trying to educate the children. A carpenter named Williams who was reinforcing structures and building new ones. Each person contributed and in return received food, shelter, protection. But tensions existed. Rick noticed them in the first week. Arguments over food distribution, disagreements about security protocols, jealousy over living assignments. When you packed 30 people together, all stressed and traumatized, conflict was inevitable. On day 26, the compound sent out a scavenging party. Rick went with them, driving the SUV. The team consisted of 6 people, all armed. Their destination was a small town 15 miles away, previously identified as having potential supplies. The town was dead. Abandoned cars lined the streets. Bodies, some moving, most not, lay scattered. The scavenging team moved carefully, checking buildings one by one. They found food in a grocery store, ammunition in a sporting goods shop, medicine in a pharmacy. Everything useful was loaded into the SUV. They were loading the last haul when Rick saw them. 3 trucks, big and reinforced, approaching fast. The vehicles had steel plating welded to their sides, spikes on the bumpers. Rick's gut clenched. "Raiders," someone said. The compound had warned Rick about raiders, groups of survivors who'd turned violent, taking what they wanted by force. They were the new bandits, the outlaws of the collapsed world. "Get in the truck," Rick ordered. "Now!" The team piled in, Rick behind the wheel. He started the engine and accelerated, heading for the town's outskirts. The raider trucks gave chase. Rick pushed the SUV to its limit, the diesel engine roaring. Behind them, gunfire cracked. The SUV's rear window shattered. "Return fire!" someone yelled, and the compound's people started shooting back. Rick focused on driving, weaving between abandoned cars, using his knowledge of vehicle handling to maintain control. The raiders were gaining. One truck pulled alongside. Rick saw the driver's face, a woman with a shaved head and a grotesque grin. She swerved toward them, trying to force Rick off the road. Rick cranked the wheel, letting the raider truck overshoot, then accelerated into a side street. The raiders followed, but Rick had bought seconds. He raced through the town, taking turns randomly, trying to lose them. "They're falling back!" someone shouted. Rick glanced in the mirror. The raiders had stopped pursuing, but he didn't slow down, not until the compound was visible. Its barricades and guard towers a welcome sight. They made it back, but the encounter shook everyone. Raiders knew about the compound now, knew they had supplies, vehicles, organization. An attack might be coming. That night, Barnes called an emergency meeting. The compound needed to increase security, reduce scavenging trips, prepare for potential assault. Some people wanted to relocate, others wanted to preemptively strike the raiders. Arguments erupted, voices raised, fear and anger mixing. Rick sat quietly, listening. This was the new world. Survival wasn't just about avoiding infected, it was about competing with other desperate humans for dwindling resources. It was about protecting what you had from those who'd take it by force. His daughter sat beside him, her face pale. "This is never going to end, is it?" she whispered. "No," Rick said honestly. "I don't think it is." Over the next 4 days, the compound prepared for war. Barricades were reinforced. Weapons were distributed to everyone capable of using them. Guard shifts doubled. Scavenging stopped entirely. Too dangerous now. They'd live off what they had, ration carefully, hope it lasted. On day 31, the attack came. It started at dawn. Rick was on guard duty, standing on one of the towers, when he saw movement in the tree line. Then engines, multiple vehicles approaching. The raiders had brought everything. 8 trucks, at least 40 people, all armed. Rick sounded the alarm, a bell that rang across the compound. People scrambled to positions, grabbing weapons, taking cover. Rick descended from the tower and ran to his assigned position at the main gate. His daughter and ex-wife were in the lodge with the other non-combatants, as safe as they could be. The raiders stopped just outside effective weapon range. A man stood up in one of the truck beds, using a megaphone. "People of the compound! We don't want to kill anyone today. But we will if you make us. You have supplies we need. Food, water, fuel, medicine. Give us half and we'll leave peacefully. Refuse and we'll take it all." Barnes stood behind the gate, his rifle ready. "You can't have any of it. We worked for what we have. Earned it. You want supplies? Earn them yourself." "Wrong answer," the raider leader said. Gunfire erupted. The raiders opened up with rifles and shotguns, bullets smashing into the barricades and buildings. The compound returned fire. Rick aimed at a raider behind one of the trucks, squeezed his trigger. The rifle kicked, the bullet striking somewhere near the target. Rick had never been a marksman. He fired again and again, just trying to keep the raiders pinned. The firefight lasted for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The raiders had more people and more ammunition, but the compound had position and fortification. Neither side gained advantage. Finally, the raiders withdrew, their vehicles retreating into the forest. But Rick knew this wasn't over. The raiders would regroup, try a different approach. Maybe at night, maybe with fire, maybe with... The explosion came from the western wall, a massive boom that shook the ground. Rick turned to see flames and smoke rising. The raiders had flanked them, set an explosive. "Western wall is breached," someone screamed. Barnes was shouting orders, redirecting people to defend the breach. Rick ran that direction, gripping his rifle. He reached the western wall to see raiders pouring through the gap, maybe a dozen of them, firing as they came. The next few minutes were chaos. Close quarters fighting, gunfire at point-blank range. Rick shot a raider charging at him, the man going down hard. Another raider came at him with a knife. Rick blocked with his rifle, then smashed the stock into the man's face. Blood sprayed. The raider fell. Around him, compound residents fought desperately. Williams the carpenter took a bullet to the chest, going down screaming. Thompson the doctor tried to help him, and a raider shot Thompson too. Rick felt rage and terror in equal measure. This was slaughter. Then Barnes was there with reinforcements, and the tide turned. The raiders at the breach fell back, retreating through the gap. The compound's people pursued, driving them out. By the time the sun was fully up, the raiders were gone again. But the damage was done. Rick walked through the compound, taking in the cost. 5 people dead, including Thompson and Williams. 8 more injured, some seriously. The western wall destroyed. Supplies lost to fire. Morale shattered. Barnes called another meeting that evening. His face was grim. "We can't stay here. The raiders will come back with more people, more weapons. We don't have the numbers to hold them off again." "Where do we go?" Laura asked. "We split up. Small groups, harder to track, harder to attack. We scatter into the forest, establish hidden camps, survive however we can. That's giving up, someone argued. That's being realistic, Barnes shot back. This compound is a target, big, visible, full of resources. We need to disappear. The decision was made. Over the next 2 days, the compound dismantled itself. Supplies were divided. Groups of 4 to 6 people formed, each taking a vehicle and heading in different directions. The solar panels were dismantled and distributed. The gardens were harvested. 30 people who'd tried to build something together were now scattering to the wind, returning to the isolated survival Rick's family had practiced before joining. On day 33, Rick's family left the compound. They took their truck, their share of supplies, and headed deeper into the national forest. His daughter cried as they drove away. They'd made friends here, found community. Now they were alone again. "Maybe it's better this way," his ex-wife said quietly. "Smaller groups are harder to find, harder to attack." Rick didn't respond. He just drove. They found a new location, a narrow valley with steep sides and a small stream, defensible, hidden, isolated. They set up camp again, this time with better equipment from the compound. Rick used his skills to build a more permanent shelter, a small cabin-like structure with solid walls and a proper roof. Winter was coming. They needed to be ready. Days 34 through 45 were hard labor. Building, fortifying, preparing. Rick taught his daughter everything he knew, how to fix things, how to build things, how things worked. She absorbed it all, her intelligence and determination carrying her through exhaustion. They hunted. Rick got better at setting snares, caught rabbits, and once a small deer. They fished. They foraged for edible plants, using a survival guide they'd taken from the compound. They collected firewood, stacking cords of it for winter. They reinforced their shelter against wind and snow. They survived. But Rick felt them changing. His daughter was harder now, less like the teenager she'd been, and more like a soldier. His ex-wife had become cold, focused only on survival. And Rick himself, he looked in a cracked mirror from his truck and saw a stranger. Gaunt face, hard eyes, gray streaking his hair. He was 43 but looked 60. The world had done this to them, stripped away everything soft, everything unnecessary. Left only the core, the animal beneath the civilization. On day 46, his daughter killed her first human being. They were out gathering water when they encountered a man at the stream. He was alone, ragged, holding a knife. His eyes were wild with hunger and desperation. He demanded their supplies. Rick stepped forward, trying to talk him down. But the man lunged, knife flashing. Rick blocked, grappled with him. They fell into the stream, both struggling. The man was younger, stronger. He got on top of Rick, knife raised for a killing blow. Then Rick's daughter was there. She swung a rock, a large stone she'd grabbed from the stream bed. It connected with the man's skull with a wet crack. He slumped. She hit him again, and again, until he stopped moving. She dropped the rock, staring at her hands, blood mixed with water, washing away. Rick stood, dripping, staring at his daughter, at what she'd become, what he'd made her become. She looked at him, her eyes empty. We should check if he had any supplies. That night, Rick lay awake in their shelter, listening to his daughter's steady breathing. She'd fallen asleep easily, as if killing a man was just another task completed. And maybe it was. Maybe that's what survival required. The ability to do what was necessary without drowning in guilt or horror. But Rick felt both. The man had tried to kill him, true. But the man had also been desperate, starving, reduced to violence by the same circumstances that had brought Rick and his family to this valley. The man could have been helped, maybe, could have been reasoned with. Or maybe Rick was wrong. Maybe the world had no room for mercy anymore. Days 47 through 60 brought winter. Snow fell, first in flurries, then in earnest. The forest transformed into something beautiful and deadly. Temperatures dropped below freezing at night. Their shelter's wood stove kept them warm, but they burned through firewood faster than expected. Rick went out daily to gather more, his fingers going numb despite gloves. Food became scarce. Animals hibernated or migrated. Fish were harder to catch. They relied on their stored supplies, but those were dwindling. Rick calculated they had maybe 2 weeks of food left. After that, he didn't let himself think about after that. On day 53, Rick was checking his snares when he found something else caught in one. An infected man tangled in the wire, frozen partly solid. The cold had slowed the thing dramatically, its movement sluggish. Rick approached carefully, studying it. The infection had preserved the body to some degree, the decay slowed by freezing temperatures. But the man was still moving, still trying to feed. Winter hadn't killed the infected. It had just made them slower. Rick used his hatchet to destroy the thing's brain, then burned the body. He returned to their shelter and told his family what he'd found. "They're still out there," his ex-wife said, "even in winter." "Yeah, but the cold helps us. Makes them easier to avoid, easier to kill." "Will they all freeze eventually?" "I don't know. Maybe." His daughter was quiet, staring at the stove's flames. "What happens when spring comes?" Rick didn't have an answer. Day 60 brought a blizzard. Snow fell so thick Rick couldn't see 10 feet beyond their shelter. Wind howled through the valley, piling drifts against their walls. They huddled inside, burning wood to stay warm, eating their dwindling supplies. The blizzard lasted 3 days. When it finally cleared, Rick emerged to find their world buried in snow. The stream was frozen. The forest was silent. Nothing moved. They were trapped, completely isolated. Even if Rick wanted to drive somewhere, the truck was buried and the roads were impassable. They had no choice but to wait for spring. Food became critical. They were down to their last few cans. Rick made a desperate decision. He'd go hunting, even in winter, even in deep snow. He fashioned snowshoes from wood and cord, using his mechanical knowledge to engineer something functional. He spent 2 days in the forest, searching for any sign of game. He found nothing. The animals had vanished or hidden so well Rick couldn't locate them. He returned to the shelter empty-handed and exhausted. That night, they ate the last of their food. A can of beans split 3 ways. It wasn't enough. They went to bed hungry, the wood stove crackling, the wind howling outside. Day 65. No food. They had water from melted snow, but water alone wouldn't sustain them. Rick felt the weakness in his body, the lightheadedness. His daughter was gaunt, her face drawn. His ex-wife had stopped talking, conserving energy. Rick went out again, this time with a different plan. He'd seen birds, ravens, and crows, still active in winter. He fashioned a crude trap using his mechanical knowledge, a box propped up with a stick, baited with a shiny piece of metal. Birds were attracted to shiny objects. He waited in the cold for hours. Finally, a raven hopped close, eyeing the metal. It went under the box. Rick pulled the cord. The box dropped. The raven was caught. It was small, barely any meat, but it was something. Rick killed it quickly, thanking it silently, and brought it back. They cooked it over the stove, the smell of roasting meat making Rick's stomach clench with hunger. They ate it together, every scrap, even cracking the bones to suck out the marrow. It wasn't enough, but it kept them alive 1 more day. Days 66 through 70 became a blur of hunger and cold. Rick caught 2 more ravens. His daughter found frozen berries on a bush, enough for a handful each. His ex-wife melted snow and boiled it, making hot water to drink, the warmth at least providing some comfort. They were starving. Rick knew this, could feel his body consuming itself, muscle and fat burning away. His hands shook constantly, his vision blurred at times, but he kept moving, kept trying, kept fighting. On day 71, as Rick was checking a distant snare, he found a deer. It was dead, frozen solid, lying in the snow. He examined it and found no wounds, no signs of being killed. It had simply died, probably from starvation or cold. The body was intact, preserved by winter. Rick nearly wept with relief. He worked for hours, using his tools to butcher the deer where it lay. He carved out as much meat as he could carry, wrapped it in his jacket, and hauled it back to their shelter. It took him 2 trips, exhausting himself, but by the end he'd brought back maybe 50 pounds of venison. They cooked it immediately, gorging themselves on the first real meal in a week. The meat was tough and gamey, but it was food. Real food. Enough to last them through the rest of winter if they rationed carefully. That night, as they sat with full stomachs for the first time in days, Rick's daughter spoke. "Dad, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so tired." Rick looked at her, seeing the exhaustion in her young face, the trauma, the defeat. "I know, baby. I'm tired too. Can we just stop? Give up?" "No." Rick's voice was firm. "We've come too far, survived too much. We don't give up now." "But what are we surviving for? What's the point?" Rick thought about it. The world was gone. Most of humanity was dead or reanimated. There was no cure coming, no rescue, no return to normalcy. So why keep fighting? "Because we're alive," Rick said finally. "And as long as we're alive, there's a chance. Maybe not for the world we knew, but for something new, something different. We keep going because that's what people do. We survive, we endure, we build again." His daughter looked at him, tears in her eyes. Then she nodded. Okay. Days 72 through 90 brought the slow transition from winter to early spring. The snow began to melt. The stream thawed, ice retreated, revealing frozen ground beneath. The venison lasted them through the worst of it, supplemented by more trapped ravens and once a rabbit that Rick snared. They'd survived winter, barely, desperately, but they'd done it. As the days grew longer and warmer, Rick began planning their next moves. They couldn't stay in this valley forever. They needed to find other survivors, establish trade routes, build something more sustainable. Winter had been a test. They'd passed. But the real challenge was figuring out how to live, not just survive. On day 93, Rick climbed to the top of the valley's ridge and looked out over the forest. Smoke rose from multiple locations, indicating other survivor camps. In the distance, maybe 10 miles away, he could see what looked like a small town. Somewhere down there were people, living, building, trying. He returned to the shelter where his daughter was sharpening knives and his ex-wife was tending their small garden. They'd started planting seeds from the compound, hoping for a spring crop. They looked up as he entered. "I saw smoke," Rick said. "Other camps. And maybe a settlement to the east." "Should we make contact?" his ex-wife asked. "Eventually, but not yet. Let's wait until we're stronger, until spring is fully here and travel is easier." They agreed. For now, they'd focus on building, on strengthening their position. They'd plant their garden, repair their shelter, accumulate supplies. When they were ready, they'd venture out, carefully, cautiously, and see what remained of the world. Days 94 through 110 were productive. Their gardens sprouted, small green shoots pushing through dark soil. Rick repaired damage to their shelter from winter storms. His daughter practiced with weapons, her aim improving. His ex-wife made clothing from deer hide, awkward but functional. They were adapting, becoming people suited for this new world. The skills Rick had learned as a tow truck driver, mechanical aptitude, problem-solving, physical resilience, had proven invaluable. But so had the lessons they'd learned together: cooperation, determination, the willingness to do what was necessary. On day 105, they encountered travelers. 2 women, both armed, passing through the valley. Rick approached them carefully, his hands visible and empty. "We're not looking for trouble," one woman said. "Just passing through." "Where are you headed?" Rick asked. North. Heard there's a larger settlement up there, maybe 200 people trying to build something real. Rick's interest peaked. 200 people? How are they managing that? Organization, leadership, they've got farms, defenses, trade networks. It's not like before, but it's something. The women stayed for an hour, sharing information and food. They told Rick about the state of the region. Survivors were scattered but gradually connecting. Small communities were forming. Raiders still existed but were being hunted by organized militias. The infected were thinning out, either from decay, starvation, or being systematically eliminated. Humanity was clawing its way back, not to what it was, but to something. After the women left, Rick gathered his family. We should go north, find this settlement, see if we can join. Are you sure? His ex-wife asked. We just survived one compound falling apart. That was different. That was 40 people trying to hide. This is 200 people building something permanent. We can't live alone forever. His daughter nodded. I want to be around people again. Real people. They began preparations for the journey. They'd leave in a week once their garden's first crop was ready to harvest. They'd take what they could carry, abandon what they couldn't. The truck would get them most of the way, assuming the roads were passable. On day 112, they harvested their garden. Carrots, potatoes, and leafy greens. Not much, but proof that cultivation was possible. They loaded their supplies into the truck, said goodbye to the shelter they'd built, and drove north. The journey took 3 days. They encountered infected, but in small numbers. Rick's daughter had become proficient at dispatching them quickly, a swift blow to the head with her hatchet. They encountered other travelers, most friendly, some wary. Everyone was moving, seeking something better, something safer. On day 115, they saw the settlement. It was built around what had been a small college campus, the buildings repurposed and fortified. Fields surrounded it, crops growing in neat rows. Guard towers stood at intervals. People moved with purpose, working, building, living. Rick drove up to the main gate where guards questioned them. He explained who they were, what skills they had. The guards conferred, then waved them through. Inside, Rick felt something he hadn't felt in months: structure, order, civilization, however primitive. A woman introduced herself as the settlement's coordinator. She explained the rules, the expectations, the opportunities. They had a need for mechanics. Several vehicles had broken down. They had housing available, small but functional. They had food, water, security. You'll be on probation for 30 days, the coordinator said. Work hard, contribute, follow the rules. After that, you're full members. Rick agreed immediately. They were assigned a small house, just 2 rooms, but it had walls, a roof, glass in the windows. Luxury. His daughter explored it with wonder. His ex-wife sat on the bed, the first real bed in months, and cried. That night, Rick stood outside their house looking at the settlement. Lanterns lit the paths. People moved between buildings. Children played under supervision. It wasn't the world before. It never would be. But it was a world, a chance to rebuild. His daughter appeared beside him. Do you think this will last? I don't know, Rick admitted. Maybe. If we work hard enough. If we remember what we lost and fight to build something better. Do you think about before? About your old life? Every day, the apartment, the tow truck, the 405 at sunset, all of it. Do you miss it? Rick thought about the question. Did he miss the traffic, the endless work, the divorce and the distance from his daughter? Or did he miss the safety, the comfort, the normalcy? I miss not being afraid all the time, he said finally. I miss knowing tomorrow would come. But I don't miss who I was. That person wouldn't have survived this. That person was weak. You weren't weak, Dad. You were just normal. Normal doesn't exist anymore. They stood in silence, watching the settlement's life unfold around them. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, the evening meal being served. Rick and his daughter walked together toward the communal dining hall, toward food and warmth and the company of other survivors. This was their life now. This was what remained. And somehow, impossibly, it was enough. The days that followed established a new routine. Rick worked in the settlement's garage, maintaining vehicles and teaching others his skills. His daughter attended classes with other teenagers, learning agriculture and defense. His ex-wife worked in the kitchens, helping prepare meals. They contributed, and in return, they were fed, housed, protected. Rick met others with similar stories. An accountant who'd watched his office building collapse, a teacher who'd lost her entire class, a soldier who'd survived when his unit was overrun. Everyone had lost everything. Everyone had trauma. But they were here, together, trying. The settlement wasn't perfect. Arguments happened. Resources were sometimes scarce. Infected still appeared occasionally, usually lone wanderers drawn by noise or movement. But the guards handled them efficiently. The walls held. Life continued. On day 130, Rick stood on the settlement's wall at dawn, taking his turn at guard duty. The sun was rising over the forest, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The world was beautiful, even now, even after everything. He thought about the last 4 months, about the night on the 405 when he'd watched a man turn gray and violent, about the apartment complex, the towing yard, the desperate drive to save his daughter, about winter in the valley, starving and freezing, about everything they'd lost and everything they'd found. He'd been a tow truck driver, an ordinary man with ordinary problems. Now he was a survivor, a mechanic in a post-apocalypse settlement, a father who'd carried his daughter through hell and come out the other side. The infection had taken the world, but it hadn't taken everything. Humanity remained, scattered and wounded, but alive, building, enduring. Rick's daughter appeared beside him on the wall, bringing him coffee, real coffee, a luxury the settlement had managed to acquire through trade. "Morning, Dad." "Morning, baby." They stood together, drinking their coffee, watching the sun rise. Below them, the settlement woke. Smoke rose from cook fires. People emerged from houses. The day began. "You know what today is?" his daughter asked. Rick shook his head. "Day 133 since the outbreak. 4 months and 12 days. Feels like longer?" "Yeah. But we made it." "Yeah, we did." They finished their coffee in comfortable silence. Then the bell rang, calling them to morning assembly. They descended from the wall and joined the others. 2 survivors among 200, all of them working together to build something from the ruins. The road ahead was uncertain. The infected remained a threat. Raiders were still out there. Resources were limited. Winter would come again. But for now, for this moment, they were safe. They were together. They were alive. And that was enough. That had to be enough. Because survival wasn't about returning to the world they'd lost. It was about building something new from what remained. It was about adapting, enduring, and refusing to give up. It was about looking at the sunrise and seeing hope instead of despair. Rick had learned that lesson in the hardest way possible, had paid for it with pain and loss and trauma that would never fully heal, but he'd learned it nonetheless. As he walked with his daughter toward the assembly, toward another day of work and life and community, Rick felt something he hadn't felt in months. Not happiness, that seemed too strong, too inappropriate for this broken world, but something close to it. Something like peace. The knowledge that he'd done what was necessary, that he'd protected what mattered, that he'd survived. The world had ended. But Rick and his family had endured. And in that endurance, in that refusal to surrender, was the seed of something new. A world where mechanics and teachers and accountants and soldiers worked together, where skills mattered more than status, where community meant survival, where hope, however fragile, still existed. Rick didn't know what the future held, didn't know if this settlement would last a year or a decade, didn't know if humanity would recover or continue to decline. But he knew he'd face it with his daughter beside him and his skills in his hands. And he knew with absolute certainty that he'd never stop fighting, never stop building, never stop moving forward, because that's what survival meant. Not the moment of endurance, but the decision to keep enduring. To wake up every day and choose to live, to work, to hope. Rick had been a tow truck driver, now he was a survivor. And in this new world, that was enough to make him a hero. Not to anyone else, but to himself. And to his daughter. Together they'd watched the world end. Together they'd survived the impossible. And together they'd build whatever came next, one day at a time.